to the battle. Connery, the first time I've been at this ground, I had a chance to see it yesterday when I was on my way to Warner Park, and it's a lovely, lovely ground. Which parish would this be in? Can someone tell me the parish that this is in? This is St. George's, the parish of St. George's, they tell me. It looks like it's going to be Berridge to start the attack, and he'll be operating from the far end of the ground. He's going to bowl to the left-handed batsman, and of course, when we look at the side, it's a side that is a fairly good side indeed. The first ball is outside the off stump. Fudadin as a batsman comes forward and is beaten comprehensively as the ball leaves him, and it was gone, certainly through to the keeper at very good pace indeed. A good, very first ball to get. So a ball that was outside the off stump, the batsman played it, and it was very close to the outside edge, and a good start by Berridge.
Berridge has bowled well in the tournament so far, immediately asking a question of the batsman.
Well, the situation is, and it's Louis who's going to continue the attack as he starts his run, comes up on his way. It's actually Louis who's opened the bowling. He goes past the umpire now and bowls a ball which is outside the off stump, and the keeper skips across to make the take. So a lot of cricket played here at Connery?
Yes, especially a lot of local cricket.
I see. Well, and any players from Connery that would have gone on to have made the St. Kitts side that you can think about?
I'm not sure. Remember that
sure.
I'm from Nevis.
Oh, you're Nevisian, of course. All right. I'm sure someone would tell us. So Louis?
Springer.
When
he comes on.
Okay, Vernon Springer. I thought you said he actually played. As this delivery from Louis is outside the off stump. Good delivery. The batsman came forward and went by to be taken by the keeper. Low down, a ball that was leaving the batsman. So what do you expect from this pitch? You expect the two batsmen to have a good time, or you expect the bowlers to be on top?
I think it's going to be much the same. The difference here, Andrew, is that there is quite a bit of a breeze blowing across the ground, and so that might help the seamers a bit.
Well, let's see what happens here. And it's going to be the bowling of Louis. Strongly built to medium fast bowler. Turns now. This is the first over. As he comes in on his way to bowl to the left-handed Fudadin into this delivery. Fudadin is coming right across the stump, squared up as that ball was on the bill stump, and he got to square as he played the ball up towards mid-on. There's no run. And not a run on the board. Once again, the news is that the Scorpions are batting after the Lewis Hurricanes invited them to bat. No changes to the Scorpions lineup. Powell, Thomas, Fudadin, Blackwood, McCarthy, of course, who did so very well against the Barbados side. Bonner, Green, Merchant, Midley, Lamont, and Thomas. Here is Louis, comes up now and bowls the ball which is on the line of the middle stump. Beautifully bowled indeed. Coming forward is Fudadin, plays the ball, the left-hander from Guyana. Pushing down towards mid-on, there's no run. As you'd expect, a change with Cornwall going off to join the West Indies team in Afghanistan. And they tell me that Boatswain has come in for him. So just the solitary change. Would you have gone with Boatswain? Have a look at the construct of the side.
Well, I really didn't follow the Leeward Islands tournament that closely.
Here we go. As it's going to be Louis to continue the attack now. Comes up now, goes past the umpire. He's in and bowls the ball outside the off stump. And there's the batsman going across the lane. Allow it to go by to be taken by the keeper to end the first over. And at the end of the first over, not a run scored as yet.
And Jeremiah Louis looking better than he did in the last game. He's not bowling as short, and so he has made that adjustment where he's come up a little bit fuller in length and just probing outside the line of the off stump. So good start for him, good start for the Leewards, and they would be hoping that they would be able to capitalize on this.
Well, we'll wait and see what happens. And we saw Berridge, he bowled very well, I thought. Louis started the attack and certainly would want to get him on the wickets and catch the other selectors. When we first saw him a year or two ago, in fact, he destroyed Barbados last year at Kensington over some magnificent bowling. And Berridge has looked good as well, loose-limbed. So hello to all of you, wherever you are, you viewers and listeners. Of course, not only can you see it, but you can also hear it on radio as well. And we want to welcome all the stations taking the broadcast. A lovely breeze coming across the ground. The Connery ground just outside the airport. And about 5 minutes drive from the hotel. So I suppose you can say nowhere is far in St. Kitts. Now it's going to be Berridge to continue the attack as he will come in on his way, running away to bowl to the batsman who's getting one outside down the off stump. That's a bit wide, called a wide by umpire Duguid, who's doing duties with umpire Ramdani. And the ball goes back outside the off stump with Aldin Thomas allowed to go by to be taken by the keeper. So it means that the Scorpions are on the way. It's one without loss. So we at Connery. Would this be considered a country? Is it a country area?
No, this is still just town.
Okay, just
on the edge of town.
Just so we're on the outskirts of the nation's capital. Would that be a correct description?
Correct.
All right, Connery. I like the name. Here is Burridge. He comes up now, one without loss. He's in Bowes to Thomas, and this delivers outside the off stump. And Aldin Thomas, the keeper on the Scorpion side, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. Commentary team today, we've got Vernon Springer, who's up next. Joseph Reds Pereira in the back as well. And no doubt we will continue to bring you all the information. Congratulations to the West Indies side for another win against Afghanistan. They do count, and it was a hard-fought victory and good for them, as they say. Here is Burridge. He comes up now again to bowl to Thomas, and Thomas is getting about outside the off stump, leaves him, and goes by to be taken by the keeper. I thought he bowled very well at Warner Park, and now he's at Connery. So one without loss, and once again the news is that the Leeward Hurricanes, they won the toss and they chose to bowl first, and that's a decision that you were not surprised by?
Not at all.
Well, we'll see what happens here as Burridge is about to turn, and will start his run with number 77 in his back as he runs away on his way to bowl to Thomas. And to this delivery, Thomas is allowing the ball to go outside the off stump full, but not close enough to influence the batsman to play, and he just watches the ball go by to be taken by the keeper. Barbados losing to the defending champions, the CCC Marooners, and that has generated a great deal of discussion in Bridgetown, I'm told.
Yeah, I would expect that.
Yeah, indeed.
Especially as it wasn't a fighting loss.
No, not at all. In the end, it was a pretty comfortable victory after being 82 for 5, chasing 173. Here's Burridge again as he comes in on his way to bowl to Thomas. Thomas is getting one down the leg side. It's going to be called a wide, coming inside the stumps, and the ball is flying through to be taken by the keeper. So we've got another extra, and already we've had 2 extras, and the score is up to 2 without loss. So Burridge up in the brow, lovely breeze coming across the ground. We like it. And as we look out to our right in the far side of the ground, what is that, the Connery area that we're seeing there with those houses? So this is Connery as we watch Burridge as he comes up now. He's in the Bowes to Thomas. Thomas covers up and turns the ball from that leg stump down towards forward square. There is no run. So Connery will be considered a pretty big area.
In terms of villages, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so hello to our friends here. We hope that you come out and watch the cricket today. Of course, many would have gone for early morning mass and would have gone to the beach, and we encourage you to come and have some fun in the sun. 2 without loss. Burridge again continues to bowl to Thomas, and to this delivery, Thomas is getting one of his shots, hits him on the pad, looking to work the ball away. It's the top of the pad and goes down towards a position of backward point. There's no run. So the score is kept on 2 without loss. Once again, good morning to wherever you are. 9 o'clock start. We've been accustomed to the 1:30 start.
That is true.
Carlisle. So you had to make the adjustment. And as a result, my friend stayed in St. Kitts. He didn't want to take the early morning ferry. First ferry is at what, 6 o'clock in the morning? 7 o'clock in the morning. Takes about half an hour to get to St. Kitts. Burridge comes up, he's in Bowes. Ball which is on the line of the leg 7, turned away by Thomas down towards the square leg area to end the second over. And end of it is up to 2 without loss. That's the latest score here at Connery.
Just the 2 extras from the wides being conceded there by the bowler, and just seems to be trying to get his line right. I should say to you, did you see that super over win by England against New Zealand?
Oh, and who was involved again?
Again, Jordan.
Okay, all right. Tremendous performance. It had to happen again, and very, very good victory for them. The West Indies winning as well. The women not doing as well.
No, the England team is powerful.
Yeah,
the
very
India
powerful.
team.
Yeah, you're right. Very powerful and very fit as well. So it's going to be Louis to continue the attack. He's going to bowl to the left-handed Fudadin, and to this delivery, he's allowed to go outside the off. So that's going to be called a wide, very wide. So we've had 3 runs and 3 extras really. It's now 3 without loss. They've had 3 wide. So they've got to watch that, Carlisle. That was why the off stump went through to be taken low down by the keeper. 3 without loss. Louis goes back to his mark. What do you think of Louis as a bowler? Think he's okay?
Has some promise.
He does indeed. He will continue the attack as he comes in to bowl to Fudadin into this delivery. Outside line, the off stump, and the left-hander, who is from Guyana but has been with the Jamaica franchise for some time now, just comes across the line and watches it go by to be taken by the keeper. Knowing this pitch, Connery, you think the score that the Scorpions would be targeting would be what? You got an idea? Possibly?
Well, in this tournament so far, we have seen that anything over 230 seems to be
230,
troublesome.
okay. Well, and for Barbados, anything, well, for the CCC, anything over 172. As this delivery is outside the off stump, beautifully bowled by Louis. The batsman squared up, it left him. Good pace, good carry to the keeper. Beaten comprehensively, very well bowled by Louis. As Fudadin was across the stumps, it's 3 without loss. Well bowled.
Very good delivery. And anytime he has pitched on that length, it's just short of a good length, but he's getting good bounce and good carry.
Good carry to the keeper, you're right about that. Of course, the English Premier League will continue. My side, Man United, is playing today. It's around 12:30 Eastern Caribbean time. We shall see what happens to them. Here is Louis. He's in bowls and a drive over the top of cover. That's going to go out towards the boundary. One bounce goes into cover. That's gone for 4. Pitched up, and he said, "Thank you very much indeed." And there's Fudadin, who's that kind of a batsman, driving over the top of cover. And we've got the first boundary of this match. Just goes up now to 7 without loss. Pitched up and driven over cover for 4.
This is the area where Jeremiah Louis has to tighten. That was something of a nothing delivery, just full and wide, and all he had to do was throw everything at it, and it cleared the field easily and got him 4 good runs.
Yes, it was very well played indeed. Pitched to beat it over the top. Well played. 7 without loss. What will Mr. Louis do as he starts to move in again? To bowl to Fudadin into this delivery. He's covering up, pushes out towards cover, takes off for the run, gets it. Good cricket. Little push away in the offside down to cover. Came through for the run. That's good cricket. So with that single, Fudadin goes up to 5. It's up to 8 without loss. Good cricket there by Fudadin.
Very good cricket. And you have to keep looking for these singles. They've started a bit slowly, but you have to look for the gaps, find those gaps, and the running has got to be good. Just rotate the strike.
He's gone to 5 now. This is over number 3 being bowled. Louis is going to bowl for the first time to the right-handed Thomas, the keeper in the Scorpions lineup. Shaped reasonably well against Barbados before he got out. Here's Louis. He looks for his first wicket as he comes in to bowl to Thomas. And this delivery, Thomas is getting one down the leg side. It's going to be called a wide. So we've had, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 wides now. Score goes up to, I make it 9 without loss. They've got to get the radar right here, Carlisle.
Absolutely. There's a bit of a breeze on, but they have to concentrate hard and look at the areas that they're going to bowl.
Here is Louis to go back to his mark. He's got 2 slips. He's got to bowl an off-stump line here as he comes in. It's gone up to 9 without losses. He's in now to bowl to Thomas. Into this delivery, Thomas is going back to a short ball. Turns it into the onside for a single. Mid-wicket comes forward to collect it, but it was good running again. I think they recognize that they got to work the ball around, get the run. So Thomas is off the mark, and the score goes up to 10 without loss. We're into over number 3, and it's going to be Louis to continue the attack. So once again, hello to all of our viewers, hello to all of our listeners wherever you are. Welcome to Connery, welcome to Sugar City. Had some pretty interesting matches so far. Louis again as he starts to move in on his way to bowl to the left-handed Fudadin into this delivery. He's beaten outside the off-stump. It's a perfect delivery, beautifully bowled indeed. Squaring the batsman up, that touchdown just outside the off-stump. Had to play at it, and the ball fizzed past out, so that should be taken by the keeper. To end over number 3, at the end of it, it's gone up now to 10 without loss, which is the latest score here at Connery.
That's what you want to see. More consistency from Jeremiah Louis, hitting those kinds of spots. Every time he has pitched just back of a length on about the off stump, he has had the batsman squared up, not scoring any runs at all. So you want to see him repeat those kind of deliveries.
Yes, indeed. So we're going to have Berridge to continue, and he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Thomas. Thomas is on 1. Fudadin has got 5. We're in over number 4 now, and once again, no changes to the Jamaican side. Just one to the Leeward Hurricanes side. Here's a delivery, which is on the line of the off stump as Berridge continues, and that ball is pushed out towards cover. The batsman being Thomas out to cover. There's no run. So once again, we encourage you to come and watch the game. It's an early start, and to make the necessary adjustments, having a couple of matches at 1:30. We got here in time. Play started on time as well. There was some concern that with the rain around that we would not have had an early start. Lots of work done by the local association. Here is Berridge, comes up now, he's in and bowls. Thomas gets one down the legs, another wide. What's going on here?
Yeah.
You got to watch that. 5 wides already, the score goes to 11 without loss.
And only in over number 4.
Well. That was down the leg side. Got to get that radar right. And of course, in close matches, you look back and you see that a team has conceded 5, 6, 7 wides, and that can make the difference, Carlisle.
Definitely.
Because
it gives an extra ball.
It does.
I always look at the 7th ball to see what happens.
Yeah, indeed. Here's Berridge, who bowled very well. I thought at Warner Park. Rangy bowler. Little bit of pace. Gets the ball to do a bit. And gets it to move off the seam. He's going to continue now. And he's going to bowl to Thomas. Thomas is on 1. Fudadin with that drive over cover in the last over. Has got 5. And it's now 11 without loss. We're into over number 4 as he comes up now. This is Berridge. He's in and bowls. Ball is short and off the back foot goes Thomas, and just strokes the ball down to cover. And there's no run. That was banged into the pitch, and he got on top of it quite nicely, put it down to cover. And there is no run. So it's 11 without loss. And Berridge goes back to his mark. He's got 2 slips, no gully. Backward point cover. There's a mid-off on the onside mid-on. There's a man at forward square, and there's a long leg as well. In comes Berridge, as his body thrown forward, comes in to bowl to Thomas, and this delivery Thomas is covering up to one of the off stump, pushes up towards that mid-off area. There's no run, and the score is kept on 11 without loss. There's a lovely lady who's come across to say good morning to the commentary team. She had a special welcome for Joseph Redspur. Joseph, do you know the lady? Have you ever met her? Joseph knows her very well, looking very fit as well, and good to see her. We also see Victor Eddie as well. She says Auntie is here. Auntie, is she Auntie Clara? What's your last name, Auntie? As Berridge comes up now, in bows to Thomas. Thomas is off the back foot and strokes the ball away down towards the wide third man here, and it goes through the fielder and will go into the boundary. That's gone for 4. Well, what happened there? Is that Louis down in the boundary? A ball was outside the off some place, square in the offside, came across from that third man there, and the ball went through his fingers and went into the boundary for 4.
And got there in good time too. Just a little bit casual perhaps. He had everything behind it, and he just maybe took his eyes off it at the last moment, and it bubbled away, gave up 2 runs.
Yes, you got to watch that. 15 without loss. That was soft, really. Thomas gets his first boundary, and it was generous indeed, as Louis didn't pick it up. Berridge comes up and bows to Thomas, and Thomas is off the back foot, forces the ball through cover. They should get 2 runs comfortably here. 2 fielders go after it. The cover and the extra cover, that was too short, and the batsman was able to punch it through cover for 2. So Thomas gets 2 to go up to 6, and is now up to 17 without loss. We're into over number 4. Lovely shot, played away through cover.
Very comfortable. Short of a length, wide of the off stump. He got behind it and stroked it away and picked up 2 easy runs.
Berridge again, over number 4 being bowled, turns now and will continue as he will bowl to Thomas. Thomas is on 6 now. Fudadin has got 5 at 17 without loss. He's in and bowls on the line of the legs. I'm turned away down towards the position of square leg. The bowler came forward to pick it up. Fudadin was a bit late in running. Had he picked up at the stumps, I think Fudadin might have been some difficulty there. But the bowler sprawling across, did not pick it up, and the end Fudadin was able to get home quite safely. I'm sure he'll have a word with Thomas about that. We've now completed over number 4. It's 18 without loss. That's the latest score at Connery.
And I'm looking forward to seeing the captain just switch around both of the fast bowlers. Just flip them, and let's see what's happening from the other end for each of them.
Well, we'll see what happens. Louis to continue the attack as we start over number 5 now. It's gone to 18 without loss. Strong breeze is coming across the ground, and we certainly welcome it. And it's going to be Louis to continue as he will bowl to the right-handed Thomas. Thomas has got 7. with him is Fudadin on 5. He's up now and bowls to Thomas, and Thomas is off the back foot, bangs it square in the offside for 4. It was a bad delivery outside the off stump, had the width, and just really helped himself really to a bound. It was a long hop, and he stroked it square in the offside. Backward point didn't have a chance, and the ball went across the outfield very quickly. That's gone for 4 to give Thomas his second boundary. He now goes into double figures. He's gone up to 11, and in over number 5, the Scorpion's been inserted to go to 22 without loss.
This is the area where you want to see Jeremiah Lewis strengthen. Every now and again, he just runs in and rests down the ball.
Well, he's in again to bowl to Thomas, and to this delivery, Thomas is getting a much better length, goes across, plays it out towards cover, takes a step or two of his crease for a run. There's a scream from Fudadin saying, no, there's no need to flirt with danger. And he goes back to base. Now let's have a little bit of a chat. The last over, Thomas surprised Fudadin with a call, and the bowler Birch came down. Had he picked it up in the stumps, I think Fudadin might have been in some trouble. So 22 without loss. Over number 5, the Scorpions looking for a good start. Here's Louis as he continues now to bowl to Thomas, who's on 11. He's in and bowls to him, and he's off the back foot to 1, which is on the middle stump, and plays up the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up. There's no run.
Greater effort. You see the difference. He came in and bowled a little soft delivery first ball, spanked away for 4. The 2 deliveries after that, you could see that he definitely put more effort into his bowling.
Yes, well, he's got to do that. As he goes back to his mark now, turns just about now, and will bowl to Thomas, who's on 11. Fudadin's got 5, 22 without loss. As he goes past the umpire now, and to this delivery, which is on down the leg side, another wide, 6 wide so far, to carry the score now up to 23 without loss. That was down the leg side, so he's a bit of all over the place here. And we've had already, we're into over number 5, and already they've conceded an extra over.
That is correct.
Oh my golly. Well.
Now have to bowl 51 overs.
Yes, the coach, Stuart Williams, must be a bit worried about that. Here's Louis as he starts to move in again. 23 without loss as he comes in to bowl to Thomas, and to this Davy Thomas is getting a ball which wraps on the pads. An appeal for leg before. He's been given leg before. Batsman has been given leg before, played across the struck on the pad. Umpire Ramdani takes a long time to give his decisions, but he took a long time like umpire Buckner would do. And Thomas looked very surprised at the decision that was given by umpire Ramdani, the man from Trinidad and Tobago. We'll have a chance, of course, to see it on the monitor. Played across it, but whether or not it would have gone along the leg side is another matter. But he looked at the umpire, and in the end, the umpire had a long look at that, then decided that it was on, and gave it out leg before, when he was doing duties in the last game, the game that was played yesterday as well. And he gave Nurse out, much to surprise. So Jermaine Blackwood comes to the crease. So success for the Leewards, 23 for 1. Thomas gone for 11.
And from a delivery which was pitched at a fuller length, and he was playing across and around it. Andrew, I don't nowadays take on batsmen when I see them feigning surprise. They're very good at acting. I don't take them on when they show that they appear to be surprised, because the same batsmen, when they're fielding, would scream out appeals for the very same decision.
Right. So there you have it. Jermaine Blackwood comes to the crease. You never know what you're going to get from Mr. Blackwood.
That is true. It can be very hot or very cold.
Very, very cold, and it can be very, very, very cold. You're right. When he comes out with his team, not getting the kind of start they would have been looking for, 23 for 1, as he played across it and was out leg before umpire Ram. Then he has that habit of just taking his time before he gives the decision. There's some umpires who give you it very quickly, and there's some, like I think umpire Buckner started taking the time, trying to get the angles right, making sure that everything is spot on. And Thomas looked up and saw the deadly finger going up. He looked very surprised, and he took a long time to leave the square. So Louis to continue the attack. 2 balls left in over number 5. And Blackwood has taken his guard. There's a slip, there's a backward point, there's a cover, mid-off, mid-on. There's a mid-wicket. There's a man at forward square and a man on the edge down at fine leg, just outside the circle. Here's Louis. He comes in to bowl to the right-handed Blackwood, in bowls to Blackwood. Blackwood is wrapped to the pad. There's an appeal for leg before. The umpire says no as he came across it, struck on the pad, and maybe indicating the ball might have been maybe going down the leg side as he came across it. and it popped away in the offside. A bigger, not the same kind of appeal with the vigor that we had the ball before. Now it says the umpire Ramdani, doing duties today with the very experienced umpire Nigel Duguid, who has been around for quite a long time now. The man from Georgetown in Guyana is up to 23 for the loss of 1. Here is Louis. He mops the brow, looks up and sees that Blackwood is ready. And we start with Louis again as he comes in to bowl to Blackwood. Into this Davy Blackwood is getting one which is on the line to the legs. I'm looking to work the ball away, hits him high above the pad, and the ball is picked up by Blackwood and just thrown up towards the field at mid-wicket to end the over. At the end of it, over. The score is now gone up to make it 23 for 1, which is the latest score here at Connery. 23 for 1. We're going to start over number 6 now, is it? Just to make it a check to see. I think it's now over number 6. And this is the Kim Collins Highway End. All right. Where's Kim Collins nowadays? Do you know, Carlisle? Vernon, where's Mr. Collins, your hero? You got 5 national heroes, and Victor Eddy tells me that Kim Collins should be a hero. You agree with that, Carlisle? I'm sure he'll invite your thoughts in a minute. In the meantime, it's Berridge, who would want to be a hero as well, but in a different way, would want to get 6 or 7 wickets. Today, a ball outside the off stump goes by to be taken by the keeper. The question I've got for you, when Vernon Springer comes on, I'm going to ask him as well. Vernon, this question is for you. Should Kim Collins be a national hero in St. Kitts? What do you say, Mr. Powell? They're listening to you. The tapes are rolling.
Well, it's time that we get heroes who are outside of politicians.
Oh,
and,
okay.
I don't see why Kim Collins and Elkomida Willett can't be elevated.
All right. Interesting indeed. Elkomida Willett. That's an interesting one. Here is Berridge comes up now. Bosa Fudadin. Fudadin is getting the ball, which is outside the line. The off stump very well bowled indeed. It comes from the bottom of the bat and goes down towards the field that slip, and there's no run. Let's expand on this. You're saying to us that you think that Kim Collins should be a national hero in St. Kitts. Is that what you're saying?
He has done enough to inspire the nation,
right,
to be elevated.
Okay, right. In fact, there's Heroes Park just outside here as well. You've got 5 national heroes as well, and they're all politicians.
All politicians, and Elkomida Willett is not there.
He's not there as well. Okay, I'll ask you why you think that Mr. Willett should be a national hero. Here is Berridge comes up, bowls outside the off stump, driven through the wide mid-off area for 1. We'll get a second, we'll have the legs to get to the boundary. It does go for 4. Ball pitched up by Berridge, and there was Fudadin launching himself into the drive, and it goes through the offside, through that wide mid-off area. That's gone for 4 to carry Fudadin up to 9, and the score's up to 27 for loss of 1 in over number 6. Well played.
Good shot again. It was in the slot. When it's back of a length, he's not trying anything. But every time they have over pitch and given him the opportunity, he has gone for it, and that's good.
And that was a shot that was enjoyed by Auntie. She was clapping away there when the shot was played, as she's come to the ground and greeting all the commentators. Hope she's going to bring some goat water. I need my goat water today. As Berridge comes up now, he's in and bowls. A ball which is rapid the batsman. The pass an appeal for leg before. The umpire says no, that would have been headed down the leg side of the mat and a bit high as well. And umpire Nigel Duguid just indicating that as he was squared up. And the ball was a little bit sharper than he anticipated. You have a chance to see the monitor now. Here we go. Ball number high. And I think that would have gone over the top. I think that's what the umpire would have ruled there. So 27 for loss of 1. Thanks to Trent and his wonderful team. They've come again. Trent couldn't find the ground, I'm told. Can you imagine that? He couldn't find Connery. I found it quite comfortably. And it's the first time I've been here. Here's Berridge. He comes up now. He's in and bowls. Ball was just coming back at the left-hander. And it comes from the top of the pad and goes into the offside. That's Fudadin. And there is no run. Pretty easy ground to find, really. Yes. No. I want you to expand on that in terms of Elkomida Willett. Why would you say that Elkomida Willett should be a national hero?
I think you have to understand the history.
Right.
In 1970, we had the sinking of the MV Christina, which lost over 200 souls.
Right.
And St. Kitts and Nevis were in deep morass.
Right.
Here comes Willett in 73 to lift a nation.
Yes. Here is Berridge. He's in, bowls outside the off stump, beautifully bowled, and there's Fudadin coming forward, beaten outside the off stump. Ball goes by to be taken by the keeper to end the over. At the end of over number 6 is 27 for 1. That's the latest score at Connery. All right, so it's 27 for 1. I'm sure the WhatsApps, messages and Facebook and all will be very busy with the comments that you made, Carlisle, about Kim Collins' suggestion to be a national hero, and of course El Comido. We want to continue that story. I like the history that you're providing for us as well. Here's Louis. He comes up now. He's in and bowls to Blackwood. Blackwood is back and turns the ball away down towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Continue.
Willow didn't just make the West Indies team in 1973. He inspired a nation still in mourning and created hope and inspiration and aspiration for people, not just in Nevis and St. Kitts,
right,
but across the entire Leeward. So before that, played history, had a history of playing West Indies cricket unplayed.
Oh, interesting. That I like that. I like that. I'm going to quote that. Beautifully said. Wonderful language. Here is Louis comes up now in bowls to Blackwood. Blackwood is on the back foot, pushes up towards Bidoff, takes a step or two out for a single. It was his call. The ball went behind the non-striker, but then elected not to go through as the man from Nevis, Campbell, very fit, came forward to collect it, and there was Blackwood going back to base. So it's 27 for 1 and over number 7. Continue that story. As we're going to certainly get that after this delivery from Jeremiah Louis. And that's an interesting one as he starts to move in again on his way to Blackwood. And to this delivery, Blackwood is going back, pushes up towards Bidoff. The bowler comes across to pick it up. There's no run.
What Willett did for Nevis is much the same as what Sir Viv and Sir Andy and Sir Richie and Sir Elcon, Kirtley, Ambrose did for Antigua. But Richards, Sir Vivian Richards in Antigua, has been elevated. He's paid similar to a minister,
right,
and has duty-free status. Willett was recently denied duty-free on a vehicle.
Oh dear.
In Nevis.
Oh dear. Okay, that's interesting. Well. It's at 27 for the loss of 1. So that's something that I'm sure that those who are listening should correct, in my view, really.
Nevis, listen, there is life outside of politics.
Okay.
And there is nothing that says that only politicians can be national heroes.
Right.
You learned that lesson well in Barbados.
Yeah, oh, yes, indeed. If you got 11, I can assure you that. And, of course, this is Independence Month, and we're going to be celebrating our heroes from there and from far. As it's going to be, Louis comes up, he's in bowls, a ball pitched up, and there's the batsman Blackwood not timing the ball, played across it at the bottom of the bat and went down towards the position of mid-wicket. There is no run. It's 27 for 1. We're into over number 7. So he's your man. He should really be the
easily.
man. Kim Collins as well.
Absolutely.
And who are your 5 national heroes again? Can you tell me?
First of which is Robert Llewellyn Bracher.
Right.
And all of these
and the airport is named after him as well.
That is correct.
Well,
the first Prime Minister, Sir Kennedy Alphonse Simmons, he's the living national hero.
Okay, yes. The only one that's living?
The only one that's living.
Okay.
C.A. Paul Southwell, a former premier.
Yes, indeed. Here we go. As Louis comes up now, he's in and bowls a ball which is outside the off stump, and there's a flash and black there coming from Blackwood. It's a wide call by the umpire, the 7th of this match so far. And over number 7, it's gone to 28 for the loss of 1. Continue.
J.N. France, for whom the hospital in St. Kitts is named. He's Nevision, but did most of his work in St. Kitts.
Right.
And the first premier of Nevis, Sir Simeon Daniel.
Okay, Sir Simeon Daniel. Okay. So 5 of them. And
all politicians.
All politicians as well. Here's Louis. He comes up now, goes past the umpire. He's in and bowls a ball which is turned away by Blackwood. Can't get his first run. It was on the line of the legs and worked away down towards the position of a mid-wicket. There's no run. Blackwood hasn't scored. Fudadin's got 9. We're into over number 7. And the Scorpions have been inserted at 28 for 1, losing the wicket of Thomas, who was leg before, to Louis for 11, when the score was on 23.
And all the national heroes are males.
Oh, okay. All right.
You have any females in Barbados?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, we do. Yes, of course. Sarah and Gill. She was the Methodist, and she really transformed. When you look at her work, you couldn't help but make a national hero. Bus as well, of course, the Right Excellence to Garfield Sobers. He's very much there as well. When you look at the national heroes of Barbados, they richly deserve it. Although there's some view among Barbadians that Sir Frank Worrell should be made a national hero. I know that has generated a great deal of discussion. They're 11, and I believe that sometime they may be an addition. But at the moment, 28-1 is the latest score here at Connery. So we're just about ready for a change of commentators as Red Pereira, who in his own way is a national hero in Guyana, national hero in St. Lucia. He's a national hero all across the Caribbean, comes a call, and I'm going to make my way out as it's a delivery which is outside on the off stump as Burris continues. And there's a batsman coming across. That's Fudadin, and it goes by to be taken by the keeper. So we're into over number 8 now, 20-1. Let me say good morning to Red Pereira, and he's going to be joined by my good friend Vernon Springer. Good morning, Reds.
Yes, good morning to you. I suppose if you're not, and I don't include myself, if you're not a national hero through a process, you can be the national hero of the people. And that to me is the greater honor. People must feel you're a national hero. Here's Vernon.
Morning to you, Reds. Here is Fudadin driving inside out, over cover, down to the boundary now for 4. So Fudadin sort of lost his shape a little bit there, but the most important thing is that he will tell you that he made contact and he got what he was sort of looking for. And it's a boundary. Berridge having a tough time here at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium, not the Warner Park, but the Connery Stadium, because he would want to bring Warner Park to Connery based on where he was bowling before so well. And he's struggling a little bit with his line in terms of the breeze, the wind coming from east to west, and he's having a little torrid time here. But Louis has really picked up the move into a groove, a big effort. Here comes Berridge, he's into both the Fudadin, bang on target. They sneak a single here, and Akeem Saunders coming in there from point. Couldn't deny the batsman. Blackwood, who is on north still, and couldn't help but listen to Carlisle. It's been a clarion call. I don't know if the nation of St. Kitts and Nevis has been matured enough yet to have a proper discussion concerning national heroes, because every time the discussion comes up, the folks, the sports people get put behind. And whether you like it or not, Willett or Collins, what they've done for the nation of St. Kitts and Nevis, you can't put dollars and cents to it. Even Kim Collins himself. Berridge is into both the Blackwood back on across and defending nicely. Still can't score. And you could see Blackwood concentrating and feeling that he has to get a big one here today and he wants to spend some time here.
Would Keith Otterton figure in that kind of
Far from that discussion. Not way off. We've got so many names before we even get to Atherton. So many names before you get to Atherton. Here comes Berridge. Bungser went out to bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood is driving, sort of pushed at it. And Berridge reacted quickly, knocked it down, so he can't score. So Blackwood, not from 9, Fudadin 14 from 20. When you look at the outstanding sportsmen and women that have come from St. Kitts and Nevis and what they've done, and I'm trying to encourage Clive Bacchus to be able to get a discussion. Carla and myself, we were on Win FM earlier this year talking about the sports heroes and during Independence time, but it has to be a broader discussion. Here's Blackwood looking to be a national hero for Jamaica. He punches this down to Quinton Boatswain, and so he doesn't get a run. So Blackwood remains on not of 10. And the latest score here at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium, 1 for 33. The man himself, Thomas, LBW to Louis for 11. More comments from you, Reds.
Yes, I think we need to remind people today is Remembrance. There's an important day for those who have fallen in the war and those who are still alive. Remembrance Day, of course, is throughout the world. And I think there will be some sort of an occasion today somewhere in Bastille.
Yes, at the War Memorial, considered the cenotaph, just outside of the OTI, one of the famous small little hotels in St. Kitts and Nevis.
I'm told that there are 4 who serve are still alive.
Yes, wouldn't have the names for you. Reds. In fact, I think Auntie Lulu is somewhere wrong with her pamphlet. So when she comes back, and she came to look for Andrew Mason, we'll get the names. Victor has gone across to try and see if he could be able to get that for us. So we'll get that in a little while for you, Reds. Louis, bonged in away. Berridge, 4-0, 19-0. And then we'll be able to have Berridge, looked a little, just has to relax himself. Every day is not Christmas. Louis bongs away now. He's into bowl to foot it in. Cramps him up, back of a length, squares him up completely, and can't score. He's weighing the number 15, foot it in. We take some time out to say good morning to the entire Caribbean, folks in the OECS, Trevor Shillingford in Dominica, Kentish, all of my good friends there, folks in St. Lucia, folks in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, and you know for sure got to go across to Antigua and Barbuda. Got a WhatsApp message from Hugh this morning telling me he was on his way to church. You know, all of the other folks, Nigel Gore, caterer, all the folks who are listening in Antigua and Barbuda. Good morning, Garfield, Burford, the ABS crew, Point FM crew, everybody just lurking around and wants the Leewards to do good. An excellent start so far here for the Leeward Islands Hurricane, 2-0. Captain Jamal Hamilton just indicating to Quinton Boatswain, who's from Montserrat, to get himself warmed up. Reds, you would have seen Austin White, and Boatswain sort of have the sort of figure like that.
Yes, I do remember.
Here goes Jeremiah Louis. Bongs away now to bowl to foot it in with a trigger movement. Back and across, he can't score. And once you bowl footed in within that area, that fourth stump line, he's really not looking to try to get a single. He just blocks the ball, really.
Yes, he's always been a workman, like, a collective runs. Started very well, being made the West Indies on the 15 team in that cross-cutter tournament. They won in England, then went on to play for the West Indies in a couple of test matches, but still seeing his first-class career and his shorter former's career still going.
Still at it. He's been a servant to Jamaica cricket so far as a professional. Good leave there by him. Good delivery there by Jeremiah Louis. A bigger effort, as Carlisle earlier indicated. He sort of served up some lollipop deliveries. He's into his fifth over, 1 for 14 here so far. But once he puts down the ball and really hits the deck, he's a much better bowler. Footed in his plate. This is his 50th list A game. He's only got 1 century at this level. High score of 108 not out. Some 1050s. You'd want to get a big 100 here for the Jamaica Scorpions. Waits for Louis. Looking to one drive. Can't score. Campbell comes around. He's tight there in the circle. Footed in at his age. 34 years of age. Reds. This maybe could be his... If he doesn't have a major tournament breakthrough here, Jamaica maybe could be considering maybe moving on based on the height.
It depends on what role they want him to play in their setup.
34 years of age. He's maybe still got aspirations of looking to play for the West Indies, but he will have to score lots of runs, and he's not done that lately. Louis bongs in to bowl to foot it in. He's back and just turning this. Berridge will have to chase this one. He's going to come back easily for 2, and if he, in fact, it's gone for 4. Oh, that's a well timed there. That went down the hill, Reds. I didn't expect that at all. And the outfield is quick here.
He used the pace of the ball well.
And just offline Louis, just where we were talking about him there, so just losing the line, going down the onside, and put it in. Not too much power, just use the pace, as Red said. And Berridge for a moment looked like he was going to be able to save 2, but in the end it hit the rope.
Yes, I think just back to the 2 bowlers. Of the 2, I've seen a lot more than Louis, but Berridge has impressed me so far in this tournament.
He has. Louis bongs away, is into bowl to the man Fudadin, who comes quietly forward. In fact, he walked into it. It was a bigger stride. And so the end of the over here, the latest score here at the Colonial Cricket Ground, 1 for 37. About the Joe Root Academy, one of the major sponsors here. We have the Len Harris Cricket Academy, And if we're talking about national heroes going forward or even coming forward, the name Len Harris also will certainly have to come into reckoning. But we're back with the cricket action, and the Leewards have decided to give Berridge one more. Pretty interesting. He bongs away now to bowl to in. Oh, that sort of stopped on Jermaine Blackwood, and for a moment the team went up as if they thought they had a bowling court there. Trent will be able to trigger that one back. It was just a little wide.
Yeah, just out of the reach of the stretching arm, but it did stop, hit high up in the bat, and almost went back, but didn't go straight back. But those return catches are always difficult.
Yeah, there's sometimes a lot of luck too. You just want to be able to get that long hand. Berridge is also a big guy. He's about 6'2", 6'3". Today he's going to be tested here, because this competition is a really tough competition. Fudadin waits for Berridge. He's into bowl to him. It's back on turning this. Down to Louis. Louis comes off the boundary quietly. Let's hope he doesn't make a mistake. This time he corrects it. But the throw is not good at all. Hamilton is already a short, dapper keeper, and he was a little disappointed because it was going over his head. Louis maybe might be advised to maybe one bounce flat into Hamilton. Leeward's making one change. And we will have to say change is just maybe a replacement. Quinton Boatswain from Montserrat, the big fast bowler, replacing Raheem Jimbo Cornwall. And the management of the Leeward Islands Hurricane told me that they wanted to get a little bit more balance, put some more pressure on the batters to bat. Here's Blackwood back and punching that, but he can't beat the man himself, who is Terence Ward, the vice captain at the short extra cover area. The score remains on 1 for 38. Fudadin is 19 from 27. Blackwood is 1 from 12. He's the guy facing.
You talk about it with Harris. I had the honor of seeing him play. Very, very good batsman. Very nice mover. And also left arm spinner Gilbert.
Yes, so many names. Matt Mohan, Victor's father, Austin Eddy.
Didn't see him, a little before my time.
Trust me, he was a mastery. Mr. Eddie used to keep me in the sun, give me some long lectures. Very, very, very long, but I could tell you, they were important. Berridge is into bowl to Blackwood. Gets one which really cramps him up and couldn't go for it. Almost had some pace, Reds.
Yes, definitely bent his back. You're saying this is maybe his last over. Well, definitely deciding that he would give it his all. And that hit high up on the splice.
Certainly settling in. This is his 5th over. He's been tested here. He's really put in the work. He's had a chance to play for the West Indies B team in the first ever Canada T20 tournament, which was played in Canada a couple of years ago when they first started. So selectors have got their eyes on him. Bongs away now to bowl to Blackwood. Is back and looking to stay that. Can't beat Saunders their point. Impressed the coaching staff of Floyd Weaver, and because what actually happened was in the preparation for the test match, India versus West Indies A, the Cricket West Indies used the franchise bowlers from the Leeward Islands Hurricane, and Berridge was one who again caught the eye of most of the folks who saw him. So he's on the radar. In his first 2 seasons, he's already got 49 wickets in first-class cricket.
Looks a good prospect.
And now to bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood is back and just pinching this one away. Seems a little bit uncomfortable there, Reds. Look like he doesn't like the ball anyway between middle and leg. And the Leeward team, Berridge, looks like he knows something that we don't know about.
Well, it was into the hip area. And if the background on Blackwood is like that, maybe they should bring in someone close in. So
let's see. Berridge, so far 4.5 overs, no maidens, 21 runs, no wicket. And it's a day like that. It's a day like that. The West Indies, they're going to have lots of cricket. They're going to need lots of bowlers too. Here goes Berridge. Bongs away now to bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood is back. And Berridge drops him. He did all the work. He worked him up. And he would consider that. At the end of I can't believe that. It couldn't get any simpler than that, Reds. Yes, it was the easiest bowling caught. He worked him up for that. And all of a sudden, look back at the replay right here now, Reds. Look back to it. It stopped on him because he's tucking him up. Berridge got himself into position, trying to get the second grab, and he couldn't get it there. And that would have been an important breakthrough there. He's still in awe.
He had to go down low, and Just couldn't hold on.
That could have been 2 for 39, but in the end, at the end of over number 10, it's 1 for 39. Black getting a chance on one, and the man himself, the stabilizer for Jamaica Scorpions, Asset Fudadin, he's 19 from 27.
If you're looking for a nominee for a national hero sportswoman, Archibald, the netball.
Gillian Musgrave Archibald.
Yeah.
So, Reds, you've been around for some time, so, and well, you almost lived in St. Kitts and Nevis. You weren't that good like Andrew Mason, but you could have got a home here even if you wanted to. So at least you got some of the history too. But it's a discussion, like I said to you, Reds, that a lot of the politicians themselves don't want to get involved in. If Carly and Andrew was talking about politicians this morning, everybody would be listening. When you say sportsmen and women, no, nobody wants to see to have that discussion. But we're going to keep carrying it out because it has to give. Has to give some point in time. There's a change now from the Leewards. Louis is off, and Campbell, who was bowled beautifully so far, comes in. There's a new business complex just right there. Fudadin didn't get out to the pitch of that ball there, Reds. He just was in a standing up position and didn't lean, didn't get his head past his front knee to stroke the ball. Nice flighted delivery by Campbell. And Fudadin is a textbook player, so he would know that, hey, I've got to correct that. Left armour, Campbell from Nevis. Is now to bowl to Fudadin. This time he comes quietly forward. Where's Blackwood going? One thing I could tell you about Blackwood is that something is going to happen. It's either that he's going to score runs, or somebody's going to get run out, or we're going to get some excitement. We had some excitement before because he nearly lost his wicket, but he's still there. Fudadin is on 19, 1 for 39. Comes quietly forward. Maybe he's going to have a look at Campbell and then decides, well, listen, soon Blackwood is waving to the pavilion that he wants some gloves. Somebody acknowledges to him. He's maybe saying, I left them just right by my bag, so you can just get them. 12th man goes for the gloves. Campbell is into bowl to Fudadin, who just undrives down the ground for an easy single. It's almost like he was having a stroll.
Yes, a nice easy shot. Didn't have to think about too much power. The gap was there. Rotation, the strike is important. I think we might have a double change.
Yes, Quinton Boatwright has been warming up for some time now, and it'll be interesting to see him. He's bowling very, very, very quick. In the nets, I saw him a couple of days ago. There's big talk. He's always bowled quick. My major concern about Boatwright is survival, to be able to hang around for a long time and give you that good spell. But he's a good dead bowler, and the Leewards require that. They think they would need that. Here comes Blackwood quietly forward to a Campbell delivery. Kelbert Walters from Anguilla. I know Andrew was asking about him the other day. He bowled with real pace in Antigua in the just concluded Leeward Islands tournament. And he was part of the reserves. I want to say good morning to Kelbert. So now the ball to Blackwood. Blackwood is driving. Again, can't score. Jace Taylor maybe would consider himself pretty lucky. So the end of over number 11, Reds. The score is 1 for 40. Asset Fudadin is 20 from 31 deliveries, and the man himself, Blackwood, 1 from 17. A strange Blackwood batting today.
And Blackwood is yet to settle. I don't believe he's come out with a great deal of confidence. It's not a track where the ball is going to come onto the bat to make shot making easy. You got to really work. You got to use your feet. You got to be patient. You got to graft. And Blackwood just off song right now. But if he comes alight, he does hit the ball long. So the Leewards can expect at some time that Blackwood will be backward and counter-attack.
Well, when you looked at Jamaica's scores last season, they would have scored 329, 299, 272. In fact, when they played against the Leeward Islands last year at Coolidge, in fact, yes, they scored 329 for 7. And again against the... So it's been pretty interesting. So they've have some huge scores. Fudadin is looking at a big man, Quinton Boatwright. He would have faced him, and he bowls a heavy ball. So let's see how he will handle here today. This is his first game, and this is the Leeward Island Hurricanes' first game at Connery. The 2 previous games would have been at the Warner Park Stadium. Some adjustments being made there by Kyron Powell, who is the slipper today. Powell just saying to Boatwright, just hold on. Make sure that I get into the right positions. And Fudadin is 20, waits for Boatway, he's into ball to him, he just whips this beautifully. And Terrence Ward coming along, and they get an easy two into the vacant acres of land there into the square leg area. And so Boatway, this is warm-up delivery. I was talking a little bit, Reds, about the scores of Jamaica last season. In fact, 329 for 7, and that was at Coolidge. And then in October 2018, they scored 299 for 6 against the Leewards in Bridgetown. 272 for 8, and against the Leewards again, they scored 264 for 9. So it's always been a hot encounter. The Jamaicans, they're going to score heavy.
Well, they would like to get up to some of those scores you just called there. This is the southern end, that's the northern end?
Yes, that would be, yes. This is the southern end, that would be north. So this east, this west.
Yep.
You've been around, Reds. Don't try to show up Andrew too much. You know you live here.
No, you're the one who says Andrew's been here more times than me.
He's come here so many times that you don't even know. He's a representative of Sagicor, so he would sneak in, have a meeting, and fly back out. The only thing he doesn't have is his own jet as yet.
I had many.
And he's working on that.
I had many a days in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Of course.
Many a days.
Yeah, you're an ambassador. You could also be considered, Reds, maybe sooner or later to be a national hero here too. Comes Boatway into ball to put it in. He's just turning this one. That would have hit him high on the soft part of the flesh. Leg by signal. He's rubbing away and hit the right leg there.
Went over the top of the pad. You know, the likes of Fudadin, the likes of Dean O'Ryan and others has been influenced by the Chanjapol era. That all left-handers, you see little bit of Chanjapol in them.
Yes. Well, when you're an icon, Shonda Paul, Kim Collins, what else can you expect? As Carla said, a man who inspired the whole nation. Boatway is in now to bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood gets one, bang on target, gets an easy single. And Paul is saying to Boatway, listen, cut that off. You can't let that man get that ball past you that easy. Got to make a bigger effort. Score goes up to 42, 1 for 42. Jamaica coasting along into over number 12. Say good morning to the folks in Montserrat. Roston White, Davon Williams, director. All of the folks here, Kelvin Tabo Jubri, newly promoted selector to the Leeward Island selection panel. Fudadin waits for Boatway, and the bowl's a heavy ball. He's in out the bowl. The Boatway back of a length. They can't score, and once the ball goes in that area, Fudadin is just going to defend and defend well.
And if he's up, Jamaica.
Yes, well there. So the end of over number 12, coasting along here, 1 for 44. Blackwood is 2 from 19. Asset Fudadin is 22 from 35. Quinton Boatway in quiet first over, Reds.
Yes. First over, maybe a warm-upper, looking to get rhythm, looking to just build a little bit of control. He bowls a sharp ball.
Bowls a heavy ball.
Yeah, a sharp ball, heavy ball. Maybe looking to bowl the slow ball also, which is a trend these days. The first man I saw that was Franklin Stevenson.
I remember he scored 170 at the Warner Park. Blackwood is trying to undrive past the man himself here. Came in as a night watchman, Reds.
What an innings that was. I did that game on radio. Played some cracking shot-offs the back foot.
Superb. Franklin Stevenson. Morning to you, Sir Franklin. One of the guys who went to South Africa. Comes quietly forward. You know, it's important, Reds, because a number of those players who journeyed off to South Africa during that period of time there, we could look at them. Franklin Stevenson might be one of the major survivors who have come back and fought the process and still has his academy going well. We wait. Blackwood is driving past Mons Nodge out to they're picking up an easy single.
But if we have time, we can look at it. I mean, Emerson Trotman went, he's coaching.
Yes.
Ezra Mosley went, he's coaching at St. Michael.
Yeah.
And there are quite a few of them, Vasper Drakes.
Derek Parry, who also went from Nevis, he's also coaching still too, so he's pretty much heavily involved in cricket.
So they weren't all, sort of shut out.
But you feel for, because it was so dominant in Jamaica, because in those days people like Everton Mattis and those guys, Lawrence so-and-so struggled when they came back.
Yes, I mean, there was a lawyer who wrote me asking me, when we have time, I'll tell that story.
Sure. Campbell is in now to bowl to Fudadin. Fudadin is having a heave at it, and it's gone. One bounce into the boundary for 4. I know that shot was on because he was eyeing that mid-wicket area all the time. And once he got into his pad, he was going to there, and he waited for the right delivery, and he clipped that one away easily.
Badly lined, and he just picked it up very nicely. Trying to hit it too hard, he almost put a little bit of a golf shot there, and it limped over the boundary. Looking a lot better than he did in the first innings, and I think maybe confidence now quite high.
50 up for the Jamaican Scorpions. Campbell moves away nicely. He's into bowl to the man himself. There seems to be a catch there. Let's find out if it was a chance or it maybe came from the pad. We'll find out from the umpire. And seems as if it was a chance. Reds got an inside edge, ricocheted off of Hamilton, and went between Hamilton and Powell at slip. They were just a little bit in all their footed, and that one did bounce a little bit there.
And hitting the pad caused maybe a further confusion in taking the catch.
Yes. So the end of over number 13, the score is 1 for 52. Jermaine Blackwood is 3, and Asset Fudadin is 26. The cricket action continues here, Reds.
Yes, but a lot of those players who went to South Africa, even the ones who went to from Jamaica, some of them have done very well in life. There was a quick ball I'm just trying to remember. He had a nice personality. He's around. He's in the States, back in Jamaica. Wish them well.
Apartheid. People in the Caribbean took that very, 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 very serious. I know one man for sure, Sir Viv, who came out of the Black Power movement along with the late Tim Hector. Those guys really, that was an education process, but we're back with the action. As Quinton Boatswain bongs away now from the Kim Collins end, is in now to bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood is not himself today. And I think the Leeward Islands Hurricanes have done a number of him. They've bowled him very, very, very straight. And anything between middle and leg is had to think about it. And he's not been given anything where he could be able to free his arms. Yes, and he's been having a torrid time here. He's had a bowl and caught chance.
Yes, this is the time to try and take his wicket because he's capable of coming out of this little bit of a bad period.
He is in now to bowl to Blackwood again, back of a length, can't score. I'd like to see Blackwood, the right foot, just go back and across, use up a little bit more of the depth of the crease and punch that down to point. He's just standing there. He's taking his stance and he's just, Boatswain is a big guy. He's going to force him back. And like I said, he bowls a heavy ball.
When your confidence is not good, your form is not good, it just takes a little bit of time before that can start happening.
He's a dasher. Again, he has to defend that. Blackwood, 27 years of age. This is his 53rd list A game, 1,373 runs. High score of 119. 750s and 300s. You'd want to get one for Jamaica here today. Sometimes you look around and you say he's been one of the forgotten sons in West Indies cricket sometimes when you look around.
Well, he appeared in a test match at Jamaica this year when the concussion rule came in.
They had to bring him in. Bongs went out, he's driving, no second step, down to third man. Louis comes across and does a lot better this time. Knocked it off, better return to the man himself, the captain, Leeward's captain, Jamal Hamilton. And that one, Blackwood had to stretch for it. It's gone outside edge, maybe a second slip or third slip in there. It might have been curtains for him, but he's having a torrid time here, Reds. But he's batting. The most important thing is that he's still there.
He's still there, and they've recovered from the early loss, 1 for 51 in the 14th over. They've recovered.
As Reds was indicating earlier, we want to take some time out to salute all of those folks who, on Remembrance Day here, as we would call it in St. Kitts and Nevis, would have gone through all of the world wars. So much history. Sometimes you blend away now, Reds, because we don't have a lot of the historians who are talking the Caribbean history. Fudadin waits for Boatswain, gets a short delivery. That's a good pace. And Fudadin just dropped his arms. Good leave. And now he's rehearsing his shot and saying, next time, Boatswain, I'll smack you down the ground. Like a tennis shot like John McEnroe.
Well, Boatswain has certainly come in to replace Berridge and has not let the decision to bring him into the attack down. He's been sharp and he's offering a number of angles and lengths that's down the leg side. That's a bad delivery.
So the Leeward's worries continues here. This might be about the 8 wide, and as Carlisle already indicated earlier, might have to bowl between 52 to 53 overs based on how they're going today. Boatswain just lost his radar there, getting himself worked up, and the breeze seemed to have been strengthening a little bit more here from east to west, and just between that little hill there, Reds, you could feel the breeze. It just comes through quickly, so you got to be able to control that. Boatswain is in now to bowl to Fudadin. It's at the edge there, Fudadin. Most important thing, close the face a little bit there, down to Ward. One delivery. It's going to be interesting to see Ward when he gets his turn here. So the end of over number 40 in the latest score here at the Colonial Cricket Centre, 1 for 53, Jamaica Scorpions batting.
Hey parents, are you looking for an academy in Queens and Long Island for your boys and girls? Whether you're a beginner or an advanced player, Queens United Cricket Academy is the place to be. Registrations for spring and summer sessions are now open. For more information, visit our website at QCA.org.
So we're back with the cricket action. Jamaica quietly just going about their business, Reds. 1 for 55. Somebody wants some water. Is it Berridge coming off the field? Looks as if Berridge is coming off. I don't know if he's has a headache.
What effect do you think the loss of Cornwall will impact on the Leewards? I mean, he's so important with the ball and the bat for them. It's a hard man to replace.
Hard man to replace, but I think the team has got the capability. Somebody's got to step up. Is going to put some more players. Some players in this team are going to be under the microscope. I know for sure Hodge is more than under the microscope. So he'll have to do a lot better. Campbell is into both to Fudadin almost yorked himself there, Reds. Fell over pretty early, and Campbell fired it in round about the leg stump area.
And this wind is going to take it away from Fudadin, so power has slipped, be on your guard.
Certainly have to be. Here comes Campbell is into both to Fudadin. He comes quietly forward, textbook style. And you'd want to see that as a coach. It's one of the first things that you try to teach your young batsmen, to play the ball with your bat, not your pad. A lot of the modern day cricketers, they put the bat behind and put the pad. The rule has changed. ICC has said, no, none of that. Here comes Campbell is into both the Fudadin. He's giving him enough time to go back, but didn't use the depth of the crease. He sort of cramped him, and he couldn't beat Casey Carty, who was on for Sheena Berridge.
The man you probably was maybe thinking about of possibly replacing Hodge if he's not among the runs.
Yes, I'd want to see Django opening with Powell, Saunders at 3, Thomas at 4. That would be my option. Casey Carty at 5, Jama Hamilton at 6, and Ward at 7. But I'm not a selector, and I'm not the head coach of the Leeward Islands Hurricane Stuart Williams, so I'll just have to allow them to, conduct their duties. Campbell is into bowl to Fudadin. He's come quietly forward and sneaks this one around. Finally, who's going after this? Django. Makes a good run at it. And only one. Fudadin now calling for some gloves. His gloves have been wet. He's been out there for a long time. He's faced some 44 deliveries. And so he would want a change of gloves. And with the heat here in St. Kitts and Nevis, we've got to make sure you get those gloves out, Reds.
Well, we are blessed with a beautiful day. I mean, a nice wind. It isn't going to be steamy and humid.
But it's still sticky out there, Reds. If you walk around, players going to have to drink lots of water today. Here comes Campbell. Is in now to bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood driving past Hodge. Lazy effort there for Monson Hodge. He's got to do a lot better. If you're inside the 30-yard circle, you've got to be tight there.
But he wasn't trying to hit it too hard. I think that saved Blackwood. Just beating Hodge. Maybe a little slow to get down. And partnership continues to build.
So the end of over number 15. The score is 1 for 57. And Jason Campbell in his third over. 3-0, 9-0. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes will be looking to try to get a wicket. They had a chance to get Berridge. Blackwood, he was dropped by Sheena Berridge on 1. He's since then gone to 4 for 26. Fudadin is 30 from 46, but the most important thing is that he's still there, Ed.
Yes, and it shows the struggle. He's got 5 from 27.
Yes, they've been bang on target.
Probably
on him.
needs to pick it up a bit.
Well, we talk about Quinton Boatwin who's coming back. Not a long run. He's got a couple of paces. See if we can count them right. I think it's about 13. Bang on target. And Blackwood is looking for a single that is certainly not on. And I could tell you that Boatwin is a big, strong guy. He's got a good Yorker. I think if he gets his confidence right, when he can be destructive with that Yorker, especially when he comes back at his second spell. Very, very powerful. But I think sometimes it's just the mind over matter, knowing that he can do it.
Strong shoulders. He's got a very fast, like Akram, very fast arm action.
Bungs away now. He's in now to bowl to Blackwood. Bang on target. Again, he can't score. He goes to the sharp middle figure in Monson Hodge. A couple of years ago, we had a fast bowl in camp in Antigua and Barbuda Reds. Boatswain was one of the guys there. And so Andy Roberts said to Quinton Boatswain, you've got the perfect opportunity. Go back to Montserrat and run the hills. Boatswain is not a fellow who likes to run. He realized our trainer, Hans Richards, is trying to get him as fit as possible. He's got to take off a couple more pounds, especially as fast bowler. He's got the build in his shoulders, but he's got to get a little fitter, short delivery, and Blackwood has got to defend. That one climbed.
Yes, he handled it quite nicely. He had to get off his toes. It was lifting chest height. Thought he looked quite good in playing that shot. And maybe a little bit of confidence beginning now to ease in. But he's not been very productive. 5 off 29. Jamaica will want to push on. We had 2 games finishing yesterday. A nail-biter at Warner Park.
You consider it to be a nail-biter, Reds?
Well, it came down quite close to the end.
Here's Blackwood whipping this beautifully down to Campbell. You know, I was going to the stats, Reds. There was no close. The combined campuses and colleges, they just have the number for the Barbados team. Yes. Yeah, if we check to the stats, and they were never in any hurry. They thought, in fact, the manager said to me, we knew we were going to win this game. It didn't matter. And they won the game without their captain, Carlos Brathwaite.
And they won the game with some gutsy batting by the left-hander Posad.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Came in for Guyana and came in late. He did a very good job for them.
Fudadin waits for a boatswain delivery, outswinger. Good delivery there. Just leaving alone there. I think the water break will be coming up here, and I think right after that, Andrew Mason. I don't know. I've got to be able to find a title for Andrew in the Caribbean. You know, they have not started to honor people around CARICOM. We've got to be able to make sure we put Andrew Mason and Red Sprayer's name
I have one for Andrew.
in the hat. You have one for Andrew?
That cannot be said in the air.
Okay. We wait for that one. Here comes Boatswain. He's into bowl to Fudadin. Shot delivery, bang on target. Again, he can't score. There's been good pace, good bowling here. Hostile bowling here from Boatswain. So the end of over number 16. The Leewards in the first hour have bowled 16 overs. It's 1 for 58 here. The man himself, Jermaine Blackwood, 6 from 31. Asad Fudadin, 30 from 47 deliveries. Boatswain, 3 north, 7 north. And as you said, Reds, he's been impressive. He's inspired. More comments from you, and then it will be the voice of Andrew Mason, and then Carlisle Powell right after Andrew steps into the hot seat.
Yes, Burridge and Boatswain to me has been the impressive. We've just seen a little bit of spin coming in, so too early to really judge. The Jamaica has a testing first session. They need to go a little fast if they're going to get, you know, a competitive score. They've got to get over 250, but somebody's got to come out and play that kind of knock. Fudadin wouldn't play that kind of knock. Blackwood will have to strike some form to really push things on, but I will think that this stage, the first part of this game has gone definitely to Jamaica, who had an early loss with Thomas being leg before to Louis for 12. It was 23 for 1, and then since then we've had mainly Fudadin, supported by Blackwood, who has been quite slow. Fudadin has got 30 of 47, Blackwood 6 of 32, and at the break they are 58 for 1. 58 for 1. We've had 16 overs bowled, and 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 lot of discussions, as Andrew have said, in terms of yesterday's game. Trinidad and Tobago had a comprehensive victory over Guyana with a young opening batsman scoring heavily against Guyana. And I was suggesting that yesterday evening, Andrew, that game was fairly tight. Your thoughts as you look back?
Well, I mean, it was tight at one stage, 82 for 5. One thought that Barbados would have won the game, but I think the partnership between Prasad and Jordan made a significant difference. I think even when Jordan got out, you always felt that the CCC were very much ahead. And in the final analysis, I thought they won the game reasonably comfortably. And I think they deserved to win the game. There's no doubt about that. They played much better than Barbados. The bowling was much more aggressive. The captaincy, I thought, from Barbados was tactically weak, and I said it again. I know that there's been some reaction to that in Barbados. I thought that Barbados were found out by a selection policy that I think could hurt them, in that clearly the pitches are going to present spin. And when you look at the composition of the Barbados side yesterday, they had, of course, Bishop bowling and Ashley Nurse, and there was no use of Curtin. He's in the side as an off spinner, and I thought they would have gone with him. But I'm not sure that when the actual squad was selected, that the people selecting the Barbados team catered for the fact that spin is going to play a big part. And I think the selection really left, in my view, a lot to be desired, really. And they clearly should have gone with an extra genuine spin in the side. And yesterday, when you consider that 4 spinners were employed by the CCC Marooners, Barbados only used 2, which was a surprise. And the pitch turned and bounced. And then, you had Captain Carter, didn't even have at any stage at all a silly point or forward shot leg. He elected to go with the 2 steps and didn't exert the kind of pressure that should have been exerted. In the meantime, it's Campbell who is going to continue. His first ball is in the line of the leg stump, and Blackwood, who's trying to be secure here, just comes across, plays the ball up towards that mid-on area. There's no run. It's up to, I make it 58 for 1. So it's a bit of a decent start here for Jamaica as the action continues. Here's Campbell, comes in and bowls to Blackwood. He's back, plays the ball at the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up. Hello, Carlisle. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Andrew. So accustomed to afternoon starts.
Yeah, indeed. Well, here we go. It's Campbell. We'll talk a little bit about him. You should know him very well, as he's going to continue now. He's going to bowl to Blackwood, who's 6 from 32 balls. This is strange. He's on the back foot and just plays a short ball on the off stump down to cover. There's no run. Fudadin looks solid. He's on 30 from 48 balls, and we're into over number 17. It's 58 for 1. Campbell again comes round the wicket on his way to bowl to Blackwood, and Blackwood is on the back foot, plays it up towards mid-on. We'll get a single. The fielder, the bowler didn't stop it at all. Well, Lasley came across at the moment, pass him down towards long on for 1. Pitches play pretty well, I think.
Very well.
And it's 59 for 1 with that single. Blackwood goes up to 7, trying to temper his natural aggression. When you look at Blackwood, I think he's recognized here that he's got to do better. He got up poorly against Barbados. Here is Campbell as he starts to move it again to bowl to the left-handed Fudadin, and to this delivery. He's off the back foot, and the ball is turning into him. Inside edge, he will get the single as it goes down to the square leg area. And in the end, he gets the run to carry the score to 60 now for the loss of 1 wicket. The batsman to go was Thomas, who was leg before to Louis, and he looked surprised when he was given. 59 for 1 becomes 60 for 1 with that single. Fudadin goes to 31. Here is the spin of Campbell. He goes back to a short ball, as that was the off stump, and there's Blackwood going back and forced the ball to pitch very hard for the bowler to stop it, to end over number 17. At the end of it, it's Blackwood on 7. Fudadin has got 31. It's 59 for 1. Make that 60 for 1, which is the latest score at Connery.
Blackwood is off to a very slow start. He has picked up just 7 runs from his 36 deliveries and has been looking to get himself in. I'm sure that the first inning that he played, the first game that he played in, the way he got out is on his mind. And so he's trying to settle in here. Fudadin is a little bit more advanced. He has gone to 13-1 from his 49 runs. And he has been looking to make use of any loose deliveries. But Botswain has been tight.
Yes, he's been tight. A big, big man he is, Botswain. And very big, perhaps. And he replaced a big man as well. He replaced Cornwall. So from one big man to another. Very strong indeed. Comes up now in bows to Fudadin. Bows a heavy ball, and Fudadin is covering up. Blackwood is a long way out of his crease. The ball hits the stumps. The appeal for run. He's been given run out. Blackwood goes, run out. Oh my golly, problems for Jamaica. A ball was pushed away in the offside. Where was Blackwood going? The return came in, hit the stumps, and Blackwood is a goner. That's a soft dismissal, Carlisle Powell.
Very soft dismissal, and when you look at it now, you can safely say that Blackwood used up some 37 balls for his 7 runs. That would be good for the Leewards, but not good for him. It was a delivery which was just pushed away into the offside, and Blackwood was advancing, trying to make a run out of it. Look at this. He's stranded down the pitch. Good pickup from the fielder there. Blackwood is looking at the ball, not looking at getting back into his crease. And here the ball comes in now, hits the stumps,
yes,
and he's not even trying to ground his bat.
Yeah, that's a very good decision. Good work again by Trent. Show that again, Trent. I mean, you show it again, I'm going to ask them to increase your pay by 100%. That's wonderful work. Here we go. Poor cricket, the thought of Blackwood there. Where's Blackwood going? Where is Blackwood going, my friends? Here we go. The return is on its way. When he's a Jamaican, he's fast, but he's not fast enough. The ball hits the stumps now, and here we go. The bails are off, and he's not behind the line, so he's gone run. A good decision there by the umpire as well.
Basic schoolboy cricket. He was looking at the ball, not looking to make his ground. He didn't even offer the dive, Andrew.
No.
Looking to step over the line, and you can't do that.
No, you can't.
He lost some ground.
He lost some, and he lost his wicket as well.
Yep.
Well. No batsman coming up to the crease to see what he can do. We'll tell you in a minute. As this delivery is on the line of the middle stump. Botswain, a heavy ball. Reminds you of a Hendy Bryan from Barbados, really bowling that heavy ball. And the batsman covers up. That's Fudadin plays up towards cover. There's no run. But that's a wicket that you really can't afford to lose in that manner. 60 for 2 over number 17, over number 18. Now, how do you read it, Carlisle?
Very much on balance.
Well, okay, fair enough. That's, I think, as a fair assessment. Botswain again comes in and bows to Fudadin, and Fudadin gets a short ball and swings it. Doesn't hit it very well. Goes down towards the position of a square leg. It was short. Didn't get on top of it. Might have been slightly deceived by the extra pace generated. And there is a run to him. He now goes up with that single. I make him 32 now. And the score's up to 61 for the loss of 2 into over number 18. Any score with Man United? They're playing against Brighton. The last time we looked, not a goal was scored. Important that Man United, important that they win here. We shall see. I'm sure he'll give us
2-0.
To Man United?
Man United.
Oh, 2-0. Oh, wonderful. Well,
22 minutes gone in the game.
22 minutes gone. All right. I'm sure he'll be able to tell us who scored those goals. Red Spur is happy that Man United won. Botswain comes up. He's in and bowls. The ball which is on the line of that middle stumping. McCarthy comes forward and just strokes the ball up towards the cover area. He was the man that presented problems to Barbados. He made a very good 95, played some wonderful shots. He comes out at a time in the game just about even Stevens, 61 for 2. The batsman to go, Thomas for 11, and Blackwood run out, need to see for 7. Thomas was leg before to Louis for 11. So McCarthy settles and waits, and here's Botswain comes in and bows to him, and he's across the line of the stumps and works the ball down to long leg for a single. Campbell fumbles, but Campbell is in trouble. He picked the ball up. Maybe he must have wrenched his ankle or something, but the ball went down towards long leg. He picked it up, and all of a sudden he is writhing in pain there, and they're going to go towards him. What happened? Oh my golly! It was turned away down towards the long leg area. He came across, picked the ball up, and seemed to have maybe wrenched his ankle or something. But let's see what happens. As they're going to call, no doubt, for the physio to come on. But, it was one that was turned away down towards long leg, and must have just wrenched his ankle, must have pulled a muscle or something, but he doesn't look good at all as a physio comes onto the field.
And I'm not even sure if his teammates are aware of the seriousness of the injury, because only one person has reached down to him by now.
Yep. Well, I don't know. You're right. They haven't really gone towards him, and the physio has gone towards him. But I think they really should go in and go and give him some support. He's on the ground. He's moving his legs as if he's in tremendous pain here. Yeah,
he seems to be in real bother.
Yeah.
And you see the same standards that we have at Warner Park, we have to have here.
Right.
In that we haven't seen the nursing stuff come out with the stretcher or anything like that yet, and he seems to be in a fair degree of difficulty.
Well, the physio is out with him. He's got some ice as well. There's an ice pack and just doing some exercises there. But what is a little surprising that his fellow players have not gone towards him. Well,
and he's an important member of the team. He has only bowled 4 overs.
Yeah.
They still want him to bowl another 6.
Tell us about him in Nevis.
The trouble, Andre, is that we haven't been playing local cricket.
Okay.
Local hardball cricket. So it's difficult to see and assess these players. We really need to reshape local cricket and to get more of club cricket going. I know recently we have had some tape ball cricket being played at the park. But you don't want tape ball cricket. As far as I'm concerned, that's good for entertainment. But that is definitely just next to curry goat cricket.
All right, well, he's up now. Campbell. There's Campbell, the left arm spinner. And the physio is with him. And are you sure me something else again? More goals for Man United?
No, just the 2.
Okay.
Pereira in the 17th minute, and then an own goal from Popper.
Own goal. Okay. So have Man United the win now, because they're about 14th now?
I think they move up to about 7th.
Okay. So that's a good movement up the table. Okay, Reds is saying don't cook your pot before it's finished. Have you ever heard that before? I've heard
don't eat your food before the pot is cooked.
Okay, say that again.
But you see,
I like that.
You see, Reds is a Spurs man.
He's a Spurs man, I know that. But the action continues, and this delivery is on the line of the next time. And worked away fine. And picked off really by Fudadin. He wouldn't miss out on that. Glanced beautifully down towards the boundary. Finally could not get across in time. That goes into the boundary for 4 to carry the score to 64 for loss of 2. We're into over number 18.
And a poor delivery to finish the over. This is one of the things that the teams have to pay particular attention to. Andrew, one of the things that I did 20 years ago when I managed the Leeward's team was to sit down with them and said, let's look at the first ball of the over and the last 2 balls of the over. Let's see if we can finish out overs very well. Let's see if we can start overs very well. And when I pointed out to them how many boundaries had been scored off the last ball of the over, they couldn't believe.
Oh, couldn't believe it, huh?
Couldn't believe.
Okay.
But once you showed them the stats and you said, listen, make a proper effort to finish the over well,
yeah,
you saw a difference.
It is true. And in fact, I've kind of shaped my commentary too to talk about it. Bowlers finishing strongly.
Finish strong.
You know, you start with 4 good balls and then you stray. And it can hurt you, and it's happened a lot. And there was Boatswain offline, just picked off. The ball went down towards the final leg area, and the jiffy went for 4. So in the meantime, it's going to be Campbell. He seems to be okay now. He's in and bowls. A ball outside the off stump. The keeper doesn't take it. Was an edge there as the batsman McCarthy came forward. And there was an appeal from the bowler. The keeper didn't take it. It would be difficult to tell if he edged it and he was dropped. But it
was wide of the keeper.
Yeah, it was indeed. It was one that he played forward to. A little bit of bounce, a little bit of turn as well. So it's McCarthy. He is on 1. And it's up to 66 for 2 over number 19. Here's Campbell, the left arm spinner, comes in into this delivery. McCarthy is coming forward, wrapped in the pad, and appeal for leg before not, says the umpire. Coming far forward, struck on the pad. Umpire Ramdani says not out. That ball was given to Samir, the man from TNT. Hello to all of our friends in TNT, the land of Calypso. 18 overs and 2 balls gone. It's 66 for 2. Here is the left arm spin of Campbell as he comes in to bowl to McCarthy into this delivery. He's onto the front foot and drives out towards cover. There's protection of the boundary, so McCarthy gets a single to go up to 2. And the score will go up now to 67 for 2. We're into over number 19. 67 for 2. Jamaica losing Thomas leg before to Louis for 11. And then Blackwood has run up for 7. The first wicket fell at 23, the second at 60. So these two will just want to drop anchor, work the ball around, and give Jamaica a solid foundation on which to launch an attack later on in the sunshine of Connery. Here we go, as Campbell is in to bowl to Fudadin, who's batted well so far. He's up and bowls him, and he's off the back foot and forces the ball away out to cover for a single. That was too short. Batsman had ample time to go back and force the ball away into the offside and onto cover for one. So with that single, he goes to 37 now, and it's up to 68 for the loss of 2. Any more goals by Man United? It's about time they score another goal, you know. When I saw the game against Bournemouth, really, you can't allow that to happen. Spurs have not been at their best, and Reds were able to concede that. Here is a delivery given lots around the line of the off stump, and McCarthy's forward and drives sweetly down towards cover. There's protection the boundary. Berridge comes off the boundary. So another run to McCarthy goes up to 3, and the score rolls on to 69 for 2. We're into over number 19. Let me tell you that the Leeward, they won the toss, the Hurricanes, and elected to send the Scorpions into bat. Here is Jason Campbell, the left arm spinner, comes up now, bowls to Fudadin, and Fudadin is driving over the top. A wide long off is going to get runs here. Wide long off cannot get across them. Is actually gone for 6. Small ground coming onto the front foot, driving the fielder down there. Is that Louis coming across to his right? Might have just got his fingers to it, but the ball went over the rope. That's gone for 6. A meaty shot from the little band from Guyana, and as that strong breeze comes across the ground, we certainly welcome it. And that's a boundary, and in fact, ball was hit high over the top of wide long off for 6 to carry Fudadin now into the 40s. He's now up to 43, and the score will go up now to, I make it 70, what's it now, 75 for the loss of 2. There's no main score board as we have at Warner Park. So we've completed, okay, we've got the main score board out there, but it's a little bit difficult to tell us what's happening there, so we'll have to just continue to do our own scoring. It's up to 75 for 2, and in the meantime it's going to be Boatswain, the big man, to continue. He's up now and bowls to McCarthy short, and McCarthy's back and hurriedly plays the ball in front of him. The bowler will come across to pick it up. There's no run. So 75 for 2 with McCarthy. He is on, what's he now? He's on
3.
4. He's on 3, and Fudadin is on 43, I make it. We're into over number 20. So if you look closely, you'll be able to pick up the scores. That's right, 75 for 2. Over at number 20 being bowled. And Boatswain turns now and will continue the attack. On his way, goes past the umpire now and to this delivery, which is pitched up. Yorker left wrapped to the pad, big appeal for leg before. Now that says the umpire, he was floored by the Yorker, struck on the pad, and umpire do get reckon it would even headed down the leg side, but certainly good delivery there. Very good delivery,
Yorker length, and he bowls that Yorker very well. The first time we're seeing it for the day, and the field went up. This is why I tell you can't pay too much attention. Look at it again. He was coming and
yes, that
struck full. That would have gone down the leg side.
Struck full, but clearly would have gone down the leg side. Good decision. Boatswain comes in, bows to McCarthy short. He covers up. Good tight delivery. Good quick one as well. Sharpish really, and the batsman is onto the front foot. Pushes into the offside down towards cover. There's no run. A couple of Gaulins are firing around. Maybe looking for an early lunch, and we hope to enjoy some good old Kittition Sunday lunch. Of course, Victor Eddy has come up with his apples. He shared one with Red Spurrier, and I think he might have had some ham and eggs as well, but he hasn't given me any of his breakfast at all. As Boatswain comes in, the ball's the ball pitched up again. Look at the York McCarthy, who digs it out and plays from the crease into the offside down to cover. There's no run. Over number 20 is about to come to an end. 75 for 2 with McCarthy on 3 and Fudadin, who's batted well. 55 balls for us, 43. Jamaica losing Thomas for 11 and Blackwood for 7. Moving on his way to bowl to Andre McCarthy's in, and to this delivery. Short, he goes back and plays the ball away down to that cover area. And there is no one. Gets on top of the delivery and working the ball into the offside, down to cover. So it's been another good over. Strong man kind of a bowler. There's some that you would have had over the years. I can think of Hendy Bryan. I can also think of Aaron Daly from Jamaica, who's very stiff. I'm sure that there are many you could think about. Neil Phillips from Barbados says Red Pereira. Here is Boatswain, comes up now, he's in, and ball's pitched up and flicked away down towards the long leg area for 1. Campbell comes across, no difficulty across and picks the ball up, but the batsman will get a single to end the over. With that, it's McCarthy going up to 4, and it's now up to make it 76 for a loss of 2 wickets, which is the latest score here at Connery. So we're quite happy with that performance from Man United, up 2-0 as we welcome you back to Connery. Lovely ground just outside the airport. And we welcome you as well to come and watch the cricket. In the meantime, it's Campbell to continue into McCarthy. McCarthy's coming onto the front foot, one on the line of the middle stump, and plays up toward 76 for 2 over number 21 starts. McCarthy has got well footed in. In comes Campbell, left arm spin, 5 overs, no business done for 14. On his way to bowl to McCarthy into this delivery. He's coming forward to one of the stump. This plays the ball away into the onside. The bowler comes across to pick it up. You didn't make it out to early morning mass because you had to come early.
Exactly.
Did you normally go to early morning mass?
7 a.m. St. George's Anglican.
St. George's Anglican, wonderful indeed. Reds Parade didn't make it. I think Reds is a Catholic. Are you Catholic, Reds? Reds says he's Catholic. They had to drive to a ball which is outside the off stump from Campbell and stroked away McCarthy. Went through the legs of the field for that extra cover area. Is that Hodge out there?
Like Hodge.
Yes, Hodge, who was under the gun, I'm told. He went through his legs and they got up to 77 for loss of 2. Brings Fudadin, who's got 43 into strike. Campbell again comes in to bowl to Fudadin into this delivery. Hodge makes a stop and there's no run. Campbell goes back to his mark again. Very athletic man from Nevis, turns now and comes in to bowl to Fudadin, and to this delivery Fudadin is going back and forcing down towards, that goes down to Boatswain, who comes in front of the umpire to make the stop, and there is no run. 77 for 2. Campbell again to bowl to Fudadin and drives. Campbell makes a very good save. It was powerful in the onside. It got across. It would have gone down to long on, and we would have certainly conceded the single. But he made a very good save. He moved to 21, 77 for 2. That's the latest score here at Connery. So it's a situation where we're going to have a ball 6 overs, no bit is done for 22. So it looks as if we're going to have another change. How has it gone so far, Carlisle? I know you're very busily looking to see what Man United, your side, is doing. We've completed in terms of overs, 21 overs now. 577 for 2. How do you rate it?
He has gone to 43 or 58. They're scoring at 3.67 runs per over, which is acceptable at this stage of the game. But they'd be looking for Fudadin to carry on to get a big score, and they'd be looking for the others to bat around him.
But it's going to be Terrence Ward, the vice captain of the side. They tell me that he gave up football playing for his country to play cricket. Is that right? Am I right? I'm told that he's a pretty good footballer as well. And as he comes up now, he's in and bowls outside the off stump. McCarthy allows the ball to go by, to be taken by the keeper. So it's up now to 77 for 2. As it's going to be Ward to continue. As McCarthy's looking to lap the ball away. It's going to go down to backward square. That's gone for 4. He crossed the outfield. That's gone away quickly for 4. A bad ball, and it was treated in the appropriate manner.
Very much so. Bad ball, offline, and the batsman took full toll of that. He picked up a nice 4 runs, takes the total on now to 81. He has to step up in the absence of the big man.
The big man, Cornwall, who's on his way to Afghanistan, the West Indies, doing well within the matches so far, and congratulations to them. We must hail them from near and from far. Here is the spin of to bowl to McCarthy, who's very dangerous as a batsman. Ball was on the line of the off, and that's a different line, given lots of air, bringing the batsman forward. Just over number 22, Ward again comes in to bowl to McCarthy, who's gone up to 9 into this delivery. He's off the back for the off stump, went for the cut. The ball went to Paulo, took the catch. It was a poor shot. He bangs the bat onto the pad outside the off stump. He cut it. The edge was found. The catch seems that's a big wicket to get. And over number 22, Jamaica now 81 for loss of 3.
Andrew, it was here is Ward coming in to bowl to him, falling away, slashed it from the on hard, and power that is on.
Yeah, and record, and if he stays, sure that they must be very happy with that time. There's a new batsman where it looks like Bonner is going to replay. So Ward has got his wicket swept away for 4. He got it very hot on the second attempt by Powell. Good catch taken. So Leeward will be very happy with that 7, and now McCarthy for 9. Bonner for the immediate is off to for a single. When you see him bat, you wonder what a cricket commentator Ian Bishop, who maybe following the game, very sweet in Bonner, but into pick him really. He's got lots of ability, but very organized, very easy, and very strong on the onside. Who's batted solidly, he's up and bowls for the area for 1. Cover comes off the ball, hit away down towards the cover area for 1 to any 3 for loss of 3. That's a
little bit indifferent with the second ball of the over. It was far too close to him to cut Andrew slip, and the catch was taken there. So Jamaica now would have to be a little bit of a starter.
Right.
Couldn't recover.
Right.
Now McCarthy.
No, 83 for 3.
Still even.
You think it's still even. He's in and bowls the ball, which is turned away neatly by Fudadin through square leg forward. He's now up now to 45, and Paul, and we continue to have this discussion about Paul. Bat at number 6. Okay, well, we'll see. Bonner with number 19 in the runs. fish, caught the snapper, as we would say. Very dangerous man. It's the ball within bowls to for a single that was given a bit of air on top of the off stump and stroke number 23. The score goes up to maybe getting pretty close to half time now.
2-0, 44th minute.
Okay, for to get off and come back and win from Campbell. Looks at the off stump off the back foot. On to cover, there's no run. What's the Leeward today and then bowls and driven down to long off for one. That ball very powerful indeed, down to long off for one to go up to 46 now, and the score is now up to I make it 85 for 3. So 85 for the Jamaicans losing Thomas for 11, Blackwood for 7, and moments to go. McCarthy was be the second at 60, and then the third at 85. Here's the delivery says on the line of the off stump. Make that 83. There from Campbell, and stroke right is a good player to watch. Get and there is the over number 23. Campbell left arm spinner grips the ball and continues to bowl to Fudadin and to this all the way into the offside onto cover. Can't pass the offside field. The ball goes bouncing down towards comes across to make it. Now the only 6 for 3 is that it is scored Connery.
Oh, Bonner. Because he's bowling to the deep field on the offside and scoring the single. I want to see him.
Okay. Wonderful indeed. Now, I know it's still early, some 23 overs gone, but if you look into your crystal ball, what kind of
lowest 230,
high
50 plus?
250 plus? Okay. This bonus forward and drive. Look at that. Lovely long on for Singleton to go up to 4, and the score is now up to 87 for loss of 3. Made that 88 now for 3. He just came forward long on for 1. Complicated off spinner, but it says bowl well. He's down to cover that protects the boundary. Going out to 47 and a 50. I was up to 89 for 3. We're into what's in over number 24. Getting a call from BVI there, Andrew Cox. If he calls, he wants to say that something is right or something is wrong. So I'm sure that Trent will tell us that everything is going well. BVI, the British they take the cricket, and they're quite happy to be able to take it. Thanks to all the people at Seed Cricket West Indies for providing that. We've done it in such a way that in addition to it being streamed, of course, you can hear it ball by ball as well. And as a result, many radio stations across the Caribbean, they've taken it up and they've brought the commentaries, even some of the games when their country's not involved, and that's good to spread the game. Here's Ward in bowl, short side of the off stump, off the back foot goes Fudadin, punches the ball down to cover, and there is no run. And it's up to, I make it 89 for 3. Vernon Springer's up next, along with Red Pereira. Ward is in, bowls the ball on the off stump, good bowling, just on the off stump, and there's Fudadin coming forward and pushing the ball away down to cover, and there's no run to end the over. Good tight over from Ward, is second. At the end of it, we've now completed over number 24 with Bonner on 4 from 5 balls. Fudadin is on 47 from 64. It's 89 for 3. Make that 90 for 3 now. 24 overs gone. A rate of 3.78. More words from you. We're going to then have a double change. It's going to be Red Springer, and it's going to be joined by our good friend Vernon Springer.
Acceptable scoring rate. The 3 wickets will be something of a concern for Jamaica, but they'd now be looking for Fudadin to continue to bat on, and they'd want to get a good score from Bonner here today. Bonner is somebody who spent some time in the Leeward setup. Vernon Springer. He was with the Leewards for some time in the 4-day competition.
Yes, Bonner was a franchise player for some years. Served us well, like Fudadin, but has gone back home. 3 for 90. So thanks to Andrew Mason. And Red Springer will take some time out and step into the hot seat. Excellent work again here by Trent and his entire team. Jason Campbell is in out the ball to Bonner. Bonner is driving. Powell was indicating that he would want to see Jason Campbell bowl a lot more straighter to Bonner. Flatter, faster. And don't give him any room where he could be able to flay his hand, so that they seem to be able to just take away his scoring errors. He's back and looking to sweep that one there. The umpire signaled a wide. Oh, what's a harsh one there just a while ago. That was just about round between middle and leg, Reds.
Yes, but I mean, our angle maybe is not the best, and we have to just give the benefit of the doubt to the man standing on the far side.
Campbell is into his 8th over, none for 26 as we speak. Comes quietly forward. He's really bowled well here, Jason Campbell. Asad Fudadin has been the rock of the Jamaica Scorpions, batting 47 from 66 deliveries. And he looks like the only player who has decided that he wants to bat today. For sure, Blackwood seemed not to be in any hurry, and I think the Leeward sort of closed down his scoring areas, and that's how to put some pressure on him. Flighted delivery. Bonner comes nicely forward. Bonner has been one of the franchise players who've been given an opportunity to play for the Leewards. He's 30 years old. 30 years old. Some 56, this would be his 56 game. 56, 57 game. He's got 300 at this level. And Andrew so rightly said, everybody keeps asking themselves all the time, why is Bonner not playing for the West Indies? It's just on drive down the ground. I think when you look over the years, Reds, of all of these good players that we've seen, it's a matter of a system. If we maybe had an organized system where they go back to that system and continue to work on the game, and have maybe some of the former players like Desmond Haynes and company working with these guys automatically hitting the balls. I think the time has come where we maybe need an indoor cricket facility in the Caribbean, because I think that in itself would also help some of these young players. Jason Campbell is going to bowl to Fudadin is 47. Fudadin sneaks a single, gets a 48-run. Carty Ward comes around there from backward square, close it off. So Jason Campbell is 8 over. He's been the guy who's put in the work. 8 overs, no maidens, 29 runs, no wicket, 3 for 92. As we speak here, Fudadin is 47, 48 in fact it should be, and Bonner is 6. Right.
If you just compare, when Blackwood came out, he was struggling, couldn't time the ball. Bonner straight away is just, a touch of the Lawrence row, easy on the eyes. Fudadin doesn't square cut. He plays off the back foot when the ball is short, and I don't believe he's really developed a scoring shot off the back foot. Much better if he had a square cut when the ball is short.
Ward around the wicket to bowl to Fudadin is driving down the ground. And Amir Django in the number 5 comes off the boundary, lobs it up once. Leeward still attacking, still have the slip. After 25 overs, they're halfway there. Sheena Berridge is back on the field. Little hydration issues. It's been a hot day here. Said to the doctor, Garfield Alexander, that he didn't feel like eating any breakfast this morning. He was struggling to get that worked out. Bonner, who's on 6. Waits as Ward is into bowl to Bonner. Bonner is just playing around his pad, but the most important thing is that his bat is being straight. Munson Hodge in the short mid-wicket area. Sheena Barrage gets an elevation. He's in the 30-yard circle in the cover area. Back and looking to clip this away. Bonner into the square leg area. Putting some pressure on Munson Hodge. Lame effort there by Munson Hodge.
Yes, because Bonner realized that he was a little slow moving and then belatedly called Fudadin. It looked like only a single even to the batsman.
You got to be tighter inside the 30-yard circle. If you're in the 30-yard circle, you got to be tight. You got to be able to cut that off. There's no way that Bonner can get 2 runs there. The effort has to be a lot better. The intensity has to be higher. Can't just give away a single like that. You get to the ball. Ward is into bowl to Bonner. Bonner is driving on drive down the ground to Django. Captain is saying, get the ball in, get the ball in. Let's keep the intensity up. We can't just be coasting. Some of these players, especially in the Leeward setup, going to be under the microscope because Casey Carty and company waiting on the bench to get an opportunity. Fudadin gets one bang on target. He's got the defender, and as Red says, he doesn't square cut the ball. So once you bowl him back of a link, what he does is that he just blocks the ball all the time there. Ward around the wicket. This is his 3rd over, 1 for 12. Expected the wicket of McCarthy. Is in now to bowl to Fudadin. Has come quietly forward. Fudadin knows that he has to bat all of the overs, and he's made his mind up to make sure that he execute that. The end of over number 26, and the score is 3 for 97. The Jamaica Scorpions batting first here in this all-encounter game.
I like the look of Bonner. I think he's the man who probably has got the job now to really push the scoring on. Fudadin is going to continue to accumulate, but as Bonner who's got that to play that role for Jamaica if he stays there. News out of Guyana is not, St. Lucia's not very good because Stephanie Taylor is out of the Indian West Indies tour, a ligament problem, and will not play this afternoon at the Darren Semi when the second T20 game is on.
But in the meantime, Campbell will be playing here. He's backing across to Bonner. Bonner is looking to just turn that past a short, fine leg fielder in Quinton Boatswain. His first game for the Super 50. He was talking to me a little bit there and said to me, Mr. Springer, Hans Richards is working me hard. I bowled 5 overs on the trot before. I was maybe only bowling 2. So it means that he's bubbling and getting up to some confidence. Told him he's got to lose a little bit more weight. Bonner comes quietly forward with a sneaker single, but this time Monson Hodge is a lot faster and getting into the ball along with Hamilton, advancing the cause. And so there is no run.
I don't think the single was on there in any case.
Well, if he got 2 before, he maybe just walked out. Let me just play knuckleball 1 run. Let me play some mindset games with Monson Hodge.
Yeah, let me pick my man.
Yeah, and he's been in the franchise, so he would know the weak fielders in the Leeward Islands team. Campbell is into bowl to Bonner. Bonner is driving beautifully. Played it late and just opened the face of the bat out to the sweeper. Sweeper is Amir Django. He just lobs it 1 bounce into the man himself, Jamal Hamilton. It's just munding around there. Leewards have kept the slip in because of their concern. They're almost on top still.
Yeah, that shot by Bonner is like a slap drive. Plays it nicely through the covers.
Fudadin is 49. He comes quietly forward looking for his 50. Can't get it there. He's just turned it easily. And Monson Hodge has been in the wars here. He's in the 30-yard circle. He's fielded a lot of deliveries today. Here comes Campbell. He's into his 9th over, none for 29. He's into bowl to Fudadin. He's back and looking to just play it around the corner. Terrence Ward comes around, the vice captain of the Leeward Islands Hurricane, and cuts that off nicely. Powell clapping away, just arms moving away. Let's say good evening to John Maynard, who's following the stream, Stedford White and all those guys in England. Thanks again for your support, guys. Flighted delivery. Campbell comes across, skips across nicely, keeps Fudadin on 49. So the latest score here at Connery Complex. Hurricanes batting first at 3 for 98. Fudadin 49 of 72. And Bonner still there. Play with some passion, and the Jamaicans always play with passion. That's one thing for sure. The land who has produced so many outstanding sportsmen and women, especially in the field of athletics. Here comes Ward, is in now to bowl to Bonner. Bonner is on driving beautifully down the ground. Bonner is going to put some pressure here, and they come back for 2 runs. Django would be advised to get to that ball a lot more quicker. And one thing for sure is that Bonner is going to make Fudadin run a little bit harder.
Well, I think in that case, Bonner was going to settle for the signal and Fudadin, running to the danger end, if there was a danger end. I was able to get back for the second run. I was saying at Warner Park, he seemed to have lost quite a few pounds. He looked a lot fitter than I ever seen him Fudadin. So at 34, even if he's playing at a first-class level or the white ball level, he's trying to be very professional.
He's really an overseas professional. The Leewards have made a change. They've brought Louis from short third man and put him down to long on now because they feel that he's one of the better fielders. In fact, he is one of the better fielders. But I think with Hamilton is going to be a little handicapped today here because Berridge is not himself. He's maybe down to maybe 75% on the field. Boatswain is playing his first game. So Campbell got a little knock in his midsection earlier. And so the fielders on the boundary will be tested a little later. Fudadin is 49 and looking to approach another half century in the List A competition. He's back and looking to score, can't score. And Devon Thomas, who's not been too much into the act, comes in and fields this one quietly.
Do you support both long off and long on out?
Yes, especially for Fudadin because he's not going to try anything. He's not a player who's going to look to go over the top. This is what Fudadin is going to do. And I think it gives Ward a little bit more confidence so he doesn't have to try anything. Can come and just put the ball on the spot.
But the singlers are available very easily.
If providing he bowls back of the length, I don't think that Fudadin is going to look to score. Bonner, that would be a different proposition. Fudadin looking to drive this one, can't go past Django in the 30-yard circle. Comes around nicely and closes that one off. I think we got one legal delivery, or we should have one legal delivery. Hope I'm not going too fast. 100 up for the Jamaica Scorpions, 3 for 101. Bonner just calls him down and says, "You're 49, just wait, you'll get it. No need to rush. Just take your time." Ward is into both of Fudadin, cramped him there, hit him a little bit above the pad there. So the end of over number 28. Ward is 4 north, 16-1. Fudadin remains on 49 of 76 deliveries. Jamaica Scorpions are 3 for 101 Reds.
Yes, just talking with Bonner, I think he's had one short tour, played a few 2020s in England for the West Indies, a very short tour, and haven't quite gotten in since. But I mean, initially he was highly thought of.
He's still highly thought of, so he's got an opportunity to be able to maybe try and make that happen. Bonner, he's got 3 List A hundreds, so it's been around for a while, and had some personal challenges that he's had to deal with, but it's good that he's back in the game that he loves. Campbell in his 10th over, bowling to Bonner. Bonner just eases it. As Andrew Mason would say, it's easy on the eyes. He just strokes it out to the sweeper, Amir Django, the sweeper boundary for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Leewards looking to pile the pressure on. If they could maybe pick up Fudadin or Bonner here, they could put some more pressure. Got Rovman Powell. There's a question mark as to why Rovman Powell is batting so late down in this order, but guess maybe he'll come in on the back end and maybe score some runs today. Campbell is into his 10th over. Ward 4 north, 16-1. Jason Campbell is in now. The ball to Fudadin, flighted. He just turns it. He gets the 11th half century. Good knock by Fudadin. 50 for Fudadin here at the Connery Complex. 50 of 78 deliveries. And he gets a small appreciation crowd. The crowd here recognizes. Bonner calls him down and says, "Well played, son."
Yes, certainly looking a lot better today than when we saw him in the first game. Played very well. He used the pace of the ball nicely and played well in 2 shots and surprised us by hitting a 6 in this innings. I don't believe he's hit too many 6s in his life.
Some 6-4s and 1-6 in his innings for his 50. Bonner driving up to the man himself there as the vice captain of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in Terrence Ward. Leeward's in the 30-yard circle. The fielders there, they'll have to get a lot more sharper. Be able to keep the pressure on still. Campbell is into his 10th over. He's bowled beautifully so far. Again, short, and Bonner being able to just get himself room and just slap it out to Django, who lobs it in one bounce into the area. 9.4 overs so far, Jason Campbell. None for 33 in his spell. And we're talking about Fudadin his 11th half century. 78 balls, 6 fours, 1 6. Beautiful knock by the young man. He's from Guyana. Real professional franchise. He's back and just defending one. That dead bounce hit the splice of the bat, really. I guess maybe he's made his mind up and said, listen, Campbell, you're not going to get me today. I've done all the hard work, so no need for me to get out here. Powell goes down at first slip. Campbell is into bowl to Fudadin. He's back and cracking that 4 runs. Once it went past Berridge in the 30-yard circle, it was short delivery, poor delivery by Campbell. He's upset with himself after keeping the pressure up and just relieving that. And the man who's been there for a long time just put that one away. There's a latest score here at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium. The Jamaica Scorpions are 3 for 104. Back with the cricket action here. Jason Campbell, just naughty fella. Just spoiled his figures there, Reds, after bowling so well. 10 overs, no wickets, 37 runs, no wicket. And you know, in your custom, Reds, of getting wickets and you don't get any, he's still thinking about it, but he knows that this is just only, the game is just halfway there. So he's got to still do some more. Some 21 overs still to go. Bonner is 15 and looking ominous here. Terrence Ward started, stop, had to come back. Bonner relaxes and just waits. Here goes Terrence Ward. Is in now to bowl to Bonner. Bonner is back and punching it. Goes past Powell, a short mid-wicket area, and gets an easy single. I want to really give some credit to the St. Kitts Cricket Association, who has adopted the Connery cricket ground here. They've done some improvement in terms of putting some seats into the main pavilion, change the dressing rooms. They're looking to make it a cricket center. I have my own thought process on that, but we'll come back to that. Ward is into bowl to the man himself, Fudadin, who didn't lead with his head on his shoulders over there. He just more or less just contented to just stroke it. But he's still there. He's on 54 of 80 deliveries. Short, and he's back and cutting that. He's gone past the fielder, down to the boundary for 4. And he's going in confidence now, Reds.
That's his first cut shot. I mean, the previous shot was a lovely shot off the back foot, but this time, in this innings, is the first time we see him cut and cut well, really beginning to play well.
So Ward just guilty of just trying 1-2 straight there. Got to bowl him between wicket and wicket. You can't give him that room. And even a little boy who is 10 years old would have put away that delivery. So Ward knows that that line has to be completely different. Terrence Ward, his 5th over. 5-0, 17-1. He's in now to bowl to Fudadin. Bang on target. Fudadin just works this around the corner. Monsonart comes into contention. Short fine leg area. And just lobs it to Thomas. So they sneak an easy single.
Hamilton's got a decision to make. Who will, in fact, replace Campbell from that end? Louis?
Maybe would have gone maybe for Berridge. I don't know how long Berridge was off the field, but be interesting to see what happens. Maybe even think about giving Kyron Powell a couple of overs also. Ward is in to bowl to Bonner. Bonner is driving, on drive down the ground to Louis. Comes in. Got to be able to sneak a couple of overs in, especially a little slower. Powell has been working on his bowling, bowl well in the Leeward Islands tournament. And you just never know. He might just come on and just get the breakthrough, because somebody, maybe the Jamaican batsman might relax themselves. Ward around the wicket. to bowl to Fudadin, who comes quietly forward. He's contented to just hit it straight back up. So Ward has completed his 5th over. No maidens, 1 for 22. And the latest score here at the Warner Park Cricket... Oh, in fact not. So Reds, he's just caught me again, Trent. Flick with the light there. 3 for 150. More comings from you, Reds.
Trent just bowled you in an arm ball.
He bowled me an arm ball.
Yes, there's a lot of potential for this ground. You know, when I think of Connery, I must apologize. I do not think of cricket because the fighting hunks came from this era.
Yes, and he's just a stone throw from here.
Yes.
So as soon as we're pointing, he just lives right there.
And we're talking about a boxer for people away from St. Kitts Nevis. Hunks was a very promising amateur boxer when we had the OECS championships. And for a long time, he had a fairly active career.
Also got to talk us about Zeke Percival and the Percival brothers, the golfers. They also come from Connery.
Yep.
Trevor, Jimmy Levine, Newtown, Connery in the area. In fact, in the old time days, Reds, you know, they used to have the Golden Rock Golf Course.
Yep.
That's where Trevor Levine and Zeke and all those guys learned their trade on the Golden Rock Golf Course. But Connery has developed beautifully. They're still working to try to see if they can get the football area, you know, get some stands and so there, but the community has done well. It's been also football champions in St. Kitts and Nevis, Connery.
And a similarity of this ground, close to the airport in Antigua.
Yes.
Ground, close to the airport.
Coolidge. Now owned by the government of Antigua and Barbuda and Cricket West Indies. Well, Reds, you called for the change, and Hamilton, I think you have a button for Hamilton.
No contact.
He's now brought Louis back. So Ward 5 not 23-1. Jeremiah Louis turns in the distance. He's into bowl to Bonner. Bonner is back and cracking that. Out to the sweeper. Who is on the sweeper this time? It looks like Terence Ward, the vice captain. He's going to have to put in the donkey work here. You understand that Manchester United is still 2-0 up.
Yes, that's true. But
is Andrew a Man U fan?
Yes, he is. But if they lose that game, we aren't going to see Powell and Mason for the next 2 days. They'll go into hiding.
Well, Reds, it might be 3 because I'm also a Man United fan. So the 3 of us might just go into hiding.
Yeah, but you haven't gone overboard yet. They went.
3 for 116. Here is Fudadin driving loosely down to the boundary. Boatswain can't get across there. Lame effort there, I thought, from Boatswain. He should have been able to get across, get there. The man himself, Kesron Archibald, there at point high over his head, split the 2 fielders, the 2 fast bowlers in Berridge and Boatswain, and Fudadin going in confidence. He just sneaks another single. He goes up to 63.
I think he was looking to go over the top, over cover. Maybe that peeled away and went over backward point, but brought a boundary.
3 for 120. Louis is into bowl to Fudadin, bang on target. Fudadin sneaks a single on the leg side. Coming around there is Amir Django. Can't stop that. Leewards need to be able to have some penetration here. Got to be able to come back to their lines. Bang on target again, a little wayward. This is a hot day here at Connery. Even though you have the breeze, it's still a hot day. Victor is gone for a little walk around to just exercise his legs. Don't know if he went training today. I know Andrew didn't go for sure.
Andrew hasn't been for the last week, I'm told.
He might be training on the beach and you don't know, Reds. Bonner is 18, waits for Louis. Louis bongs away to bowl to Bonner. He's into bowl to Bonner. Bonner is back and staring that beautifully down to Powell. Lovely shot. And he challenged Powell's arm and got 2 runs. Good throw right on the top of this up there. You know, sometimes when you see Bonner bat, you know, it sort of gives you goose pimples. Sometimes some of the shots he play. And then all of a sudden you just see Bonner with a soft dismissal. He just gets out. Louis into his 6th over. 1 for 26, Jeremiah Louis. What sort of score you think, Reds, Jamaica Scorpions will be looking at? We got some 20 overs to go.
I will think about 240, 230.
Bonner eases it down to Powell. Comes off the 3rd man boundary. Lobs it very quickly to Jamal Hamilton. Leeward's got to put a break on this. Scoring has now become more easy, and Bonner is going in confidence.
Bonner's looking threatening, and I think he hasn't really got into third gear yet. Fudadin is going to keep batting and batting, turning the strike over, putting the bad ball away. He's doing a very fine holding job on 64. Bonner looks very good. A worrying point for the Leewards.
Bonner's 20 from 26. Fudadin is 64 in strike from 86. Waits for Louis. He's on-driving beautifully. Just turns it. Really on-driving. Just lean into it. And Powell comes into the Rockland here. He's been into the fiery line here, as you would say. He's the opening batsman for the Leeward Islands Hurricane. And he's also an outstanding athlete, outstanding fielder. The completion of over number 31. And Jamaica coasting away 3 for 125. Fudadin is 65 and Bonner is 21.
We were talking, well, you didn't feel it was very tight, close last night. There was a hell of a game yesterday between New Zealand and England that finished with another super over.
Going in confidence all the time. Talking about Jamaica Reds, I think I took a note because of someone. I'll get back to that. We had some news there for us telling us that Stephanie Taylor is out of this series. Wish her all the best. Ward around the wicket, the ball to Fudadin. Fudadin is having a go at it, gone past Devon Thomas in the short mid-wicket area. Out to Louis, just lobs it in one bounce. So Louis 6-0, 28-1. And I would just feel that I would want to find over 2 from Kyron Powell. Sneak him in a little bit and to bowl a couple, just to give them something to think about. Might just be able to pick up the wicket of Bonner. Ward is into bowl to Bonner. Bonner comes quietly forward. Bat and pad close together, but the most important thing is bat was right in front of his pad and showing a nice straight bat with a nice high elbow.
Thanks, I really enjoyed it, man.
Yeah.
He enjoyed his too as well.
Here goes Ward is into bowl to Bonner. Bonner is back clip in this one. Louis was brought into the 30-yard circle in the short mid-wicket area. Comes around, brings some energy, clips that one off very quickly. Ward is into his 6th over. 3 for 126. There goes Ward, is in now to bowl to Bonner. Bonner is driving, and Ward should have done a lot better with that. Close that down. And quietly just knocks it down in front of him there, so he can't score. Not score, he got a single. Pressure mounting here. Jamaica looking to have an onslaught. But I think Fudadin will be eyeing himself to know that he has to bat deep down, even up to the 40th over. He's batted 31 so far. Still has a lot of work to do, because if he gets out at this time, it will be a critical time. Ward is into both to Fudadin. Fudadin cramped for room, can't score. He just had to just lob it, just play it quietly to Devon Thomas. Maybe having a look. He played for the Jamaica Scorpions as a franchise player. Ward is in now to bowl to Fudadin. Fudadin back and can't score, is cramping him. So the end of over number 32. So the latest score here at Warner Park, Jamaica Scorpions 3 for 127. One thing for sure, we are not in Warner Park, but we are Connery, and the breeze, it's not, we're still in hurricane season, and it's coming through nicely.
And it's picking up since the start of play, I think.
It has. So Louis is into his 7th over, 6-0, 25-1. Bonner 22 waits for him. Into bowl to him is driving. Sort of went across it, tugged it a little bit. Didn't play straight enough. He's rehearsing to say should have hit that down to the long on. Is that he tugged it out to the Berridge in the mid-wicket area. He goes to 23. Jamaica Scorpions run rate 3.97. Spectators trickling in. Say thanks to Lashon Dixon. Leeward Islands Hurricanes photographer who's done an excellent job. Naveen, guy who keeps our major social platform going all right. Louis into bowl to Fudadin, who sneaks a single. And Devon Thomas having a shy at the striker's stump. Missed completely. It was not as successful as Terence or Hakeem Saunders who hit the stumps. Looking at Coach Stuart Williams and William Cornwall during their fielding drills. They have an exercise think they have a prize for who hits the target. Well, Hakeem Saunders certainly did hit the target today. The Leewards will be looking to get some more targets going here. Quinton Boatswain is warming up, so he maybe might be brought back into the contention. Louis is in now to bowl to Bonner. Bonner is back and just clipping it. He's going to look for two. He's going to put some pressure on Monson Hodge. He is going to come around for Hodge again. Is caught napping in the deep. Reds.
Yes, he's got to be more like, got to be much more alert, and he's got to attack the ball quickly and get the return as quickly and as possible. Once the return is on its way, they wouldn't go for the second run.
Powell is up saying to Jamal Hamilton, listen, put Devon Thomas down on the boundary and bring Hodge into the 30-yard circle. Maybe a little bit too late to change that. There's an appeal for a leg before. That hit between wicket and wicket, but maybe the height might have been an issue there, Reds.
Yes, that would have been a factor. That would have been a factor. Louis looks a little disappointed. But Vernon, just looking at this ground, the potential, you said that there are plans. What I'm very happy about, Vernon, that it's not a football community as we see the replay.
Right. So I think it hit him high. Based on Trent working out his analysis, if we look, good work, Trent. Really good work. Height would have been the thing. So good decision by the umpire. Have to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's the one in control. Louis is in now to bowl to Bonner. Bonner driving out to the sweeper. And like I was saying earlier, Reds, this is a vast acres of land. My only major concern would have been when they first built the pavilion in terms of the positioning that they placed it. But I know the St. Kitts Cricket Association has got a couple of plans up their sleeves that they want to unveil along with the Ministry of Sports Department in terms of developing it, even for the commentators, so that we'll be right over smack looking down.
And the point I was making, I see there's a football field next door, so
yes.
There's no need to have cricket and football here.
No need. But you never know. Things happen, Reds. Louis is into his 7th over, 1 for 33. Is in now to bowl to Fudadin. Fudadin is back and sneaks it down there. Somebody could be in trouble if the throw is good. Ooh. And for some strange reason at that point in time there, Hakeem Saunders didn't hit the target. So the end of over number 33. The latest score here at the not Warner Park, but Connery. I'm so accustomed to Warner Park in the air condition. 3 for 132. Bonner is 26 from 34. Asad Fudadin is 67 from 91. We have a water break here at Connery.
Yes, and a water break that would be welcome by the Leeward side in particular. But I would think that Fudadin will probably have a drink. Bonner has just come, and already he's looking to get something down the throat. Fluid is very important. But 23 for 1, Vernon, 60 for 2, 81 for 3, 3 for 132, Fudadin 67 of 92, and Bonner 26 of 34. So I think at this point, I think if you're going to have a nose ahead winner, I think the Jamaica is probably very much ahead and very much pleased. They got wickets in hand, the captains to come, and maybe the fireworks is really left for later.
You just never know. Yeah, I'm just getting myself drenched with a little bit of water. Number of spectators from Nevis have come down today, so we want to salute the ferries who have journeyed down to have the folks from Nevis who have come down to look at the game. I see young Said Williams, in fact Stuart Williams' son. Charlene, who's been a servant to our cricket. A number of the folks, there's a gentleman over there, he's always supporting the Hurricanes. I have not seen Junior Mills yet, but I know that he certainly will be down. But on a Sunday, the divisions always come down.
Today is a church day. I would expect that maybe after lunch you'll get a larger gathering.
Well, and especially with the Leewards chasing, whatever sort of total they'll be chasing. They look like they could be chasing 240, 250. As well as they could be maybe bowled out under 225 based on what's happening. Leewards will have to get one more big effort now and a push to be able to make sure that they execute and finish strong. Because if they don't, Rovman Powell in the pavilion. Anything can happen, and they would certainly want to make sure that they execute. Just looking a little bit of Rovman Powell. He's played some 74 list A games. This will be his 75th list A game. And so he's got some potential. High score 101. And so he's expected to really come here. He's played for the West Indies, some 34 ODIs. So he's a class player, and on any given day. Didn't have a good India-West Indies A series.
No.
In terms of his batting. But again, coming off of an injury. So it's all happening here. Lovely weather here in St. Kitts and Nevis. We want to thank the Almighty God because it's been beautiful, been blessed. And we want to thank the organizers, Cricket West Indies, the St. Kitts Cricket Association, along with the Leeward Islands Cricket Board, Peter Abraham and Kadisha, Tasha in the St. Kitts Cricket Association office. We've done an excellent job. 2-1. Andrew Mason getting a little nervous there. The score now is 2-1.
Did you say a little nervous?
Yeah, just a little, not too much. So you never know. Something. These games, these small teams always force your hand.
But Vernon, back to this game. We had a situation where the CCC winning just brought a little bit of spice.
But they're the defending champions, Reds.
Yep.
So even though they were demolished by the Leeward Islands Hurricane in their first game, for them to be competing like they're competing without their captain, this tournament is not over by a long shot. And CCC, under head coach Pedro Collins and Robert Samuels, they certainly put some manners on the Barbados team, who have come in for some heavy criticism based on the selection of the team.
And if Jamaica goes on to win here, it makes the whole competition even more interesting and competitive.
Well, if the Leewards go 3-0, and it'd be a dark horse or a quiet horse for who will be the second place team going into this competition. So we're back after the break. 3 for 132. We're back with the cricket action. Asad Fudadin is on 67 from 92 deliveries. His 50 came off 78 balls, 6 fours, 1 6. Campbell has completed his 10 overs, 10 not, 37 not. And they're 3 for 132. Bonner is on strike. He's 26 from 34 deliveries. Jeremiah Lewis, 7 not, 33 1. Turns Ward back into the action. Here goes Ward. Is into bowl to Bonner, who undrives down to Powell. Gets an easy single. I want to thank all the folks who are following the coverage, especially in Antigua and Barbuda, St. Vincent, around the world.
Goal by Man United.
So Man United has just scored 3-1. So I think we will be a little bit more relieved that Man U will be winning this one. Radford has just scored a goal. Ward bang on target.
Very beautiful goal.
Andrew is a big football fan. And football, Reds is, especially English football, is big in the Caribbean. People taking the packages. Here comes Asad Fudadin stroking one out to the sweeper. Lovely work there by Casey Carty. He's on for Jason Campbell, but they've been able to sneak and get a couple of runs. So the score goes up to 3 for 135. Fudadin goes to 69. And Bonner is 27. Fudadin has batted beautifully. Leewards will have to put the brakes on. Here comes Terrence Ward. Quietly, he's in now to bowl to Fudadin. Fudadin is looking for a single, certainly not on. Jamal Hamilton, the captain of the Leeward Islands team, sneaks out very quickly like Zarnell Hughes in the blocks from Anguilla. Collects. Fudadin has to get back into his crease. Here comes Terrence Ward. Is in now to bowl to Fudadin, stroking it up to short extra cover. Leewards have brought in Louis into the 30-yard circle. So they've got Thomas Louis and Saunders and saying, listen, let's keep the pressure on Bonner and Fudadin. Back and punches that. Can't score. Good delivery. So Ward quickly hustles and gets through his 7th over. No maidens, 1 for 28. And the score at the end of over number 34. The Jamaica Scorpions are 3 for 135, and you know, Reds, in the normal spec of cricket, you always tend to lose wickets after a break.
Yes, I think the coaching staff on both sides would have reminded them that's the concentration period. But I think Bonner's got to take greater responsibility. Fudadin has done his job. Bonner now has had enough time to settle. 27 of 35. He's got to pick up the tempo. He can't leave it all for his captain. We've got to see Bonner looking to try and score faster. Too many singles, but not enough boundaries yet from the Jamaican point of view.
So the big man Quinton Boatswain will come from we consider to be the new complex end, which is uplifting Connery, very big sporting community area, and that's where they used to play 13 and under. Lots of cricket, lots of football have been played in that aspect area there. In fact, ground was leased by Stanford, and the contention of the ground being leased by Stanford, this is why this came into contention, Reds. So Quinton Boatswain will start. He's a big, strong guy, and his spell is expected to be real great here. He's in now to bow to Bonner, back, and Bonner can't score. He just looked to turn that up to the short middle area. Devon Thomas wearing the number 38, lobs it over to, it looks like, is it Kesron Archibald?
Well, Swain has looked very sharp indeed. If he can hit that back of a length consistently and keep the line, he's going to really have Bonner and Fudadin on their toes.
He bowls a very good deadly Yorker, and if he gets that right, could be on fire here. He bongs up now, bows to Bonner. Bonner is driving, on drive, down the ground. And again, need a bigger effort there from Devon Thomas. Came across diving, but he beat him. He went down to the man himself, Terence Ward. No, Akeem Saunders down on the long on boundary. So Bonner sneaks another single. He goes up to 28. And the score goes up to 3 for 136. Fudadin is 69, comes into strike. And if Boatswain gets that Yorker going, which he certainly is capable of, could be some fireworks here. Could have a real good comeback spell here. Here goes Boatswain. He's in now to bowl to Fudadin. Fudadin gets a shot delivery. Look, he rushed onto him. And couldn't get up the pace onto it. And the Leewards just going to sleep there. Giving away an unnecessary run. Powell looking to throw down the non-striker's end, and Boatswain was caught in no man's land, and somebody had to beckon to Saunders, who came in very quickly off the long boundary, to pay attention. They have to end good.
Jamaica were on their toes for the second run. It was the first hook shot by Fudadin.
With 71, waits for him driving Thomas half stop, and maybe would have saved 3 runs there. Good stop there by Devon Thomas. It's an excellent field also. Fudadin goes to 72. 3 for 139. Bono is 28, comes into strike. And as Red said, it's about maybe time that we begin to up the ante, up the gear. Move into overdrive here. Here comes Boatswain. He's in his 6th over. He's into bowl to Bonner. Bonner is looking to cut something that is certainly not there, because that didn't bounce, that didn't get up. Enough. Sort of got it on the edge, sort of went into it too early. Victor is having a cold one, as we call it. Bear is a Carib. Carib is a bear. It could be a jinxing too, Victor. Nothing is wrong. Nothing is wrong if you're having a cold lager. Yeah? You deserve that. You worked hard over the years, Vic. Boatswain is in now to bowl to Bonner. Slow delivery. Clip that one away. Poor delivery. And Bonner just eased that pass, Amir Django, for 4.
Yes, full toss outside the leg stump. Bonner isn't going to let that pass. Could very, very quickly indeed. And maybe that is the start of things to come from Bonner. He's got from the Jamaican point of view to read the responsibility he's got. He can't rely on Fudadin to do the bulk of the scoring. Fudadin must simply try and keep turning over the strike, look for the attacking shot off the bad ball, but Bonner's got to play the attacking role.
3 for 143. Bonner has gone to 32, Fudadin 72. Yes, Reds, we'll have a double change just now. We'll do one more and give Carlisle and Andrew Mason the time to come in so that they can wrap up the innings. Boatswain 6-0, 22-0. And so the Leewards will have to end good. Here goes Terence Ward into bowl to the man himself, Fudadin, who's driving, but he can't beat Louis at the short extra cover area. Good clean stop by Boatswain. Not Boatswain, by Jeremiah Louis. Ward is into bowl to Fudadin, is back and cramping that one. Who's that fielder coming around there nicely? Looks like Akeem Saunders was to the left of him, cutting off nicely. Kesvin Archibald just going around the boundary here to maybe just replenish Quinton Boatswain with some stocks of hydration so he can get him going. Boatswain 6-0, 22-0. Terence Ward is into his 8th over, 1 for 28. It's bowled well so far, but it doesn't look like that. But he's been economical, so he's been keeping a check. 4.07, and as Red said, it's time enough now that Bonner moves into overdrive. Fudadin has done all the hard work. He can't, have to bat deep. Ward is in now to bowl to Bonner, into bowl to Bonner. Bonner driving. Louis comes across nicely. That's a big effort there from Jeremiah Louis. And he receives an outstanding applause there in the 30-yard circle, coming around in the short mid-good area. That's a big effort, and I think that's why he was brought into that area.
Yes, the Leeward's badly needing some tight overs, but the runs are scoring, the rate is climbing slightly.
Ward is into both to Fudadin back and just turns this one beautifully. Monsnard will have some chase in here. They're going to get two, because Bonner's already made his mind up that once Monsnard is going after the ball, that he's going to get 2 runs, and it has been evident here in this partnership. Fudadin goes easily up to 75, 3 for 147. Terence Ward into his 8th over, 1 for 30. Into bowl to Fudadin, back of a length, can't score. He just punches it up to the man himself in Louis. So the end of over number 36, 3 for 145. Asset Fudadin is 73 for 101 deliveries. Bonner 33 from 41. More comments from you, Red Sprayer, and then it will be a double change. Andrew Mason and Carlisle Powell.
Well, 3 for 135 off of 36 overs. Jamaica could be well pleased. They've got a very good platform to really push on now. I've been suggesting that it's Bonner who's got to play that role, to be followed by his captain if he goes. Fudadin has done all what you could have asked of an opener. 75 off 102. He can't be caught in maybe looking for 100. He's got to focus on Jamaica against his personal self. But the rate now at 4.8. So 3 for 147. A bit of a partnership, Andrew. They came together at 81 for 3.
That's very true. You're right about that, Reds. And they've got, of course, the captain to come. So they've in a position, I think, to maybe launch an assault later on. Here's a short ball by Boatswain. Swung away by Bonner. Down to backward square for 1. They'll get a second as well, as Berridge came off the boundary to pick it up. So this is an important stage of the innings here now. These 2 batsmen are firmly entrenched. Fudadin with vigilance and make it 100 is on 75. Bonner is on 33, and it's 147 for 3. Make that 148 for 3. Make that 149 for 3 now. And in terms of the score for Bonner, he now goes up to, I make him 33. And Fudadin is on 75. He's batted very well. Here's the big man, Boatswain, comes in and bowls to Bonner. Bonner flicks the ball up to mid-wicket, can't pierce the onside field. Ball is picked up by, that's Hodge coming across to make the stop. So Man United restoring that 2-goal cushion. They now 3-1. They really should have been 4-1. This youngster James is coming and has made a big difference. Of course, the big game, 12:30 Eastern Caribbean time, Man City against Liverpool. What a big game we're looking forward to there. And it's 149 for 3. Here is Boatswain in bowls, and Bonner's driving sweetly through cover. 1 will get a second as that ball is pitched and the off-stump stroke to went into cover. Cover field having to come across to the right to pick it up. Bonner, very good player. He now goes up to make him 35. It's 151 now. So the 150 has come up for the Scorpions. Hello to all of our listeners there in Jamaica on KLS Radio. We want to hello to our listeners on ABS as well there in Antigua. Here is Boatswain as he comes up now. He's into this delivery, which is short. That Bonner swings it, and it goes down the leg side. Swinging at that. Wide is called by the umpire. 152 for the loss of 3. We're into over number 37. And we can't forget our friends, of course, in the BVI. Andrew Cox has called us on several occasions to say you've got to hail our friends up down there. They love their cricket, and it's really good that they can see it and they can hear it as well. So it's 152 for 3. Here's Boatswain as he comes in again to bowl to the right-handed Bonner to this delivery. He's Fudadin drives up towards mid-off. Fudadin is a long way out. Has to get back into his crease. Where was he going there, Fudadin? There's not a long off. It's a mid-off. And he might have back into his crease. Hello, Carlisle. How's it now? 152 for 3 and over number 37. How do you read it?
Well, Jamaica doing very well. They have not lost a wicket, and this partnership has gone past 50.
Yeah, indeed. Last wicket fell, as Reg told you moments ago, 81. Here's a Boatswain again. Big man comes up. This is good tight bowling, and the line of middle stump, but he pays it down towards Fudadin. There's no Man United with another 15 minutes or so to go now. 3-1. 7th. Really want Man United to come back and do things. Of course, they haven't won for a long time. The last time was when the old man was there. That was back in 2012, I believe. Ever since then, things have not been good at all for them. Short of a length. And it's a poor delivery, pulled away down to backward square for 1. They'll get a second comfortably. Both saying with no pace. And Bonner just came inside of his stumps. Just helped it down to a backward square. Back up to 154 for loss of 3. So this is the mountain really go into second gear and get the Jamaicans up to 250. It's gone to 154 for loss of 3, which is the latest score at Connery.
Novas and picked up 1 for 33. Sheeno Campbell 10 overs, none for 37. Terence Ward 8 overs, 1 for 32. And Boatswain has sent down his 7th over now and has picked up none for 29. And Andrew, this is where you miss Cornwall, because Cornwall is the wicket
the people watch, and that combination certainly has worked very, very involved. They'll come on board and we certainly welcome Colonial's sponsorship. And Antigua and his the president and the vice president. And once you continue to do well, people will certainly assist and come forward. So 154 for the loss of 3, but it looks as if wonderful man to talk to. What was it on Tuesday night, very late. He was there in the foyer just having some fun. We chatted for quite a long time, talking about his country again, and got good knowledge again for a wonderful person. One of the nicest people you can really talk to. In my career as a commentator for a long time, there's some people that wouldn't be bothered too much about criticism. I don't think that Courtney Walsh was. I think perhaps in many ways the nicest, and I never forget my good friend Phil Wallace. I'm sure he's listening when I first criticized him. He seemed very angry about it, but then he recognized that it's part of life. Fear of criticism is always a kiss of death in the courtship of achievement, and I think he's realized that commentators will do that, and we're the best of friends now, Philo. In fact, I've got a commentary team to pick, and Philo Wallace is around. He'll certainly be very much a part of it. Sometimes cricketers get very upset when commentators criticize them, but that's part of the game. Here's Ward comes up, he's in and bowls the ball, which is just outside the leg stump, looking to turn the ball away into the onside. Is a That's Fudadin. The ball comes off the pad and goes away down to square leg. I've had my fair criticism as well as a commentator, but these things happen in life. And it's up to 154 for loss of 3. Ward is in, Bowes. Fudadin is back, can't put the ball away. That was flat and fast at the line of the leg stump and goes down towards mid-wicket. There's no run. They will want to continue to keep the scoreboard ticking. And I would think they're looking here, the Scorpions, to get up to maybe 100, maybe 250. Ward is in, Bowes Fudadin. Fudadin is down the pitch when he gets it, flicks it, using his feet. Now 2 balls went by, not getting the run, and just flicks it down towards the field at mid-wicket. Berridge comes off the boundary to make the stop. The batsmen have time for 1 to carry Fudadin with visions of making 100 to 76 now. And the Scorpions been inserted at Connery, in the sunshine of Connery, lovely ground here. And it's now gone to 155 for the loss of 3 wickets. We're into over number 38. Ward has come back. He's bowled 8 overs and 2 balls and has picked up 1 for 32. Got the big fish, got McCarthy. We had him caught in the second attempt by Powell at slip. He comes in, easy action, and bowls to Bonner. And Bonner is turning the ball away neatly. Lovely wristy shot down towards the wicket for 1. Keen to come back for the second. The return comes in right alongside the stumps. Doesn't go beyond the thought of coming back for that second. He ran the first one quickly and was looking for the second. But the fielder down at the boundary, Campbell, came in quickly and picked it up. And the batsman at the end quite rightly decided not to flirt with danger, and they got the run comfortably. It's gone to 156 now for the loss of 6 with that wicket, with that run. And it's now Fudadin on 76 with that single. The batsman Bonner now goes to 39. Here's a delivery short outside the off stump off the bat foot. Goes the batsman Fudadin, not being able to put it away, too short. I wonder if he's getting a bit tired now, Fudadin, as he draws away down towards Quayleg, waits on Ward as he comes up now. He's in and to this delivery. Fudadin is coming forward and drives up towards the long off area for a single. Lovely flowing drive for 1 to go to 77 now, and the score goes to 157 for 3 as we come to the end of over number 38. So at the end of over number 38, the Scorpions have been inserted there, 157 for 3, which is the latest score at Connery.
Which is a good score because they have 12 overs left to increase the run rate, which is now at 4.12. It has crept over 4 recently, and so they would want to continue rotating the strike, looking for the loose balls, and I dare say, Andrew, they would be looking to 230, 250.
One would think so as well, but you know, you got to watch Fudadin. He's looked a little tired in recent times. In fact, he was on the ground a couple of minutes ago, maybe slightly winded. And this is the time now where he's got to make a decision whether to maybe trying to work the ball around, maybe go on the attack. Some fresh legs can make a difference as well. But he's the man there. He's firmly entrenched. He's batted well. He's batted with a lot of common sense here. We've known this of Fudadin for a long time. Perhaps when you would have seen him at the youth level, you thought by now you'd have had a 50 or so test matches behind him. But I suppose you can say that for so many cricketers that we've seen. In the meantime, Berridge comes back in the attack to see what he can do as we start over number 39 now. 157 for 3 as he comes in now on his way to bowl to the left-hander Fudadin, who is on 77. He's up and bowls to Fudadin. Fudadin is driving. The ball hits the bowler's boot, and instead of going up to mid-on, ends up down at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So that's some indication. I think the first ball that was faced there in this over from Fudadin that he maybe wants to go into the attack now. It's important that they keep the scoreboard ticking. As you said, with just 11 overs and 5 balls to go now, they will want to try and up the ante. Lovely plane coming into the airport, which is very close. You can actually walk from the airport here. Good work by our cameraman who picked it up. Here's the delivery, which is driven by Fudadin down to long off for a single. So that's about pitching the off 7 stroked away for 1 to carry Fudadin up to 78. And the score is up to 158 for loss of 3 and over number 39. What's the situation like in terms of tourism? This is a big part of the economy here in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Huge, especially cruise tourism.
Cruise tourism, yeah.
St. Kitts has gone past 1 million passengers, cruise passengers, for the last 2 or 3 seasons.
Really wonderful. You got Port Zante. I love to go there, and I'll tell you, if you're talking about duty-free shopping, it's very good in St. Kitts. There's no doubt about that. As this delivery is outside on the off-stump bowled by Berridge and chopped away beautifully by that's Bonner for a single to go now up to 40 now. The score is up to 159 for 3 and over number 30. So say that again, in terms of cruise tourism, St. Kitts doing well. Why is it done so well in your view?
Well, I think it was good planning.
Good planning.
The present president of the West Indies Cricket Board, Ricky Skerritt, was Minister of Tourism.
Yes, he was for 10 years or so, I think.
Did
10
some
years.
brilliant
So the wonderful work there, Ricky Skerritt. Here's a ball which is outside the outside, been driven down towards the long off. It was a slow ball by Berridge, and there was Fudadin and drive. I think he recognizes now he's got to push on. He goes to 79 now. It's up to 160 for loss of 3 in over number 39. So Ricky Skerritt did some good work as Minister of Tourism.
Yeah, you don't go from small numbers to over 1 million cruise passengers just like that. And when you go downtown, you will notice that there is a brand new cruise pier, which has just been completed.
Yeah, I saw that. Beautiful indeed. And here is Berridge as he comes up now. He's in bows to Bonner. Bonner's stroking the ball into the offside. Lovely flowing shot down to cover for 1. So with that, he goes to 41. Now the score's up to make it 161 for loss of 3. So very much a part of the economy tourism. And what else would certainly make your economy strong as we look to come to the end of the over very soon. 1 ball is left. And the score's up to 161 for 3. That Man United game should be pretty close to ending now. How many minutes are left? 2 minutes left, still 3-1. Reds Perez not happy with that. He wants Man United to lose. Come on, Reds. Short ball and swung away by Fudadin down towards short fine leg. Got away with that, Berridge. And Fudadin looking to up the ante now, as they say. So we come to the end of the over. At the end of it, 161 for 3 is the latest score at Connery. So, beautiful St. Kitts. And of course, Nevis. Sometimes you tend to say St. Kitts, you don't add Nevis. In terms of tourism in Nevis, very strong as well?
Not as strong as St. Kitts.
Okay.
Not doing a hell of a lot.
What would make it stronger in your view, tourism in Nevis?
Well, it needs a complete revamping.
Oh, it does.
There is not a lot happening at the airport in Nevis.
Okay.
And we still don't have proper accommodations for cruise ship passengers.
Okay. Well, here's Ward as he comes up, wrapped in the pad. A big appeal for leg before as he looks to turn the ball away. Ward was on top of the middle stop. It struck high. That would have gone over the top as Bonner looked to turn the ball away. We're in now to over number 40. Just have a chance to see that on the monitor. Lovely action. There he is going on the back foot. And there is a drive now as we go live. Ball given some air and stroked away by Bonner down towards long on for 1. But they got to try and start to move on now. Batten struck on the pad. Let's have a look at that as he played across it.
Not so high. Might have been going down.
Might have been going down. It wasn't height, you're right. Here's Ward in bowls. A ball which is wrapped down the leg side. As there is a Fudadin looking to turn the ball. A widest call by the umpire to carry the score to 163 now for the loss of 3 and over number 40. Here we go with a spin of Ward as he comes up now. He's in bowls to Fudadin. Fudadin is back and strokes the ball down to backward point. He can't score. Things have really dried up in the last couple of overs. And maybe you would need perhaps the fresh legs now of the captain to come. I think Fudadin has got to really get on with it now. He's 79. Here's Ward. He's in bowls to him. And he's on the back foot. Still he can't score. Ward is very tight. Very easy action. And keeping it very tight indeed. You just get the feeling that Fudadin is becoming a little edgy here now. Here he comes on his way from around the wicket. Ward. He's in bowls to Fudadin into this delivery. He's coming onto front for Negate. He can't score. The ball is going up to mid-off. The bowler slides across to make the stop. Something has got to give here now. You see the batsman. Have a look at him. Just going away down towards Craig. He's thinking, well, look, I can't get the ball away. What am I going to do now? Am I going to try to hit this ball into Frigate Bay? Am I going to hit it into Nevis? Let's see. This is going to be an important ball, I think. He comes up now, Ward. He's in and bowls, and that had to happen. He drives drives over the top. That's gone for 6. I think I've been around long enough to know that he would have attacked that. And I think Ward, really helped him. You got to put it down. He gave it to Samir, and there was the batsman driving over the top of long off for 6. Something had to give. And in the end, I don't think that Ward bowled well enough. He should not have teased him. Bowled it fat and fast as well. He did not do that. So he concedes 6 at the end of over number 40. 169 for loss of 3 is the latest score at Connery.
Hey parents, are you looking for an academy in Queens and Long Island for your boys and girls? Whether you're a beginner or an advanced player, Queens United Cricket Academy is the place to be. Registrations for spring and summer sessions are now open. For more information, visit our website at qca.org.
Well, we're back live. They tell me just 1 more minute left in injury time. Reds is not happy. So Man United should win this and go 7th. We're happy about Man United. They seem to have a lot of Man United fans in here. I see Trent, are you a Man United man? He says he supports West Brom. Or is it Crystal Palace you support?
Aston Villa.
He's an Aston Villa man. Oh my golly. Well. When last did he win? 169 for 3, Aston Villa. In the meantime, it's going to be Berridge to start over number 41. He comes up now and bowls, and Bonner's chopping the ball down to backward point. The return comes in, and they'll get the single as the backward point fielder came across, had a shot at the stumps at the striker's end, and there was the batsman getting home. So this is a happy hour now. 170 for 3. We're into over number 41. And we shall see what happens. The foundation has been laid. It's a strong one. So it would appear now as if the Scorpions will want to sting the Hurricanes here. They've got an opportunity to really try and score 8-9 runs per over now and get it up to 250. Berridge is in and bowls the ball short of a length and swung away down towards backward square. The ball is heading out towards the boundary. Will have the legs again. Then it goes for 4. Important boundaries. A bad delivery by Berridge and put away by the man Fudadin. He's looked very solid indeed. He goes to 89 now, and it's 174 for the loss of 3. Not good bowling at all by Berridge.
Not at all. And it just takes you back to the end of the last over.
Right.
In that the pressure had been built up by Terence Ward. 1 delivery to go, and he decided to loop it to give Fudadin a release shot. He went for 6.
For the last 2 balls he's faced, he's hit 10 runs here. He's gone up now to make him 89, 174 for 3. Here's Berridge, comes up now, he's in and bows to Fudadin, and Fudadin is driving up towards long off. Will get a single. Louis comes across, makes the stop. So he's all about attack now, Fudadin. He's got the license now, and he's going to certainly play shots. Score goes to 175 for 3. He's gone to 90 now, Fudadin, the little man from Guyana. What part of Guyana is he from, Reds? He's a Berbice man. Berbice, hello to all of our friends in Berbice, one of the 3 counties of Guyana. Of course, you've got Essequibo, where Reds was born, in the Pomeroon. And of course, Demerara, the smallest of the 3 counties, outside of the off stump, banged away down towards the cover area. Jamaica, country with 14 parishes. And of course, I want to say hello to all of our friends there. There's been a great debate as to which parish in Jamaica is the biggest. For a long time, I thought it was St. Catherine. And I never forget where we had a raging debate. We were down at, where were we then? I think we were, could have been at Sabina Park. And we had a situation where the friends up at the university at Mola came and said, no, the largest parish is actually St. Anne. Here's a slow ball, bowled by Berridge and driven by Bonner down towards long on for a single to carry the score to 176 now for loss of 3. Bonner goes to 44. And what's the biggest parish in St. Kitts? You're not sure? Okay, doesn't know. 176 for loss of 3 in Barbados. Again, there was a talk that it was St. Philip, but of course our friends who would know then in the end said it was actually Christchurch. So it's Christchurch in Barbados and St. Anne in Jamaica. Here is Berridge as he comes up now to bowl to Fudadin into this delivery. Fudadin is getting the ball which is on the line of the off stump and drive it very sweetly down towards the long off here. Singing the ball as big as a breadfruit now, as they would say. Bigger than the apple that was in Victor Eddie's bag. And that ball was choked down towards long off for 1. So what do we have here now? Bonner is on 45. Fudadin is on 91. It's 177 for 3. And the Jamaicans have got a strong foundation. Over number 41 comes to an end. 177 for the loss of 3 is the latest score here at Connery.
And looking to push on. Bonner He's now on 45 from 55. He has stepped up his game a little bit. He hasn't had a tremendous amount of the strike recently. But we see there now Fudadin is on 90.
Right.
91 in fact, from 119, and he has also stepped up his scoring rate a little bit. They're now scoring at 4.3, 2 runs and over.
Right.
They would be looking to get that closer to 5 runs and over.
Yes, and if they do that, what would they get overall, do you think? You think still 250 is on the board, you think?
With 9 overs to go,
Yeah.
they have to be looking to score at least 8 runs and over. That's 72.
Right.
So you're talking about 249,
240,
250.
250. Well, the pitch is pretty good for batting, but it is pretty clear that Bonner and Fudadin, they're looking now to launch that final assault as we come to the end, the business end of this innings. Let me tell you, as we say hello, of course, to all of our viewers and listeners, that the situation, the game started at 9 o'clock here at Connery, just outside the airport, and about 5 minutes drive from the hotel they were staying at, the Marriott, and certainly a lovely drive down this morning. It was so early that I didn't even have a chance to have breakfast. In fact, I got up a bit late, but I still had to get my early morning jog. And I didn't see you Reds walking this morning. Come on, Reds, you're a naughty man. He maybe went to church. In the meantime, we got Louis coming back in the attack. He's in and bowls the ball pitched up, and there's the batsman driving. That's Fudadin out towards cover on the boundary, gets a single, pitched up, and Fudadin driving sweetly for 1. He now goes to 92 now. It's 178 for 3. The game between, of course, Brighton and Man United over 3-1. Should have been about 5-1 really. Rashford had a lovely goal. In fact, a good performance by Man United. Disappointment when they lost last week, but let's hope that they can do well and get in there. You got to finish strongly, and we shall see what happens. Jamaicans are also looking to finish strongly. You know, lots of Jamaicans support Liverpool because of John Barnes, who's got the Jamaican connection. In the meantime, it's going to be Louis, who's going to continue. He's got a Dominican connection. Well, of course, Reds is saying John Barnes' mother and father Jamaicans. One was Jamaican, and one was Trinidad as well. So that the mix there of Caribbean people. Here's a short ball outside the line. Played fine, down towards the boundary. That's poor ball in by Louis, and that's beautifully played indeed. There was Bonner just coming into his stumps and just working the ball nicely. Nice use of the hands there. And it went finally glanced. That's gone for 4. That would hurt Louis here. He goes to 49 now. And the Hurricanes better watch the Scorpions. They're doing well. The 182 for loss of 3. We're into over number 42. Well played. Carlisle.
Very well played, but poor delivery.
And a 100-run partnership as well. Here's Louis. He comes in now to bowl to Bonner into this delivery. Bonner gets a wide ball down the leg side. That's a wide and a half called by the umpire. Maybe Louis hiding the ball there. It was down the leg side. Well. 184 for loss of 3 in over number 42. A lot of, I would think, pretty close to 10. I'm sure our score can maybe pull it up, but that's off the radar. Come on, young Louis. He turns, so he's got number 18 in his back. He starts his run. Comes to Bonner, and Bonner is pushing the ball into the ball away. Came to the crease and batting very well indeed. Long him now. 3 4s, and they, thanks to you for providing the information for us. We got an electronic scoreboard on the far side of the ground as well, so they're well organized here. Good work. No, the president's been very busy. Here is Lucy. Now he's in both foot. Gets a full toss and drives it. Square in the offside, down to backward point. Will it go to the boundary? It gets it, goes for 4. Bad bowling by Lou outside the off stump, and there was a batsman flashing the ball square in the offside footed in. He gets very close to his 100 now. I make him 96 now. We'll just double check that. It's gone to 188 for loss of 3, and Fudadin is on 96 now with visions of making 100, and he deserves it. He's batted well here.
Absolutely. He has batted well. He has been patient. And you asked me earlier about Jeremiah Louis and how he can improve. Too many poor balls. Too many poor balls are bowled by Jeremiah Louis. And he has to be concentrating for every single delivery. That's his job. Forget about the ball before.
And the captain has come all the way down from behind the stumps to have a word with him. What do you think the captain said to him? What are you going to have for dinner?
Concentrate.
Concentrate.
You only have to bowl one ball at a time.
Right.
Just concentrate on what you have to do.
Well, the attention is turned to Fudadin, the little man from Guyana. He's gotten 96 and he's batted beautifully here. Here's Lewis. He comes in now to bowl to Fudadin into this delivery. He's coming forward, pushing the ball into the offside down to cover. Takes an exploratory step into his crease and it gets back to base. He wouldn't want to throw it away now, but would also want to get to the 100 quickly. We're into over number 42, and it's up to 188 for threes on 96. Bonner has been the perfect foil for him. He's got 50, and the two took the Scorpions from a position of discomfort of 60, make that 84 for the loss of 3. They've gone to 188 for 3. Here is Louis, comes in and bowls to Fudadin full, and Fudadin is driving up towards the long off air for 1. Will he come back for the second? No, he won't. Long off has to come across to the right, sends a strong return to the keeper who takes into the bounce. To end the over, at the end of over number 42, as we come down to the business end of this innings, 189 for 3 is the latest score at Connery. Well, in fact, I just saw the ad and I saw the words rise above. And he's really batted very well here. And responding to the task, responding to the challenge. The Scorpions been stung by the Bajans. And he must know that if they're going to stay in this competition, they've got to win big games. And they've got an opportunity to get a good score and try to defend it. So what do we have? We've got the bowling of Berridge. He's going to bowl to a man who's firm in trench. He's 97, he's in. And to this delivery, which is on the line of the off stump, pushed away down to cover for a single. Wouldn't want to throw it away now. Would want to get to his 100 and then launch that final assault as the batsman Fudadin pushes to cover for 1 to go to 98 now. Bonner, who's been so easy, looks a very organised player. The first time I saw him, I said, wow, playing some lovely shots. Bit of the launch around his batting. You know, some touch players that we've had in West Indies cricket. He's certainly one of them. Plays beautifully. He settles on weights. Very easy. And here's Berridge, all arms and legs. Comes up now. He's into bowl to Bonner. Into this delivery, he's hitting the ball very firmly out towards cover. There's an attempt to stop it down at cover. The ball goes through the field and it's gone for 4. Now, who's that down there on the boundary? It was outside the off stump and Bonner flashed it up towards cover. And the field at cover could not stop it. Went past him, and that's gone away. Down to cover, that's gone for 4.
Again, too short, too wide, gave him the room, and it was too easy to hit.
Oh, indeed. It was hit easy. You're right about that.
Have to be asking questions of the batsmen.
Yep, indeed.
And they're not doing that at the present moment.
Just trying to work up to the fielders down there, but he made a meal of it. It looks like Casey Carty, who's down there. It's gone to 194 for loss of 3. Here's Berridge. Comes up now in bows to Bonner. Bonner is swinging the ball away. Where's that going? High over the top of the long on area onto the wall here at Connery. That's a big hit from a very attractive batsman. That's gone for 6. And what a way to bring up the 200 for the Scorpions of Jamaica. And of course, he's inspired by his national anthem. It says, Jamaica land we love. Stir response to Judy's call. 82 for the loss of 3, and he's responded admirably to the challenge here in the sunshine of Connery. Exactly 200 now, and Bonner goes to 60. Well played to the young man from Jamaica.
The strategy of leaving the pace bowlers to the end don't seem to be working well at all.
No, not at all. They must be worried here. This is over number 43. Let's see what Mr. Berridge will come up with now. As he comes up now, he's on his way, he's in, bows to Bonner. Bonner is hitting the ball straight down towards long on. The fielder comes across to make the stop. Well, he's got the license now, the freedom to go on the attack. And he hit it cross-batted. Not the kind of Bonner shot you'll see, but I suppose you must understand in the situation now. He's got to launch that final assault. He's got his first officer with him. I suppose Fudadin would say he's the captain and Bonner's the first officer. He's the 98. He's been the man to set the Jamaicans up. And they're now 201 for loss of 3. He's got 98. Berridge is in to bowl to Fudadin. Goes past the umpire. He's in the motion and he's forward and drives up towards mid-off. A tumbling save by the fielder coming across from the extra cover area to deny Fudadin the single, and he keeps him on 98 here. He walks away down towards the square leg area. Maybe a little bit of nervous energy. Of course, when you get close to that landmark, so many things will go through your mind here. Of course, he's got one thing, one focus, to get to 100. But more important, he wants to get Jamaica up to a big score that they can defend. He taps the bat lightly and waits. And here's Berridge, all arms and legs, full of energy, comes up, bowls to Fudadin. Fudadin is looking to turn the ball away down the leg side. Did it clip his pad? The umpire didn't signal. There was a grunt from the bowler. And there was an appeal, more an optimism than the real conviction that came from the pad. And the end of the over, at the end of the over, action here at Connery, 201 for loss of 3 is the latest score here at Connery. So, what do we have? 201 for 3. Louis will to continue the attack now. You're suggesting, Carlisle Powell, that the Pacers have not done the job for the Leeward Hurricanes here.
Not at the end.
Not at the end.
7 overs left, and Botswain has 3.
Right.
Berridge and Louis have 2 each.
Okay, wonderful. What about the spinners? Any overs
They're
left
done.
for them? They're done.
They're completed.
Okay, well.
Leewards have only used 5 bowlers.
Only 5 bowlers. Is there anyone else that it could have turned to? Of course, there's no Cornwall. He's on his way to Afghanistan. Anybody else in the side that could do a little bit of bowling?
Powell
Powell.
bowled in the Leewards tournament.
How good is Powell? You should know.
Good enough.
Good enough. Okay. You would have tried him today?
Definitely.
Okay, fair enough. But he took a good catch in the second attempt. Now let's see what happens here now. It's Louis. Looks up and sees that Bonner's ready. He's really batted well. He's on 61. 201 for 3 as we start over number 44. He comes up now. He's in and bows to Bonner. Bonner is steering the ball away down to backward point for a single more. Wide third man. Just chopping it nicely. So that's a single to him. The attention now is, of course, turned to Fudadin, who's now gone to 98 now. Just 2 away from what would be a very good 100 from him. He saw Thomas and Blackwood and McCarthy go. And at that stage it was 81 for 3 and a spot of bother. But he's found a very good partner in Bonner, and together they have given inspiration to a great country, the land of wood and water. Here we go. Here is the bowler. Louis comes up and bowls, and he's onto the front foot and drives up towards mid-off, gets one. Will he come back for the second? He's keen to go back for it. Where are you going, my friend? Would you want to run out yourself? He went down to mid-off, went very quickly for the first run, looked up and saw that Bonner was not keen at all, and had to put the skates on, get back into his crease. He's down on his haunches now, and he's thinking, of course, of the 100. He's on 99, and here is a former West Indies cricketer. I don't think maybe, well, I don't know, you never know. But perhaps his time has passed. But he really has done a good job. Of course, in cricket, anything can happen. You can make runs and get back into the side. But for him, it would be very good if he gets to his 100. He really deserves it. Here's Louis. He comes in to bowl to Bonner. He's in bowl to Bonner. Bonner is on the back foot, turns the ball away down to backward square for a single. So the attention again is turned to Fudadin, who's on 99 now. 99 to him. Will the captain make an adjustment? Maybe just challenge him, bring the long off into mid-off and say, look, I want you to go over the top here. He decides to keep the field as it is. I think Campbell, who's in front of us, is maybe suggesting, look, why don't you try and cut out the single? The modern-day captains don't do that at all. Louis looks up and sees that Fudadin, the left-hander, is waiting on him, examines the field very carefully, looks on the onside, taps the bat lightly. Fudadin is on 99. It's 204 for 3. Louis comes up now. He's in and bows to Fudadin. Fudadin is forward and drives up towards mid-off. That's his 100. This has been a very good knock from him. He saw the dismissals of Thomas, Blackwood and McCarthy. The score at one stage was 81 for 3. He raises the bat. He takes his helmet off to the acknowledgement of the spectators here and, of course, his fellow players as well. A Really good 100 from him, batting beautifully in the sunshine of Connery. Congratulations to Fudadin, exactly 100, and now he kisses the pitch, and we caught it live for you here, thanks to Trent and his wonderful team, and he really acknowledged this performance. This was a brilliant, excellent knot from the young man from Essequibo.
And he played basic cricket, didn't look to do anything flashy, just found the gaps when the opportunity presented itself. He took on the bad deliveries. Really good knock from him. Good 100, set the base for Jamaica. And they're 204 for 3 in over number 44.
Here is Louis, comes up now, he's in the boast to Bonner. Bonner is turning the ball away into the onside, down towards wicket, first single. He's not got the license now to go really in the attack, and of course he's got his captain Paul in there as well. They would want now, we're into over number 44, to try to get to 250, you think?
They would be
They've
looking
got
at
wickets in
250.
hand. All right.
And hope that that's enough.
Okay, well, hope urges on, the tomorrow will be better, but of course they want today to be great for them. Here we go. It's Fudadin in exactly 100. And Louis begins to move in on his way to bowl him, goes past the umpire, now he's in and bowls him outside the off stump. He chops it down towards third man for a single. They'll want to score, I would imagine, about 8 per over now. Anything more than that will be a bonus. That was played away down to third man for 1 to end the over. We've now completed over number 44. 207 for loss of 3 is the latest score at Connery.
And now you're talking about 44 overs completed. So 6 overs left to go. We see Botswain will have to come into the attack because he has the most overs left. He has 3 overs left. And so he will have to replace Berridge from the far end. And yes, we see the captain making the change now. And it's obvious that they're going to stick with just the 5 bowlers and complete. It will be up to the bowlers now to try to defend this total. Make sure that they can restrict the batsmen of Jamaica. They're well set.
They're well set indeed. Well, of course, things are going well for them as we say hello to all of our friends in Jamaica and Clarendon and Hanover. Of course, that's the parish of Merlin. I think it's the smallest parish in the country too, of course. Kingston, Manchester, Portland, and St Andrew, St Catherine, and of course our friends there in St James as well, and Trelawney, and Westmoreland, all over Jamaica.
Did you find Maurice Foster?
Well, no, he actually was born in a place called Retreat in St Mary. I don't think he's ever retreated there ever since then, good old Maurice Foster. He lives in the hills of Kingston. Hello to good old Maurice Foster. They said he bowled through a pipe. He never turned the ball, Foster, and that's why batsman got out. Good old Maurice Foster, my good friend there in Jamaica. 207 for 3. Here is Boatswain, the big man, comes up now in and bowls. A ball which is driven through cover. Lovely shot, 4 runs. Well, well, well. Where's the protection, Mr. Captain? You've got to have a man in the cover boundary now. A ball pitched to the off stump, and he pierced the offside field. It went through cover. That's gone away for 4. And Campbell, who's in front of us, is suggesting to his captain, now, Cappy, you got to have a man in the boundary. In the meantime, it's gone to 211 for 3. And with that, Fudadin goes to 105.
I think the mistake is that they're bowling, Botswain was bowling with a field set for short bowling on the onside because there's a deep backward screen, there's a deep mid wicket, and the protection is only now going out after the 4 had been struck.
The horses bolted. Here's Botswain, comes up now, he's in and bowls to Fudadin. Fudadin is driving down to cover, no single. He actually played that ball off the back, but it was full, and the ball went away down to cover. 211 for 3. Fudadin is batted very well in here. Lots of faith in his batting, and he's done a good job. He's recognized the importance of staying at the crease, building his innings. He's performed very well. Here's Boatswain as he starts again, comes at the big man, bowls to Fudadin. Fudadin is whipping the ball away from the leg stump up towards mid wicket, gets 1. Will he come back for the second? No, he won't. So after that rasping drive through cover, it's been rather quiet. The last 2 balls just producing 2 runs. We're into over number 45 now. It's gone to 212 for loss of 3 with that single. Fudadin goes to 106, and his partner in this little cricket crime, Bonner, is on 64 and has batted very well. Hello to all of our viewers and of course all of our listeners across the Caribbean. We welcome you to Connery, just on the outskirts of the nation's capital, Sugar City. And well, there's a hill. Is that Monkey Hill? I know there's a Monkey Hill here. Where's Monkey Hill? Oh, it's right down there. I'm going to go to Monkey Hill sometime before I go. Of course, you've got Sandy Point and you've got the Strip. We're going to maybe go there this evening as well. Here is a delivery which is pitched up and driven firmly. So wide of mid-on for one. No fumble. Louis gets across, picks it up. Good work by Louis to come across from that long on area to pick it up. A ball that was pitched up and driven very hard by Bonner. There's a lovely sound coming into the microphones as he play that. But the fielder came across and made the save. What do we have now? 213 for 3 with that single. Bonner goes to 65 now.
Happy hour.
Happy hour has come. Here's Boatswain, a big, strong man. Looks up and sees that the batsman is ready. It's Fudadin, 106. He comes up and bowls to Fudadin, and Fudadin is drive in down to backward point. Will get a single. He tailed away towards the square leg area, got a bottom of the bat into that, down towards the backward point here. Well, the good thing here for Boatswain is that he's not conceded the boundary ever since the first ball was crashed through cover for 4.
He has pulled back nicely, and he's in his 8th over, and he would want to finish well.
Where's Vernon Springer gone? They've been on for about an hour now. Is he gone away down to Port Zante?
Or maybe he's gone to look your goat water.
He's gone to look for my goat water. I had some last night. A lovely lady they called Angela, and she provided an extra bit of goat in the water. Here's a ball pitched up and driven into the stumps.
He's
oh
out.
My God,
Run
he's
out.
Run out. There we go. The batsman driving the ball away. It got the tips and in terms of the fingers of the ball, it went into the stumps. There was the batsman looking for the single, and the innings finally comes to an end. What a wonderful knock from this young man, batting very well indeed, 107 to Fudadin. He's laid the foundation, which perhaps Paul can come and launch a final assault here. He's batted extremely well, and leading the applause is Victor Eddy, who knows about making hundreds. Brilliant, excellent, superb. Fudadin coming out and starting the innings with Thomas, Blackwood and McCarthy going. As we see the monitor there now, the ball is hit away up towards the mid-off area. The bowler got his hand to it and just diverting the ball into the stumps. But good work, very good work indeed. And there we have him going up the stairs here at Connery. Well done to Fudadin.
Excellent inning, one of the cruelest ways to get out in the game of cricket. Firm back drive from the batsman, and it just took the outstretched hand of the bowler, Boatswain, and went into the stumps. Fudadin was, of course, at this stage of the inning looking to score, looking to get a run, and so he was left stranded. But he played really well for his inning of 107.
Yeah, look at the monitor there. It's very unfortunate that the batsman is like that. There's some bowlers who deliberately just parry the ball onto the stumps. It was pitched up a big drive, and in the end, it went into the stumps. He was looking clearly for the single, and he goes. But what a knock, 107, and batted very well in the sunshine of Connery. So what do we make of it now with the captain coming to the crease? People reckon that number 6 is a position for him that he's batting low, but he comes out now towards the end of the sentence. He's got an opportunity with wickets in hand to try to make a cameo here, maybe 30 or so from 15 balls, and try to get his side up to 260, 270. We shall see.
Not a lot of overs left, 45 gone, so he's going to have to get in a hurry. But Powell has been known to do that in the past.
Just looking for Vernon Springer. Where is he gone? Of course, he's gone away. I wonder where he's gone, Vernon Springer. Maybe he's decided to go back into town. But he's up next to maybe end the innings for you. Let's see what he does here. 214 for loss of 4. Here's Berridge as he starts his run. Comes up now on his way. He's going to bowl, and this delivery is on the line to the next time. Turned away. The fielder on the boundary was not able to take the catch down at the long leg area. That was Boatswain jumping, and at the end the ball went over his head. That's going for 4. Powell's first ball is hit for 4, but you think he should have caught that?
There was an excellent opportunity. We'll look at the replay right now. It's pitched just about on the left stump, and he's whipping it into the onside. And Boatswain is not in view yet. But here is he.
But is he out of position, I think? He seems to be a long way inside the boundary based on that.
Well, he really is on the 45.
Yeah, in fact, he's now going to go back. I mean, he's got to be on the boundary. Had he been there, as he's going back now, he would have been coming forward to take the catch. What went wrong there? Well. So he was on the 45. He's now back on the boundary. But you know what happened? A forward struck, and Paul is off the mark. 218 for 4. Here's Berridge, comes in, bows to Paul. Paul is turning the ball away into the onside. Down to backward square for 1. Will he come back for the second? No, he won't. The captain taking one of the gloves off, runs across, picks up and cocks the arm to throw, and they get a single. So the Jamaicans have done an extremely good job, as Vernon Springer is just about to come. 219 for loss of 4. And the situation is that Powell is 4, Bonner's in 65. We're into over number 46 now. What kind of score you think they'll eventually end up with? Do your maths. You've got the
Still
calculator
250.
there. Still 250. I think the Jamaicans may want a little bit more than that. They may want 200, maybe 260. In the meantime, it's Berridge as he starts his run. This is his 9th over. He's in and bowls, and the batsman is down the pitch when he gets there. Bonner flicks the ball away out towards the forward square for 1. Will come back for the second. The return comes in. He gets home quickly. This is very good, aggressive running. The ball was turned away. The fielder had to come a long way in from off the boundary. Bonner always wanted to come back for the second. At the end, he got it quite easily. So he's back for the second to go to 65. And Jamaica have done very well. At one stage, there were 83 for loss of 3 wickets, and these two have done a good job. Of course, the good knock, Fudadin at 107, dropping anchor, and now Bonner's in 67. 221 for 4. Here's Berridge, comes in to bowl to Bonner. To this delivery on the landed legs, I'm turned away, down to backward square, just a single on this occasion, as the ball actually is up at mid-wicket, and the fielder comes to 4 to collect it. Score goes to make it 222 for loss of 4. This has been a good performance by the Jamaicans here. They lost to Barbados in the first round, and they will want to get to 250 and try to defend that. They've got a man in their side, Thomas, who bowled very well against Barbados. And I think on this pitch, he's got a bit of bounce. He could be a handful here, one would imagine. And the spinners did very well, so it could be a pretty tight battle. Berridge again comes up on his way to bowl to Paul, and Paul gets a short ball and is bowled. Chopping the ball onto his stumps, banged into the pitch, and there's the Jamaican captain swinging, and the ball hits the inside edge onto his stumps. So Powell's knock is really not much, really, just 4 from 3 balls. We have a chance to see the monitor. Short of a length, there's the batsman swinging the ball into his stumps. Berridge is a happy man because Paul is the type that could come here at this late stage and make a little cameo of 20 or 30, but he goes for 4, 222 for loss of 5. Short of a length, and that's what happened here.
Inside his wicket, trying to pull too close to it and just under-edged it right into his stump, and so he's out. And as you correctly said, he's the kind of batsman who can hurt you. And so he's gone, he's out. 222 for the loss then of 5 wickets. And this can make the difference for the Leewards. If they keep taking wickets, then they can restrict the score lower than they expected, 250.
You're right about that assessment. There's no doubt about it. Trying to get the scores in terms of that score card, the sheet. Where's that gone? Has it gone back to corner as well? Have you stolen the sheet there? Have you? Where's the sheet? Where's it gone? Reds, do you have the sheet? Of course, we're just trying to find the sheet with the names on it. It's there. Oh, Vernon Springer. He's got it. Thanks to you, Vernon. A big Man United man as well. Vernon, you must be happy with the victory today of your wonderful side. Man United 3-1. Of course, we're counting down to the big match between Man City and Liverpool. Where's your money there in that match?
Liverpool.
You want Liverpool to win? Don't you want Man City to close the gap?
No.
Oh, really?
Last season was so tight and Liverpool just missed out.
Yeah, but I think by 1 point. Yep. They've done very well. Here's Berridge as he comes up now. He's on his way. He's in and bowls the ball, which is on the land legs, and whipped away beautifully down towards the mid-wicket position for a single. So we've got a situation now where this is an opportunity for the new man to come out, Jamie Merchant, to come out to see what he can do. That ball was on the line of the legs and worked away down towards the mid-wicket for a single to end the over. We've now completed over number 46. 224 for loss of 5 is the latest score at Connery.
And Jamaica will want to finish good, but of course the Leewards would want to finish good as well. Good over by Sheena Berridge, picked up the wicket of the important wicket of Rovman Powell, and I think now with the scoring rate of 4.82, Bonner is on 68 from 67, and they'll be hoping that he will be able to go on and make maximum use of these final overs. Vernon Springer, good afternoon, how are you?
Good afternoon to you, Carly, and good afternoon to the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Expected to be joined by Red Spur in a little while. Leeward Islands Hurricanes fighting back into this contest, and I feel that by Jamaica standard they would want to get anything close to 270, 250. Certainly the Leewards have fought their way back and they want to end strong. Berridge 9-0, 54-1, and the big man Quinton Boatswain playing in his first game pitches up to Jamie Merchant, and he just sneaks a single out to Monson Large in the cover. He's going to have a lot of work to do here on this chase. Somebody has to make their mind up that they're going to be able to have a Fudadin innings. Bonner 68 from 67. It doesn't look like he's done a lot of work, but he's certainly been out there to be able to help to contribute to the 100 wicket partnership between himself and Fudadin. As the big boatswain comes into bowl to the man himself, Bonner, and somebody gives away Akeem Saunders. What was he seeing there? It's gone through his hands. And is it gone for 6?
Yep.
Waiting on the umpire. He's waiting on the fielder. I don't even think the fielder knows what has happened. He's trying to get the fielder's attention. He signals 6. Okay. All right. So 6-1 Saunders. Let's look at the replay. Good sunlight. Good. And it's going through him there. So let's see in terms of, there's got to be a no ball, so free hit coming into contention here. So the Leeward's just falling off. You'd want to pick up Bonner there. That certainly was an easy catch by Akeem Saunders, and his body language sort of Reds just didn't even look the part. You know, just even the way he went to recover the ball, not good at all.
He seemed to be ill-prepared to look for that catch. It went right through his hands, and the Leewards are going to pay a price for these extra runs.
Don't think so. They're 230 for 5. They got the bat in order to be able to deal with that. Boatswain comes in now to in the air again, and it's gone way over this time. And Boatswain, because of a free hit, gave Bonner enough time to be able to free his arms. The previous delivery was just above the waist height there. The man himself will have to be able to come back into contact here. Jamal Hamilton's got to be able to marshal his troops here. Got to end good. Got to be able to. Jamaica could sneak up to 250, 260. They've done all the hard work. They've got to be able to take their half chances. And Boatswain has got to be able to hit the base of those stumps. He's got a deadly Yorker.
And Vernon, what we're looking at, Power has already got, Fudadin has already got 100. Bonner could also get his 100.
I think he's going to, maybe, could. It just depends on how they bowl. But Akeem Saunders' body language here on the field certainly is not looking good at all on the Leeward Hurricane. Jamal Hamilton saying, come on, guys, we got to end strong. So, guys got to end closely. Got to be a bigger effort here. 5 for 240. Bonner is on 82. Approaching to look 100. Here comes Boatswain to bowl to Jamie Merchant, the off spinner. Into bowl to Merchant, pitched up. Bang back at the man. Said, where's this thing going? Somebody could be run out. Boatswain took too long, and I think he got back in. Took so long to be able to recover. Is he out? Oh, he was. Carla said that he was way out. I really couldn't pick it up from my area there. Oh, Carla said that he sent his friends, and he certainly did. You have to be far down.
Boatswain was ducking for cover initially, got the rebung, and the striker, Bonner, had gone just too far. He recovered to whip the ball up to the keeper and funked one take. So the second 100 we were talking about, maybe not in the cards anymore, but
still on the card because Bonner is batting. Merchant is who got run out.
Yes, that's correction.
Yeah, Merchant. Devil Green now comes in. So Merchant will feel a little bit unlucky. I didn't realize, Carla, that he was so far down that he certainly couldn't be able to get back, because I looked as if Boatswain was struggling in getting the return back to him. So Devil Greenway in the number 14 comes in. Leewards have picked up Another wicket, 6 for 240. And they have to end good. Let's look at it right now. Yes, Carlisle. He get back. He was like a Mack truck. Let's see what's happening here. That is good work. And he was out by almost 3 meters, 4 meters. And he would have had to get Usain Bolt to be able to get back to get the one right there. Here comes the big Quinton Boatwin in his 9th over. None for 53. Into Bolt to Devil Green. There's a peel for a leg before. And he seemed to be going down. Hamilton going up as if he's in the valley of Anguilla. Asking for some help. Nothing there. 6 for 241. The end of over number 47. 3 overs to go, Reds. 270 on the card here.
Yes, I would think so. I think Bonner's got to keep getting the strike, which is very important from the Jamaican point of view. If he keeps getting the strike, I think you can well see that.
Well, they got 18 legal deliveries. I don't know if Bonner is going to be allowed to be able to freeze arms to get 30. We're looking at 270. I could maybe see 255 Reds. That would be my single target.
Well, it just depends on the way it finishes. The rate is climbing. It's what?
5.13.
Yep.
Easy. Should be easy going for the Leeward's batting lineup. Powell is in good nick. So too is Django is hitting the ball nicely. Hodge is due for some runs. Saunders is due for some runs. And Thomas has got 100. Pitched up. That's a good, beautiful, good cricket there. Good straight bat coming back there from the man himself, Devil Green. And Berridge got down quickly.
But for if you look back at the last Leeward's effort, it was all Cornwall. I think other men will have to put their hands up.
Well, if you're checking the following of the games, though, you'd have different players. You have Devon Thomas the first game, Cornwall the second game. Today could be Hamilton's day. Here comes Berridge. He's into bowl to Devil Green. He's clipping this one up into the air. Somebody's going to take this one comfortably. Terrence Ward takes a comfortable catch. In fact, Hakim Sarno, sorry. And the Leewards pick up another wicket. A wicket that they would really be ill-advised to lose at this time. So 7 for 241. Thank you very much, Woody.
Jamaica 241.
Yes, they're looking to flick that away, and I think it stood up into the wind. Had that shot been played with the bowling coming from the other end, that probably would have carried easily, but it really stood up. Saunders judged it well and took a very important catch now as the pressure is on.
Minley comes to the crease. A little conversation between Jason Campbell and Chino Berridge. I think he's way below his little power, but he's been able to come back out and work hard. A couple of missed chances by the Leewards in the field. I think Jamal Hamilton will be saying, guys, we have to end strong. Music playing away here at the Connery Cricket Center. So that's going to be very important. 7 for 241, 7 for 241. Jamaica looking to get up to anywhere close to 250 to 60. Maybe in with a chance. And the Leewards on home soil would want to be going 3-0. Devon Thomas is in good nick. Hakeem Saunders came out of the Leeward Islands tournament batting beautifully. Hamilton has due some runs. I can say to you that Monsnod is also under some serious pressure, because if he doesn't get any runs in this game, there could be a chopping block somewhere around the corner for him. Here goes Sheena Berridge, way into 77. Is in now. The ball to the man himself, Bonner, who just quietly comes forward and sneaks a single. I'll advise there, Reds.
Surprised at that, because you're running out of overs. He could have easily kept the strike. How many balls left in this over?
I would think maybe about 2. Well, I don't want to follow by the screen, because the screen is, I think, a little bit behind. Maybe 2 or 3. 1 behind. Okay, so Andrew has corrected me. So 3 deliverers. 2 for 54. Sheena Berridge. He's in among the wickets again. 7 for 242. Let's see what's going to be happening. Sheena Berridge with the breeze fluttering from east to west. Bongs went out, was into bowl to Minley. Minley is back and staring this down to third man. Monsnodge, the third man boundary, got himself into a little tangle there in terms of the long barrier. Sort of turned on the wrong side. I think he forgot that he was a right-hander and not a left-hander, but in the end he got it in. 7 for 243. Minley is off the mark. Bonner is 84 of 72.
Let's see if the Leewards can stop Bonner from getting a single and keeping out of the strike.
Here goes Berridge. Is in now to bowl to Bonner. Slow delivery. He's back and cracking that. And Terence Ward comes around nicely. He's an excellent athlete. Underarms is one, just flicked it up. Sort of new methods of throwing from on the boundary. And the score trickles up nice and easy to 7 for 245. Bonner goes to 86. And Minley's on 1.
We finally got the last ball coming up, and Bonner is still in strike.
Berridge is 2 for 58. And this will be his final spell here. He's been among the wickets here. Waits now into both teams. Slow ball, and Bonner just sneaks a single quietly out to Louis. Not Louis, in fact, Akeem Saunders. And so the latest score here at the Colonial Cricket Centre, not Hurricanes, but the Jamaica Scorpions are 7 for 246. So we're back with the action, and the action is fast and furious. We have 12 legal. I think Leeward maybe might have bowled maybe 52, maybe close to 53 overs today. Two legal deliveries. Bonner decided that he's not over that now. So this is pretty interesting.
Last over, occasion, he decided I want to keep the strike.
Well, I would have put some pressure, not cutting your heads. I would have put some pressure even on Devon Thomas there to maybe try to get 2 runs there. Maximum off of Boatswain. I think it would be much maybe harder for him to maybe go for the maximum off of Boatswain in terms of pace. But let's wait and see what's happening. He's getting his back grip sorted out here by Jungle. And he's having serious problem with the back grip there. I think Jungle done an excellent job there by making sure that he got it sorted out. And the spirit of cricket between the teams in the tournament has been excellent. Bonner circles. He was part of the Hurricane setup. Boatswain is into bowl to Bonner. Smack that down the ground for 4. And is that Akeem Saunders? It came across, but that went like a bullet. Full toss. And Boatswain looking for the Yorker. Over pitch. And that's smacked away down to the boundary for 4. Boatswain into his 10th over. None for 57.
And some important runs here for Jamaica as they race up towards 250.
Yeah, 250. 7 for 250. Here goes Boatswain. He's in now to bowl to Bonner. Bonner, that one good pace. He finally now decided to take the single. Is he going to come back for 2? Yes, he's coming back for the 2. Saunders is late. And Jammer Hamilton is upset. The attitude of Akeem Saunders there from the drop catch as if somebody can't tell him anything. And just the way he looked back at the skipper is very, very upset. And Jammer Hamilton doesn't get upset. But Akeem Saunders got to be a lot more alert there. You're in the fiery line, and you got to pay attention to what's happening.
Yes, you know, at this stage of the game, people are going to be running for everything.
And he's one of the better fielders, so his body language and his attitude is not encouraging here. 7 for 252. The Leewards, they've got to end well. Jamaica also piling on the pressure. Boatswain into bowl to Bonner. Bonner's having a heave at that, and he would have been advised. He's a much classier player than that. Just lean into that and stroke that to cover, even for a single. And he knows that he's lost his shape, lost his form. Good dot delivery. Ken Bonner making some adjustments, maybe just trying to catch his breath. For a little while, he's out there for a good period of time. He'd want to get 100 against his former franchise. The other Leeward players would have other ideas here.
Well, he's not very far away on 93.
Needs 7. 93 from 77 deliveries, and Bonner needs 7. 7 for 257. So it's all 7s happening here at Connery. Boatswain is into bowl to Bonner. Bonner is again losing his shape, but he's been able to get a single. Is he going to challenge him again? Yes, he's coming back again. And again, Hakeem Saunders. Late in coming off of the boundary. He has to know that once Bonner hit the ball that he's going to be coming for 2. Again, Hamilton is saying, come on, we've got to get a bigger effort from you, Hakeem. 7 for 254.
95 down Bonner. It's inching up to 254 for 7. How much will come off the last over?
Maybe we need one left. Boatswain comes in. This is 49th over. Is in now to bowl to Bonner. Bonner is looking for a single. He gets a single. And so in the end, not too bad at all. Reds, the end of over number 49. And the score is 7 for 255.
Yes, they'll probably be looking for at least, if they could, 10, 12 off the last over or more. Bonner is going to go for the juggler. He's going to really throw bat to ball here.
So Quinton Boatswain in his first game for the Leeward Islands. 10 overs, no maidens, 62 runs, no wickets. So he was expensive. Louis comes back to bowl the final over. And he's sort of looked like he's short on confidence. Let's see if he can be able to pull one out of the hat here and complete a good spell, a good 6 deliveries here.
Yes, the last over is not always easy to bowl. To bowl at the death, sometimes you can be successful, or you can go for a great deal. Line, length, very important. And at this stage also, catching and feeling also very important for the man who's going to bowl the last over.
But Bonner will fancy his chances to get his 100 against Louis. Louis will have other ideas. Bonner is just clipping this one away, but he won't be able to get 2 here for sure. Because Saunders this time is more athletic and approaches the ball even with more purpose and restricts Bonner not to 1, just down to 1. Bonner is holding his breath. He's gasping. He's on the non-striker's end. And this would have taken a toll on him here at this innings. He's bending down. Devon Thomas comes up into the 30-yard circle. And the Leewards would want to end well here. They maybe want to keep the pressure on Minley. Minley's 1.
So 5 balls to go in what is the last over.
Here comes Louis into bowl to Minley. He's into bowl to Minley. Minley flashing at the ball. Is he run out? Yes, Bonner is run out. And that was carelessness, I thought, on the part of Bonner, Reds Ferreira.
Well, they took the chance, but I thought that Hamilton read the plot very well. Because virtually before the ball was in his gloves, he was starting to move towards the stump. Underarm, took the bails off, and a sad end, but he was batting not for himself, he was batting for Jamaica, and that is not always the case.
Well, if we look back at the replay here, Reds, if I was Bonner, I would have been saying to Minley no. I don't know what you think, Andrew, but we look here, because he hesitated for a while. It was a wide delivery. He started to stop, and then you look around, and he knew he couldn't be able to make it. I would have said to Minley no.
Well, he wanted to try and get the strike, so he took the gamble, and the gamble did not pay off, because at this stage of the game is probably better for Jamaica to have had him on strike, but it didn't work.
8 for 256. The big O'Shane Thomas wearing the number 10. Number 10, I wonder if O'Shane Thomas knows it's a special number. And anybody just don't wear number 10, Andrew Mason. As well, O'Shane maybe fancies himself to be a big person. So let's see what's going to be happening. He's wearing the number 10 and waits for Louis, who's wearing number 18. Louis is into bowl to O'Shane. O'Shane is driving inside edge, down to the boundary for 4. French cut. All sorts of cut you could think about. He gets a boundary, and Louis holds his head and says, oh my. But that's one-day cricket. That's what happens.
Well, it all adds up. All building a little bit of scoreboard pressure, 260. It's on the board. They say what's on the board is on the board.
Scoreboard pressure. Leewards will have to go and get that today. They have the capabilities. Can they deliver? It's another ball game. But it's all up to them. Somebody has to bat deep. Somebody has to bat 40 overs Thomas waits for Louis into bowl to him. Slow ball. Thomas is smacking this down to Kyron Powell. Comes around tightly. Somebody could be in trouble here. The return comes in. And Powell, maybe more or less, he's upset with himself that he wasn't more active there to get the throw back. 2 deliveries to go. Andrew sneaks the Powell up. 8 for 262 Reds.
Yeah, Powell didn't pick it up cleanly. He had to have that nicely into his hands straight away as he attacked the ball. There was just a little bubble, and that allowed the second run.
Louis 1 for 58. He's in now to bowl to Thomas. Slow delivery. Thomas has missed it by a whole mile. Not a Jamaican mile, but a mile. Good comeback delivery there by O'Shane Thomas. Seemed to have almost sort of ringed his back out there. He just kind of held it there for a little while. So 262. A lot better than 225, 240. And the Leewards will have to do some getting. They will have at least 300 legal deliveries to get, whether it is 264 or 260 at singles. Got to end strong. This could be an important delivery here by Louis. He's in now to bowl to Thomas. Into bowl to Thomas. Thomas is peeling off this one. Mudsnot is going to take an easy catch. And so Louis picks up his second wicket here. So Jamaica close on 262, 9 for 262. The wicket of O'Shane Thomas caught Hodge, bowl Louis, and Louis in the end ends with 2 for 58. It's cricket action here in the Cricket West Indies Colonial Super 50. And just to let you know, in case you just tuned in, that Jamaica Scorpions batting first ended on 9 for 260. Minley left not out on 1. The Leeward Islands would need 263 to win. 263 to win. And somebody has to put their hand up. We've already seen an enterprising 100 from Asad Fudadin, 90 ad, 96 from Nkuma Bonner. The coaching staff for the Leeward Island Hurricanes now gets up and applauds the team. More thoughts from your Reds?
Well, they will need a solid start. If they lose wickets early, they will have to in fact change the game plan. Vital that they get a platform if they're going to attack 263.
Yeah, so 9 for 262. I think we will be able to just get Carla has got the scorecard, which I think we would want to be able to just go through very quickly. So the scorecard, we had Thomas. It was LBW to Louis for 12. Jeremy and Blackwood run out for 7. Andrew McCarthy caught Powell for 9. Fudadin was run out for 107. Rovman Powell was bowled. Berridge for 4. Jamie Merchant run out for 2. And then we got Green caught Saunders that was scoring. Bonner run out for 97. Toss caught by Hodge of Louis for 6. Minley not out 1. Carlisle will give me the bowling figures in terms of what's happening. 9 for 262 Carlisle. Bowling figures from you, Carlisle, for the Hurricanes.
Jeremiah Louis, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 58. Sheena Berridge, 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 59. Jason Campbell, 10 overs, no maidens, none for 37. Bud Swain, 10 overs, no maidens, none for 62. And Terence Ward, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 43.
Well, that's it here for us at the Connery Cricket Complex. Groundsmen are coming out. We just have one message here. We have Bernard Joseph as the standby umpire. They are going to restart at 1:18, so we will rejoin you back here by at least 1:12. So guys, want to say thanks to Trent Sargent and the entire crew. Andrew Mason, Carla Powell, the man himself, Red Sprewer. I'm Vernon Springer signing out here from the Connery Cricket Center. It's lunchtime here. 9 for 262. The Leewards would need 263 singles.
And welcome back to the beautiful Connery. The weather's absolutely brilliant after some early morning showers. And the news is that the Jamaica Scorpions, they could make a game of this, because from a position of 81 for 3, thanks to some wonderful batting from Bonner, who got 97, and the man of the moment so far, Asad Fudadin, 107, they were able to push on in their 50 overs with 17 extras to make 262 for 9, and they will think that that is the kind of score that could challenge the Leeward's Hurricanes. I'm Andrew Mason. Alongside me is Carlisle Paul. Carlisle, we could be in for an interesting battle here.
Definitely a good score by Jamaica, competitive, and their bowlers will now have to defend that score. The Leewards chalked up a big score in their first game, and so they would be looking to ensure that their batsmen can get in and get the score.
Well, we're just looking to see exactly what's going to happen at the start. And well, Lamont is going to start the attack. His first ball is outside the off stump, and the batsman goes for that big drive. First ball is outside the off stump ball by Lamont, and it goes through to be taken by the keeper. It's Hodge, who's the batsman. Here we go, Lamont, as he comes up now. He's in and bowls to Hodge. He's beaten. There's an appeal for leg before. Now it says the umpire coming forward. So are you surprised that it was started with Lamont here?
No, we saw this in their first game where they started with spinning.
Right, Lamont with number 6 on his back to bowl to Hodge. Hodge is settling. He's got number 14. He's on the back foot, turns the ball away for the first run down towards the square leg area backward. As Big Thomas comes across round the umpire to make the stop. So the Leeward Hurricanes are on their way. 263 is the target for them, and we're hoping to have a fascinating game. The big clash in terms of football between Liverpool and Man City. I'm told that Liverpool started very well, hot to trot, 2-0. Is that right?
That is correct.
What a performance from them so far. Man United winning 3-1. So let's see what happens. Our friends are going to certainly extend the lead. We shall see what happens there. In the meantime, it's Lamont here at Connery, just outside the airport. He's going to bowl to the left-handed Powell, and Powell is on the back foot and plays the ball up towards mid-on. The bowler comes across, makes a good save. Had that gone past him, it would have gone down to long on, but he was good as he came across to make the stop. I think he recognized that they would have had a single, and he really did very well to get across to make the stop. Lovely breeze coming across the ground. We certainly welcome it here. It's been very hot. One without loss. Lamont to continue the attack as he'll be bowling to the left-handed Powell. Grips the ball and starts his gentle run. Comes in to bowl to Powell, and to this Stevie Powell is on the back foot and plays the ball away up towards the extra cover area. There's no run for him. Ball that went through with the arm, but he handled it quite nicely, and it went up towards extra cover. There's no run. Here's Lamont starting well here. It's one without loss as he comes in to bowl to Powell, and to this Stevie Powell is going back and just pushing the ball away from the off stump down towards cover. Very flat, very fast. The first over comes to an end. Just one run coming from the over. So at the end of it, it's one without loss, which is, of course, the latest score at Connery.
Good start by Lamont. On target, just back of a length. Not floating anything, just keeping the batsmen quiet. Good way to start for Jamaica.
All right, so you think they're going to start with Thomas, pace and spin? Looks as if it's going to be Thomas. I thought he bowled very well when they played against Barbados, picking up 4 wickets for 54 runs. He bowled with some hostility. I think the second spell he bowled really stopped Barbados from making 275, 280. Put the batsman under pressure. And I would think that Tevin Walker, the Barbados keeper, would remember him for a long time, because he got a bouncer that really went very close to his neck. It was banged in short, and he actually cuffed, as it was saying, Caribbean parlance, and the ball went down towards squaring. The keeper had enough time to run and catch it low down, and it was a very good delivery. Ball with some pace, and if we can get him right, big imposing figure, I think it can do West Indies cricket the world of good. So he's going to start the attack as he moves in on his way to bowl to the right-handed Hodge. He's got a slip, he's in and bowls to Hodge, and Hodge is along the ball to go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. In fact, there are 2 slips, and that ball is banged in outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. So let's run through what has happened. You'll recall that we started at 9 o'clock, very early start, and it was the Hurricanes who in fact won the toss, and they chose to send Jamaica in, and they would have been pretty happy when Jamaica had lost 3 wickets for 81 runs. But then we saw a very good partnership between Bonner and Fudadin that carried the score up to 214, And then the final analysis, 262 for 9. Here is Thomas comes up now, bowls to Hodge. Hodge is coming forward and pushing the ball from the line of the leg step down towards mid-on for Lamont to pick it up. There's no run. Thomas got 11, Blackwood 7. McCarthy got a 9. Then Fudadin, 107 from 133 balls, 2 sixes and 12 fours. Very good knock. Paul just got 4, but Bonner was very good today as well. 97 that was run out, 81 balls, and he struck 2 sixes and 4 fours. And then tailing off towards the end, Thomas got 6, Merchant 2. Here is Thomas, comes in and bowls short and pulled away down towards the square leg area for 1. It's going to go towards the boundary. We'll have the legs to get there. It goes away for 4. It was short, banged in, and there was Hodge coming inside of his stumps. And the ball got away from the fielder who was after Mindy, and the ball had enough to go to the boundary. So the first boundary struck by the Lewis Hurricanes here to carry the score to 5 for 1 in over number 2.
It was short and he played it well. Just got back and helped it across the square leg area and picked up 4 good looking runs. He's a good player. Hodge has been low on runs, but no doubt in his quality.
All right, so he's on now to 5 without loss, over number 2 being bowled. And in terms of the bowling, Louis 10 overs, 1 made, 2 for 58. Barry's 10 overs, 2 for 59. Campbell 10 overs, no bins done for 37. Here's Thomas as he comes in to bowl to Hodge into this. Levy Hodges driving outside the off stump, and the catch is not taken by the field at slip. That was a loose shot. The ball was outside line the off stump, went for the drive, and for some strange reason, the field at slip was not able to come up with that. We'll certainly try to find out who that field is. It was a catch that I think should have been taken. It was a loose shot, very loose shot indeed, went to slip, and the catch was not taken at all. Well. It's Bonner. Bonner should have come up with that. It was a ball outside the off stumper, and he didn't get close enough to it, really. That's the batsman, and should have been caught there. Let's have a look at that.
Driving, not moving the feet, too close to him for that as well. And look at Bonner. He got his hands to it, hit him high up, and went down for a drop catch.
Yeah, that should have been taken. There's no doubt about that. They got a single for that. Here is Thomas as he comes in now to bowl to Paul into this delivery. Paul is coming forward and drives out to cover. There's no run. That ball was pitched in line the off stump, went down to cover. Thomas will be very disappointed that catch wasn't taken. It was one that a loose drive by someone that I'm told is under the gun, really. Talking about Hodge. They tell me if he feels he may not be able to maybe play in the next match, he may lose his place, but of course he will want to respond to the critics and make a big one. A 6 without loss over number 2. And Thomas starts his run again, comes up on his way to bowl to the left-handed Paul into this delivery. Paul is going back and turn the ball away down towards the square leg area. Can't score. Lamont, very fleet of foot, comes across to make the stop to end the second over. At the end of it, it's Paul hasn't scored as yet. Hodge has got 6. It's 6 without loss, which is the latest score at Connery.
An interesting over. Good delivery that saw the edge of Munson Hodge and put down at slip. Foot movement was lacking from Munson Hodge, trying to drive from a delivery that was far too close, too straight of a line, and would have been better just coming forward and trying to push it back down the track. But he was fortunate in that Bonner allowed him an opportunity.
All right, so there you have it. As it's going to be Lamont to bowl to Hodge, and Hodge is coming forward to bowl bang on target at the top of the off stump, just drops it very gently up towards mid-off. The bowler comes across to pick it up. Lamont to continue the attack. This is over number 3, 6 without loss as he comes in to bowl to Hodge, and Hodge is going back to a ball which is on the off stump, plays with a great deal of care down to cover. There is no run. Lamont has started well here.
He has been on target.
And he comes again on his way to bowl to Hodge, and Hodge is forward, different length, give a little bit more air, not the full bit of drive, just a little stab away down towards mid-off. There's no run. Over number 3, Lamont goes back to his mark, bowling round the wicket to the right-handed batsman. In he comes, and to this delivery, which is outside the off-stump, chopped away down to backward point. He's lucky to get away with that. It was a long up, but the ball straight down to the backward point. Fielder who came across to make the stop, that's McCarthy, was lucky that he wasn't punished for that poor delivery. Here is Lamont, comes in to bowl to Hodge short. That delivery is on the line of the leg stump. He's going to get a single as he goes back and forces down towards mid-on for 1. Merchant comes off the boundary to make the stop to see rotation of the strike. And with that single, Hodge now goes up to, I make him 7. It's gone up now to 7 without loss. Paul hasn't scored as yet. Here is Lamont as he comes in to bowl to Paul into this delivery. Paul is back and pushes up towards mid-off. The bowler comes across to make the stop to end the over, and over in which just 1 run came. So he started very well, Lamont. At the end of over number 3, it's 7 without loss. That's the latest score at Connery. So it's going to be Thomas to continue the attack, and it was very unlucky. They should have had a wicket. The last over, drive outside the off stump for the batsman who's at the crease now, and it was dropped. That's Hodge. Here's Thomas as he comes up now over number 4. He's in and bowls outside the off stump off the back. The first away through cover for 4. Wonderful shot by Hodge. That will do his confidence the world of good. It was short, and he went across and stroked it. Lovely shot through cover. That's gone for 4 to carry the score to 11 without loss in over number 4.
You see the difference when he moved his feet and got to the pitch of the ball, made it look so easy, so elegant. No need for him to try to improvise.
Well, it was beautifully played.
Lovely.
Went across the outfield very quickly indeed. Let's see what O'Shane Thomas will respond with. His line wasn't good there. His length was not good at all and was punished. He comes in again, a big imposing figure comes up in bowls to Hodge, gets a short ball, hits the ball in the air. Now that's gone away for 6 runs, a top edge, but it went all the way down towards the final leg area. It was banged in short, went after it, sailing over the fielder's head midly. That's gone for 6 runs to carry the score to 70 without loss, and you can hear the music in the background here at Connery.
Is more than a top edge, Andrew. He was inside his wicket and hit it really nicely. Sailed easily over the man who was down at deep, who was at long leg.
But he gets a 6 for that to go up now to 17, and it's 17 without loss. This is over number 4. Here is Thomas comes up now. He's in into this delivery, short outside the off stump, banged in short, good pace, and he pulls the head towards the square leg. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. He's got a bit of pace here.
Yeah, and that's a better bouncer in that it had more effort. When you are going to bowl the bouncer, it has to be bowled with bad intentions. And here is he, just back of the length though, and straighter, closer to the batsman.
Ooh.
And forcing him to take evasive actions.
Right.
Good bouncer.
What should he do here now? Of course, the old-time fast bowlers will come with the Yorker now. Here's Thomas, big and strong. Comes up and bowls to Hodge, and Hodge is off the back foot, forces the ball away down to that backward point here, get on top of it, hit the ball very hard indeed. Backward point comes across to make the stop. McCarthy making a good stop. So see if we could have a battle here between Hodge and the big man from Jamaica, the land of wood and water. It was short on the back foot and got the ball down to cover. Banged in short. Let's see what he does here. Over number 4 being bowled, 17 without losses. He comes in to bowl to Hodge into this delivery, short outside the off stump, forced away through cover 4 runs.
Good shot.
Good shot again. It was short. I think he was looking for that. Hodge went after him. A good battle between the two here. 2 big men in the ring. And Hodge has gotten the better so far. Went through cover. That's gone for 4 to carry the score to 21 without loss. Hodge has got all 21 runs here. Carlisle, talk to me.
Fantastic shot. It was short, it was wide, and Munson Hodge seemed as if he was waiting for that, and hit it beautifully for 4 runs.
Well, well, well. Last ball of the over. What will Thomas do as he comes in again on his way to bowl to Hodge into this delivery? Outside the off stump off the bat for forced away. Oh, it's going to go towards the wide mid-off area for 1. They'll get a second. So some support from the crowd here. Again, it was a bit short and forced down towards the position of wide mid-off for 2. And in fact, we also saw the fielder, that's the captain Paul, coming across to make the stop. So an expensive over there. We've now completed over number 4. It's gone to 23 without loss, which is the latest score here at Connery.
Hey parents, are you looking for an academy in Queens and Long Island for your boys and girls? Whether you're a beginner or an advanced player, Queens United Cricket Academy is the place to be. Registrations for spring and summer sessions are now open. For more information, visit our website at qca.org.
So it's going to be Lamont to continue the attack. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Powell. who's seen Hodge go in the attack. He's up and bows to Paul, and Paul is back to a short ball and forces the cover. Doesn't time it very well. Paul, with the experience of playing for the West Indies, 23 without loss over number 5. He's in Lamont and bows to Paul, and Paul is back and will get his first run. He flicks the ball away through mid-wicket, went on the back foot, got it down towards mid-wicket for Fudadin, the man who made 100 to come off the boundary to stop the batsman get the single. So Paul is on 1, Hodge is on 23. It's 24 without loss. We're into over number 5, and it's going to be Lamont, the left-arm orthodox spinner, to continue the attack now as he will bowl. Strong breeze coming across the ground. He's in and bowls, and Hodge is forward, ball in the line of the leg stump. Fat and fast, and he pushes to mid-wicket. There's no run. Vernon Springer is your next commentator, getting ready to come in to bring some commentary along with Reg Pereira, who had a wonderful lunch. I think he chose fish today as he was choosing, I think it was stew yesterday. Reg, you must stay with the fish. As Lamont is in, bowls outside the off-stump ball that kept a bit low. Hodge is back and forced down to cover, and there's no run. A good friend, Mr. Paul, chose some mutton today. Lovely stuff, 24 without loss. Here is Lamont, comes in and bowls to Hodge, he's forward. And of course, when you have a good over, the previous one, then you feel you've just got enough just to wait for that bad ball. You're not under that pressure. Lamont has been spot on here. He comes in over number 5 in bowls, short, turned away, down towards the position of that's mid-wicket. Bonner comes to make the stop to end the over. Just one run coming from the over. That ball kept a little bit low, the last ball there. At the end of over number 5, it's gone to 25 without loss, which is, of course, is the latest score at Connery.
Lamont is not doing his good friend Thomas any good service at all, in that he's getting through his overs so quickly that the big man is having just short moments to rest. And he's coming back after conceding a big over, this O'Shane Thomas.
Does he remind you of anyone, O'Shane Thomas?
Well, we've had some big fast bowlers in West Indies cricket. You have had a couple from Barbados.
Wayne
Patterson
Daniel.
Thompson and Wayne Daniel.
They were very, very big. I think he's much bigger though. He's a very big man indeed. He's up and bowled short down the leg side. A wide is going to be called by the umpires. Paul was looking to turn the ball away. He's a very big man indeed. He's got about 6 what? 6
I would make it 3-4. He's big.
A big strong man. I would think he's pretty close to 250 pounds or more. Very solid man, of course. Would have been brought up on the ackee and saltfish of Jamaica, the living, the banana. Of course, the Manish water as well. If you go towards Port Royal and go up to just behind the airport to Glories and have your fish and your bammy. Here is Thomas as he comes up now. He's into this delivery, which is outside the off. Some stroke to it nicely down to backward point for 1. Third man comes across. The ball goes out towards the boundary. Will be picked up by that's Mindley, sends a strong return to the keeper. They're back for the second. It's too short, no pace, and Paul got on top of that and stroked it nicely down towards the cover area. More backward point, gets 2. He now goes up to make him 3. The score is 27 without loss in over number 6.
You're suggesting that he is bigger than Wayne?
Wayne Daniel?
Yeah.
I think he is. I think he is. He's in again. On his way, Thomas, he's up to the wicket and bowls. This is outside the outside and forced away down to backward point. A very good save down the backward point, but good fielder, good move up. McCarthy came across to make the stop. You think they're about the same size?
Yeah, about. Wayne was a big man. Big man,
Wayne Daniel. Reds, some of the big men that would have played, of course, for the West Indies as fast bowlers. Wayne Daniel, very big man as well. Patrick Patterson was a big man. Patterson Thompson was also a very big man as well.
Patterson had less body fat.
Yeah. Oh, I like that one. As Thomas comes up now, is in and bowls outside the off stump on the back foot goes. Paul pushes down to squares cover. There's no run. Of course, Charlie Griffith from Wesley Hall, big man from Barbados. Philbert Blair was also pretty big as well. Reg Pereira tells us from Guyana. Anybody else you can think of, Reds? Who would be the smallest fast bowler we had? Roy Gilchrist, yes, but he had long hands. Very long hands as well. Roy Gilchrist was small. And others you can think about? Marco Marshall was a little man, yes, but very quick. Victor Eddy says Newton Doe was a small man as well. Here's a delivery short down the leg side, banged in as the batsman sees one going by with lots of pace, lots of bunks, but ill-directed down the leg side. Wide is called by the umpire. The score's up to 28 without loss. Somebody's calling Reds, maybe to say, Reds, you missed someone. I'm sure he'll tell us in a minute. But I would think that from what I've seen in Test cricket, that to me, Thomas would be the biggest. I mean, I can't think of anyone else that I would have seen. A very big man indeed, strongly built. 28 without loss. He comes in again. This is over number 6. He's passing the umpire now. In bowls to Paul. Paul is playing the ball square in the offside down to backward point. There's no run. I think they've got to use him wisely here. Maybe give him a spell of 3 or 4 and use him as a shot bowler. Use him as the man to get the wickets, as was the case against Barbados.
Absolutely. If he goes 5 overs in his first spell, he might not be as effective coming back.
Right. As we saw in the World Cup when he was seriously down on pace when he came back for a second spell. I think if he gets fit and maybe lose some of the body fat, I think he could be very menacing. There's no doubt about that. As he comes up now, he's in, and to this delivery, Paul gets a short ball and hits the ball away for 6 runs at top edge. There was a big swing, went away for 6 runs. Well, I think he was expecting that, and it goes away for 6. That's going to be the battle here. He's going to bowl short at it. There's no doubt about that. He's not going to back off at all. And there was the batsman swinging at it, and went away down to fine leg for 6 to carry the score now to 34 without loss. With that, Paul goes on to 9.
Yeah, it seems intent on bowling short, and the batsmen seem as if they have made up their minds that they're going to take him on. He doesn't have the kind of bounce that we saw from our friend from Barbados there. Let me check my notes and check his name.
Shamar Holder?
Exactly.
Right, yes.
You know, he seemed to be able to get the ball to bounce at will.
Oh, he's a good bowler. Very good bowler indeed. Here is Thomas as he comes up now. He's in and bowls to Paul, and Paul is off the bat foot and forces the ball away up towards cover. There's no run. Paul looks to be up to the challenge as well. He's now completed over number 6. 34 without loss. That's the latest score here at Connery.
And a good start by the Leeward Islands. They have already moved on to 34 with 6 overs completed, and they are showing good intent. That is what you want to see from the batsmen from the Leeward Islands. You want to see them showing an intent as to getting this score.
All right.
The approach has been positive.
Okay, well, Vernon Springer's up next. He was saying that some batsmen are due for runs. And he's got a gentleman next to him who is going to come into retirement and play. I don't know if he's going to make it, really. I think the odds are stacked against him. I think him playing again for the Leewards would be as unlikely as Vernon Springer becoming Prime Minister of St. Kitts. 34 without loss. But, of course, Vernon is happy in his new job. Lots of allowances and doing a good job. There's a CEO. As this delivery is outside line, the leg side as Lamont continues down the leg side. A wide is called by umpire Ram Dan. A very interesting man to talk to, the man from the land of Calypso. Just before the start, I went across and had a word with him, and he says he's happy to be in St. Kitts. It's 35 without loss. Lamont comes in, bowls to Hodge is forward. The ball comes to the inside edge and runs down towards backward square for a single. So he now goes up to 24. It's up to 36 without loss. We're into over number 7.
Munson Hodge is 23 from 22, showing good positive intent at the start of this inning. We know that he is under some pressure to get some runs, but he's not letting that bother him at all. He has looked good.
Lamont again comes up now. He's into bowl to Powell, and Powell is back and forces the ball up the pitch. The ball picks it up a bit short. I wasn't able to pierce the offside field. Went up the pitch, straight as an arrow. Here's Lamont, grips the ball and comes in on his way to bowl to Paul, and to this delivery. Paul is going back. The ball keeps low. Better be careful going back there, my brother. That could sneak through and go onto your pad, and you'll be out. Leg before could even sneak past and go onto your stumps. That kept a bit low. Lamont will be encouraged by that as he comes in again to bowl to Paul, and to this delivery. He's on the back foot. Force the ball away through cover, 4 runs. Wonderful shot. Oh, he pierced the offside field. Mind as a backward point, cover, extra cover. And he was able to find the gap, threading the ball through the offside. That's gone for 4. Well played, Paul. The score goes to 40 without loss.
There is good protection on the offside, but that was just a little bit short and gave him some width. And he found the gap very easily. Good shot.
All right. Of course, we got some personalities in the Gishard. You see Mr. Atherton, Keith Atherton, still looking as fit as ever as when he played for the West Indies. Lamont is in, bowls the ball in the line of the legs up, too short, and on the back foot is Paul. Being watched by his father, who's to my left. And, of course, they'll do an analysis tonight when they speak. He'll say, well, I thought you played a lovely shot. I thought you were naughty. I'm sure that kind of analysis will come. Do you talk to your son a lot about cricket?
We discuss cricket.
Okay. We almost didn't hear him. We discuss cricket. And he was very economical with his response there. I expect that. 41 without loss. Here is Lamont. Comes in and bowls to Hodges forward. Pushes the ball away down towards cover to end the over. At the end of over number 7, it's Hodge on 24, Paul, he is on 14 of decent start for the Leewards in their quest to get up 262 for victory. Time for a change of commentary. We can have a double change, actually. Carlisle Paul will do his comments, and then he's going to be joined by Reg Pereira, and the ball-by-ball commentary will be taken by Fudadin Springer.
You're talking about personalities, and you didn't mention the president of the West Indies board, who is here in attendance and looking at this game. Of course, Ricky Skerritt is from St. Kitts, and it's good to see him on the ground, relaxing, looking at the cricket. This way he has a first-hand knowledge of what's happening here in St. Kitts at the game. Springer, O'Shane Thomas is out of the attack, and he's being replaced
Double Green.
by Green. Good afternoon, Vernon Springer.
Good afternoon to you, Carlisle, and go and get some, well, not goat water, but some coconut water. Be careful.
Good coconut water.
Yes.
Good for your daughter.
So we Double Green, a little lively figure. Leewards would need 222 more runs to win. Christopher Lamont, 4-0, 10-0. Wait for Joseph Redsprew to step in. Kyron Powell, who's 14 of 18 deliveries. Wait for Double Green. He's flashing at a wide delivery. No need for Kyron to even look to follow that. It was so wide. And I thought he overbalanced there in going for the shot. 42 without loss. The Leeward's best start in this series has been 44. And so they would really want to try and see if they can be able to economically get a good start. Somebody has to bat the entire 50 overs if Leeward is going to win this game today. And I think one person has put their hand up. That has to be Kyron Powell. He has to lead from the front. Double Green moves into bowl to Powell. Powell is back and just opens the face of the bat, stays it down to third man. Mindley comes off the boundary and lobs it into the keeper. And so the score goes up to 43 without loss. Lots of football action happening in England, and looks as if Liverpool, they're in a hurry. They're making a real serious challenge for the championship this time around. They're still 2-0, Andrew?
Yeah, I'm going to check that for you.
All right, we're into over number 8 coming up here. 3-0? Wow. So Viv Richards would be jumping up. Manchester City and Curtly Ambrose. Here comes Double Green with the number 4 on the back of his jersey to bowl to Monsnard, into bowl to Hodge. Hodge just whips this beautifully down to fine leg offline 4 runs. And already puts his hand up and says it's offline. Once you go there, you can't bowl that line. And you're going to be whipped away in this fast, small outfield here at Connery. And the score shots up to 47 without loss. Hodge to 28. And Powell is quietly just on 16. Good afternoon, Reds.
Yes, this has really been a situation where Thomas was hit out of the attack. There were no plans just to give him 3 overs. And really, we saw the case of Hodge deciding to bite the bullet against him.
Good delivery there. Good combat delivery by Double Green. He's a slippery guy. And that one, Monson had still not being able to get his left foot out to the pitch of the ball. Reds, I don't know, but the length from Thomas, to me, if he remember the edge that he got off of Monson Hodge and he bowled that sort of length, I thought he would have been better suited to come and try and see if he could bang the ball in here against these two, especially Hodge. Hodge comes from the island of Anguilla where he likes space. You've got to be able to bring him onto his front foot. We'll be back with that. Double Green is trying to do that now. Here's Hodge just whipping this beautifully down to the field at the backward square. Looks like Bonner, who spilled a sitter. By his standards, he'll be very disappointed that he didn't catch that, and it could cost him. Score goes up to 48. Hodge is 29. Powell is 15.
The pace of Thomas was was right up, but he just didn't have the control. And I think when he saw the catch put down, he seemed to have maybe just go to pieces a little while. He looked very unhappy as he walked away after that over. And Hodge continued to really attack him, roughed him up really badly, roughed up the plans of Jamaica.
Powell, Kyron is just trying to play there. He was in 2 minds, didn't really come right out to the pitch of the ball. Now he corrects his stroke. I think I would want to see Kyron lead with his head on his shoulders a little bit more. He's now correcting that now. Because once your head comes past your front knee, which would be for Kyron, his right foot. He'll be more balanced. Because he's so tall, he's about 6'3", he sometimes tends to overstride and ends up in a standing up position, really. Just got to just be able to just lead with his head on his shoulders and just come over, stay a little bit more. He's changed his stance, center of gravity. He just turns this one on to the leg side, picks up an easy single. You realize, Reds, that is before originally he was a lot more taller. He's gone down center of gravity. He's gone a little further down now, so he's got a little bit more balance. So the latest score here at the Colonial Cricket Centre, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are in a hurry. They're 48 without loss. Not himself here, really. Got to talk a little bit to you, Reds, about his action. Jamaica trying something different. He's into bowl to Powell. Down the onside, going to be signal wide. 50 up for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They get a small applause from the players in the dressing room, and the horns come out now to recognize the achievement. 50 without loss. Lamont is into bowl to Powell. Powell is back and just working it out to the man himself, Asad Fudadin. What a wonderful knock. His second list day 100.
Yeah, that came up in 53 balls.
You remember that.
5 fours,
You remember that
2 6s.
for a very long time. Leeward's 50 or 53 balls. So very important start. They would really want this. Chasing a total like this, you want a good start. Hodge comes quietly forward. I would like to see Hodge even lean into that and hit that further straight down the ground. There. Where's the number 14? Yes, Andrew, I did say to you that he's under the microscope, because if he doesn't get anything here, Casey Carty will certainly want his game. He's back and punching it. Not trying to put selector Shane Jeffers under any pressure. Yes, Shane is a Leeward Island selector. So he's here viewing. Here's Hodge back and cracking that pass. Asad footed in the comeback for a couple. And, you know, it's amazing, Reds, how when you play a couple of shots, how your confidence can come back. That hook shot off of Thomas and the square drive, all of a sudden Munson feels like he's back to form.
Yes, well, the pressure's off, you know, runs on your belt. I mean, he came into this without any runs. He's probably feeling a lot better about himself.
Comes quietly forward. Coach Terry Adams told me last night that he was going to have a word with him because he was very disappointed in terms of the 2 previous games of what he was seeing from Hodge. So he certainly seemed to have got a serious pep talk. He waits. Lamont bowls to Hodge drive in, but I still want to see that left foot coming right out to the ball. He just continued to play from there. So the latest score here at the Colonial Cricket Centre is that the Leeward Islands chasing what could be considered a massive total, 53 without loss. They need 210 more runs to win. Reds.
A long way to go, but they've had a very good platform. 53, no loss. Hodge taking the attacking role, and maybe Powell looking to play the way how maybe we had the left-hander from Jamaica playing. Certainly, you need to have the right blend. But if the policy is for Hodge to attack, well, he needs to be given the free range. Boswain did bowl from this end, and Green, like Boswain, is pretty nippy.
Green into bowl to Kyron Powell. Kyron Powell driving sort of inside edge. He's going to hustle to come back for 2. Jamie Merchant will have a lot of running to do. And if they put some pressure on him, they maybe can get 3, but I think they're contented to get 2. Reds, I want to put you on the spot because let's look at Jamaica's cricket in general. We're looking at Derval Green, who is... Jamaica over the years would have produced some outstanding fast bowlers. We've got O'Shane Thomas, but outside of that, we've got to start to question. I'll come back to that, Reds. Here is Powell just opening the face of the bat and steering this down to third man. Past Rovman Powell. I just still want to see him more up in front of him. He started to look a little fancy there.
He might be a little lucky there because that almost carried to slip. If he's going to look the third man, he had to get it a lot wider. And there was an effort there to dive to the left to pick it up. Didn't quite carry. A little danger there. He's just going to be careful how he's playing outside the line of the off stump.
Want to see him play the ball a little bit more up in front of him. No need to get fancy. We're still a long way off to get the score. Somebody has to back the entire 50 overs. Hodges looking to do that. He whips that into the onside. He's looking to come back for 2. And yes, they're going to come back easily for 2 runs. Bonner is under some pressure. So Bonner's gone from slip to the outfield. And Reds, I was talking in general about Jamaica's cricket. I was looking at their body language, even when they were warming up. And I didn't see the intensity of a Jamaica who always look to fear and send you a message.
But that's very interesting because when you score the kind of runs they scored, they should be really bursting at the seams to get out there.
Well, Reds, if you don't score 300 here, that's 300 is a pass score here on this ground, Reds, because it's a small ground. And then the Leewards, one of the Leewards players cash in here. Could have an early afternoon.
You're talking about a pass score for club cricket?
Yes. So it's a small ground, really. So, you know, anything is possible, but you never know. Devil Green, as you said, is a little slippery guy. And if he could just maybe sneak 1 or 2. And I think you're right, Reds. The O'Shane Thomas, the Monson Hodge drop catch seemed to have just sent a shockwave to Jamaica, and they just got deflated after that. Hodge is driving straight. Thomas will have a lot of running to do, but don't think he will have the legs, so he can be able to coast and pick it up, get a couple. Big man. I think he will be the tallest fast bowler right now in the Caribbean, barring none.
There's one Jamaican who played for the West Indies. His name is just slipping me. Tall, rangy, was saw in the trials, brought in, had a tour, had injury. Andrew Mason.
Leverage, yeah.
That name, I think he's missing because of injury.
Yes, he's missing because of injury. But it's nice to see O'Shane Thomas on the park. Good leave there by Monson Hodge. Is considered a wide, so Devil Green looks around. Devil Green, that's it. That's the nature. One day you'll become an umpire, Devil. So you will return the same favor to somebody. But you have to go and bowl that one again. There's no sort of intensity. No clapping at all from the Jamaicans. They just seem to be going through the motion. O'Shane Thomas is saying, come on, guys, we just look flat. We're representing Jamaica.
Well, I think they got a bit of a shock the way how, in fact, Hodge started against Thomas. And they're still trying to settle down. They're still trying to put together some good overs, produce some dot balls, build some pressure.
Not for 61. Green to bowl to Hodge, who punches that down to Thomas again. Oh, lovely footwork there. Somebody would be impressed by that football skills. Maybe Manchester City would need him to maybe defend there and just knock one away to restrict Liverpool. So the end of over number 10. The latest score here is that the Leeward Islands are not for 62. And it's the flagship tournament of Cricket West Indies. It's the Colonial Medical Life Super 50 Championship. 2 of the top teams in the region, Jamaica, along with the Leeward Islands Hurricane, the hometown boys here. Franchise based in St. Kitts and Nevis, and Minley comes into the attack. Green, 2 north, 17 north. The Leewards need 201 runs to win. Powell is 20 of 24, and Hodge is 36 of 36 deliveries. Minley, I don't think that is allowed these days. Minley, I'm trying to see if you can find your rhythm to warm up. The umpire will have a few choice words with you on that one. Hodge is just relaxing. Leeward's quietly off to a good start. They're scoring at 6.2 runs per over.
Dugan is a no-nonsense umpire. He was warning he was warning Bonner about going off for taking too long to get himself with the gloves back on.
None for 62 here. The Leeward Islands chasing. Here comes Minley. The bowl to Hodge. He's into bowl to Hodge. Hodge is driving beautifully for 4. That's a lovely shot. That is class. I think that's the shot of the day, Reds.
Yes, I certainly think so. He's played 1 or 2 lovely shots off the pads. He's driven straight. And
look at it here, Reds.
He's really beginning to cement the play. Oh, beautiful shot. Left foot came across, got close to the line. Oh, perfect picture. Coaching manual. You can use that in a coaching manual.
Where's the number 14 from the island of Anguilla? Waits, he's 40, waits for Minley. He's backing across and punches that, but he can't beat McCarthy at point. And the score remains on none for 66. Jamaica in trouble here.
Scoring too fast for the Jamaica liking, 36 of 36. Powell measuring himself 20 from 24. He's going to play maybe the defensive role, rotate the strike, put the bad ball away. But as you just said, it's a long way to go.
Hodge is 40, waits for Minley, steers this one past McCarthy, but he can't beat him in the 30-yard circle. Good athletic ability there from Andrew McCarthy. He would be maybe upset that he didn't get 100 against Barbados the other night in the day-night encounter at Warner Park.
How far are we away from McCarthy coming in?
And bowling a couple. You just never know. A lot of people have to bowl today, maybe including the captain, Rovman Powell. Because trust me, if they continue to, the way Hodge is batting, he's really changed gear here. Minley's into bowl to Hodge, he's backing across and defending nicely. Still would like to see him, even when he gets there, stay like a bit more side on to the ball and just punch that ball a little bit more up in front of him. Sneak a single or two. None for 66 here. Powell 20, Hodge 40.
Conditions operating in favor of the fielding side has gotten very cool now. The sun is not really burning down. So maybe good to operate in these conditions for a fast bowler.
Hodge is driving again. Fudadin will have some running around to do. They should have been thinking about coming back for 2 because Fudadin has got a weak arm. And you've got to be able to seize that moment. You saw when Bonner came to bat with Fudadin. Once he hit the ball to Hodge, he was off. I think the same approach should be taken against Fudadin. And the crowd, some spectators saying, come on, that's 2 runs. But all is good still. None for 67. Hodge goes up to 41. And Karen Powell, who's looked good so far in the series, he's 20. He's due for a big one. Minley is into bowl to Powell. Powell is driving beautifully down the ground to Merchant. Put Merchant under some pressure. He's had to get out there. And Merchant caught napping at mid-on. And they've been able to sneak a single. So the end of over number 11, the Leeward Islands coasting along. And when I say coasting, they are 68 without loss. Hodge is 41 and Powell is 21.
And the run rate is 6.18. Jamaica never got up to close to 6. They were just lingering under 5 and then they crossed over 5. So if the game plan is look for a good start, build on that, 67 without loss after 11 overs is going to plan for the Leewards.
Certainly going to plan. I think if they get this victory here, it'll be one of their best starts that they've had for a long time in the Super 50. Last time they would have started like this would have been 2017.
Just to come back to the Leewards preparation, how long was the Leewards preparation?
Well, we had a Leeward Islands tournament, which was 2 weeks. And then we gave the guys a couple of breaks and then came to St. Kitts for a camp just before this tournament started. Green is into ball to Powell. He stands up straight and spanks it out to the sweeper. As it footed in, gets an easy single. It was strategically designed that way based on having the dates of the Super 50. And so the Leeward Islands men's tournament, we had 5 teams participating. And in fact, for the first time, we had all of our test players on show, which was a fillip for the tournament because you had Antigua had all of their big guns. Cornwall, Walsh, Joseph,
Azari.
Thomas, yes, so it was really a good contest. Nevis had Powell, Anguilla had Hamilton, and so for the first time we were able to showcase inside 3 years all of the players who would have played for West Indies B, West Indies A, and the test team, and it really was a good tournament in the end. Antigua and Barbuda won out the championship. Green is into bowl to Hodge. Hodge comes quietly forward, but he squares him up, more or less. Dot ball, something that is really needed here by Team Jamaica. None for 69.
Your cousins in the Windwards, they had a 1-month camp in Grenada, where the franchise is based, and I think they have now secured what is a short-term contract, the services of Dr. Rudy Webster, who is working with the players. I think he's trying to get them to concentrate.
Hodge is back and punching this out to Lamont. Lamont is underarms to McCarthy, gets a rotation of strikes. Score goes up to none for 70, so Hodge goes up to 42 and Powell is 22. Go ahead, Reds.
Was your competition sponsored?
No, we had various numbers of sponsors that would have come in different aspects. So, you know, in today's world, Reds, you know, our tournament cost us at least over $350,000, simple as it would look. So we would have had a hotel sponsor, we would have had a ball sponsor, hydration sponsor. You have to break it down. We've not been lucky yet to get a big sponsor yet. We're still working on it. Powell stands up straight and spanks that beautifully past point down to the boundary for 4. Has he saved it? Yes, he has. And so he's saved 2. There's also a big cry, as I would say, Reds, is that everybody's been complaining that, well, why is Leeward's not playing any 3-day cricket? The fact of the matter, however you look at it, is that nobody in the business economical world at the moment right now is going to give those cricketers any time off to go and play cricket for 6 weeks. And that's just the fact of life. So we are, the Leeward Islands Cricket Board, we're looking to design something which will further, maybe after the 4-day competition, we'll incorporate where we pick X amount of players, and we look to have some 3-day, 4-day matches in the build-up before the next draft next season. Green is into bowl to Powell. Powell back on the stairs, this gets an easy single. So this is good, positive cricket here by the Leeward Islands Hurricane, 2 opening batsmen, and keeping the pressure on Team Jamaica. None for 72. The run in between the wickets has been impressive so far, Reds.
The Republic Bank is now coming in to the islands, so to speak. They could be maybe a potential sponsor.
Yes, we have a meeting sometime this week. Peter Abraham and myself, we're trying to see if we can knock on the doors. But coming up just now, next month, the Leeward Islands under 15 and under 17 tournament in Antigua. So we got some more work. Here is Hodge just playing this one late past point, getting an easy single. And so the score goes up to none for 74. Hodge goes to 43. Paul is 25. More comments from you, Reg?
Yes, and starting to just measure the scoring now there. Just ease off the pedal a little bit. 73 word loss. Paolo's gone 25 off 28. Hodge just slowed a little bit. Maybe he spoiled us at the start with the bang-bang effort. But he's got 42 from 43.
Well, I think the objective here of Hodge is that Hodge would want to make sure that he registers a big score here. He's never scored 100 at this level, at the list A level. His high score has been 82. With a platform and a start like this, 43 inside the first 15 overs. If he bats 40 overs, he can easily get 130, 140 here this afternoon.
Well, he's off to a very good start. What he just want to do is get out with a very soft dismissal. You know, he needs to make sure that he takes his time, concentrate, play the ball in his merit.
Certainly doing that. Looks like a bit more urgency. He was trying to sneak a single there past McCarthy at point. McCarthy, ever a lively figure, quickly getting into action right there.
And what we saw from Hodge in this innings so far, the feet going. He's got the footwork going. He's not just standing there, which was not evident in the last game he played.
Minley is into bowl to Hodge. Hodge stands up straight and spanks that out to the man himself in Fudadin. And this time they've answered my call, put some pressure on Fudadin, and they got 2 easy runs there. Once the ball goes out to the deep to Fudadin, doesn't have a strong arm. You've got to be thinking seriously about 2. Score goes up to 76, not for 76. Hodge goes up to 45. And the captain, Ravman Powell, looking to make some changes. In fact, what he has done now is that he's decided that he's going to bring Fudadin, and I thought that was a good move. Bring Fudadin, who was batted almost 40-yard overs, into the 30-yard circle, and saying, well, listen, we're going to give some younger legs an opportunity to go on to the sweeper, do some work. Minley is in now to bowl to Hodge. Hodge fishes at one, an out swinger, squared him up. And again, he was looking to get fancy and try and steer it down the third man. We've been advised to have a nice straight bat. Today, his bat is not coming from third slip. It's coming from just right behind the arc. So he's a lot more balanced. He's a lot more relaxed.
Yes, it's a question of whether Powell will turn to McCarthy with his darty kind of off spin. Bowls it very quickly, bowls around the wicket. He needs some containment.
So we break for the idea. Manchester City has just scored red, so it means that it's 2-2 now.
Well, I think that'll be healthy for the Premier League. If in fact you can close the gap on Liverpool, it just gives those people from 10 right up a chance to maybe stay in contention.
So go down. So here goes Minley. Minley bungs away now into bowl to Hodge. Hodge is back and cracking that down past point for 4. That's a lovely shot by Monsnodge. Played it late and played it well. And that raced away for a boundary. Hodge is growing in confidence. He's 49 here at the Colonial Cricket Centre. And the Leewards are none for 80.
What a powerful shot off the back foot. Short of a leg outside the off stump. He leaned back, got over it and hit it nice. Well timed down to the boundary for 4. He's really in good nick. For a man who struggled in the last game and the talk around that he needed runs, well, he's got the runs.
Just made maybe a couple of minor adjustments. He's looking to sneak to get his 50 there. He was not able to get that done. He's calling for some gloves. So the end of over number 13. The Leewards are coasting away here. Large and in charge here at the Colonial Cricket Centre. They're 80 without loss.
And scoring at 6.23, 80 of 13 overs. They've built a hell of a platform here, very good platform. And what's important, that the Leewards use this platform. I think we can have an expected bowling change. Is this
72.
Merchant? I think Merchant is about to come in.
Yes.
He bowled impressively.
But it's a serious concern here now because Jamaica seem not to have an answer at all. And if these two continue going their merry way, like I said, we could have a very early afternoon here, Reds, at the Colonial Cricket Centre.
Well, they built their plans on pace, which has not worked out. One catch has gone down, but everyone has been expensive. I mean, Thomas, 3 for 31. Minley,
Only second over, none for 12.
None for 12. They have got maybe just to see if spin may work. He bowled very impressively at Warner Park. Let's see if he can create that kind of pressure. Very, very good debut. I think he was making his debut and bowled impressively.
Jamie Merchant, big tall guy, almost as tall as O'Shane Thomas in terms of height, not structure. Here goes Merchant. He's in now to bowl to Powell. He's back and spanking that out to the fielder. And he'll only get one. That looks like Jermaine Blackwood. So they've put the fleet-footed Jermaine Blackwood out onto the sweeper area to do some work. Be nice to get O'Shane into a camp, Andrew, and just have him working there so you unleash him when you're ready. He's a big guy for real. He needs 2 camps. A boot camp and here comes Merchant. He's in now to bowl to Hodge. Hodge is back on across and stay that one there. He's looking for a single there. Powell sent back very quickly. Who came around there? Who was that? Oh, it was Minley.
He might have just misjudged the length there. Could have been forward to that. He played back. Had to hustle.
He's got to be very careful. Stop, start. In out to bowl to Hodge. Hodge is driving straight. Can't score. Good, nice work there from Jamie Merchant, who got down very quickly.
This got to make it of an interesting tussle between Merchant and Hogg.
Yeah, certainly. just get a single. You want that's your first objective, get to the 50. He's in now to bowl to Hodge. Hodge is back and whipping that beautifully. 50 to Monsnodge. His 10th list day 100, 50. And a welcome one too. Gets an applause here from the appreciative crowd here. And so far, he's answered his critics. The job is not done yet because he might need more than a 50.
He has 50 of 51. So it's not all bang bang as he started. He's really trying to, build innings going forward. He's looking to play shots that will pick up the ones and twos.
Merchant is into bowl to Powell. Powell back and just turns this one beautifully. Minley took his eyes off of the ball there, and so they've been able to come back for two. Jamaica falling away here. They're all shatters. They're just searching around. They want something spectacular to happen. Either a brilliant catch, a run out, something. And right now, they've just sort of dropped their heads. Nothing is working. The Leewards putting the pressure on here on Team Jamaica. Merchant is in now to bowl to Powell. Stands up straight and spanks that. Can't beat the short mid-wicket. It would be an idea to just come back and punch that. End of over number 14. The Leewards are none for 84. Hodge is 50. His 10th list day 50. And his partner Kyron Powell is on 28.
And Jamaica just can't put the brake on this Leeward's batting, which initially was all, in fact, Hodge. Powell is starting to come into his own, and they are striking at over 6 and putting themselves in a position in the back end of this 50 over to attack whatever Jamaica did offer them.
Well, you could see that the Leeward Island Hurricane has a plan. There are certain aspects. In this partnership here, I think Powell would have said to Hodge, listen, you go out and play some shots. You're out of form, and I'll be the one who will anchor the innings here. I'll bat the entire 50 overs. And Hodge has certainly answered the call. 50 or 53. 6-4 is 1-6. Waits for Minley. Into bowl to him. He comes quietly forward. Sneaks a single. It's not on as the captain, Rovman Powell, comes in from cover. Lobs it to Thomas. And the score remains on none for 84. Appreciative crowd here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Our good friend Andrew is having a bake in the sun. He's scoring. What's his name, Andrew?
I'm not quite sure.
Okay, I've got to find out his name from Victor or Reds. Reds, what's the scorer's name?
All I know, he's associated with Gloucestershire.
Okay. Hodge is back, lost his shape there, and lean back rather than get square, get into his position and spank it. How he was spanking it all the time. Powell just saying to him, come on, stand up and bat. Remember, our job is not done yet. In fact, maybe what they might want to do is to register a 10-wicket win against Jamaica, which would send the shockwaves to Barbados, who's the next game up. Barbados already have lost to the combined campuses and colleges. So almost like the combined campuses and colleges know that they're going to beat a Barbados team. Here goes Minley into bowl to Hodge. Hodge is back and playing this late, but he can't beat McCarthy at point. They've got to start all over again. None for 84 here. Hodge is 50. His job is not done yet.
We might get an email saying, don't get carried away now.
Well, they're certainly making sure that they bat Jamaica out of the game. And with a platform like this, with who is to come, Devon Thomas, Saunders, Hamilton, Ward, and company. And if they're doing this without Raheem Cornwall, then the Leewards could be dangerous. Here goes Minley. Is in now to bowl to Hodge. Hodge is driving beautifully. We'll get a couple of runs. Bonner has gone into hiding. He's gone all the way out into the boundary. I don't know if his captain has decided that, listen, you spilled the catch, you spilled Hodge, and so we're going to put you into the deep for punishment. Score goes up to 85. Hodge is 51. Powell is 28.
And really driving well. Not looking just to pull and cut and hook, but he's played the cover drive well and hitting the ball quite cleanly. He's now the non-striker. Hodge 50 or 56.
Minley is in now to bowl to Powell. Powell is driving beautifully. Look for a couple of runs. Just contented to just get one. No need for him to get carried away there. So this has been good. They need 178 runs, 177 runs to win. That's what they would need. We're into over number 15. Don't see the water cart looking around yet, but it's really cool down here nicely. We're almost having a lovely air condition. but it's just a natural breeze. Much better than in Warner Park. Hodge is 51. He's back and pulling that majestically down to the boundary for 4. A long hop from Minley and put away by Hodge with disdain. So the end of over number 15, the latest score here at the Colonial Cricket Centre, Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 90 without loss. Hodge 55 and Powell 29.
Hodge 55.
So somewhere along the line, the Jamaica Scorpions will have to find some way, Reds. They have to find a bowler to slow down the scoring rate here, because the Leewards are just they're just getting boundaries at will.
Well, I think they've gone back to spin. Merchant from this end will we see spin from the far end.
Merchant is into bowl to Powell. Powell is back and staring that down to the boundary for 4. It's almost like every over you get a boundary, Reds.
Yes, it's just increasing the score, increasing the pressure on Powell to try and find some method, some combination to stop the run flow.
None for 94. The Lee was in a hurry. Largen in charge here. Powell has gone to 33. Monsnodge, who started well, is 55. He had a poor Leeward Islands men's tournament and started poorly, but he's answered the critics here. Jamie Merchant bongs away. He's in now to bowl to Powell. Powell is sweeping for more. Sloppy bowling here by Jamie Merchant, and Powell just got down and just paddled it around and got another boundary.
He was so outstanding in his opening game, and he was outside the off stump, played down to backward point. Now he's wide outside leg stump, swept away. Hasn't started well, and Powell would have wanted Merchant to have really stopped the flow of runs with a couple of dot balls.
Powell comes quietly forward, sneaks a single, and Lamont comes in for the short mid-wicket and lobs it up to the keeper. None for 99. Powell is 39. Hodges 55. The Leewards are large and in control, not in charge. Large and in control here on a Sunday afternoon in this Colonial Medical Life 50 over insurance competition, the flagship tournament organized by Cricket West Indies. Hodges 55. He's batted beautifully here. Waits for Merchant. He comes quietly forward, a drifter playing at it. And that's the sort of area that he would really want to bowl consistently. A dot ball for a change.
Yes, and the first time in a long time where we've seen a dot ball and actually the ball beating the bat.
Here comes Jamie Merchant. In now to bowl to Hodges. Into bowl to Hodges. Hodges back and cracks that. 100 up for the Leeward Islands, and they will receive a round of applause here. So the Leewards making a serious statement here. 100 without loss. They're okay, and we're only in over number 16. Hodge is 38. Not Hodge. Powell is 38. And Hodge goes up 56.
He came up in 101 degrees. Shot 10 fours, 260.
Here is Powell driving past the short extra cover fielder, the captain, and sneaking a single. You wanted to say 266? So that's a good one. So the end of over number 16 Reds. 101 for 2 Reds.
Well,
101 without loss.
and no doubt when the Leewards got together and talked about getting 263, they would have wanted a strong start, a good platform. They couldn't have won better. But we've seen enough cricket to know that a good start doesn't mean that you're going to finish as well as you start. It's important that this partnership keeps going, and whoever is to come don't come out and be giving away the wickets with very soft dismissals.
Well, Jamaica has gone for a trick. They have decided that Rovman Powell has decided that he's because Bonner doesn't bowl bad. He determined what he's going to bowl today. I think he's going to bowl a little wrist spin, and so they'll have to be very careful and look to start all over again. None for 101.
But based on McCarthy, Bonner in front of McCarthy?
Well, I think maybe McCarthy might come from this end. Might maybe give much into a little break, much into his break, and think about pace this time. So they've got to be able to find somebody. We'll find out. Powell to Powell. Powell is just looking to McCarthy. He apologizes that the throw was not good. Back to Bonner. So it's not going to be trying to buy a wicket. Bonner can bowl. Bonner slides away now. He's into bowl to Powell. Powell is back and losing his shape there. So he apologizes very quickly. I really should not have let that pressure up. So they sneak and get a single. Jamaica something spectacular. None for 100. Hodges 56.
Is not over.
Have a hurricane here. And it's blowing through Jamaica. Some changes here. Making Hodge wait a little bit. Hodge is back and cracking that out to the sweeper. And Jermaine Blackwood strolls in. Party. And Jamaica just trying to see if they can just slow the game down, Reds. Because the Leewards have got
Jamaica, they got hit by a whirlwind with, of course, the attack by Hodge on Thomas Street for 31, and it really hasn't settled yet.
I think the ball is back down the sweeper, around over the sweeper boundary, and nothing is working here. The Leewards are just going at ease, at will, no hurry. Jamaica needs somebody who is going to come and resurrect the situation here, calm down the hurricane. You maybe need a drone. The drone might be Bonner. Here goes Bonner. He's into bowl to Powell. Powell is driving beautifully. Pass. Asset for the in. Down to the boundary for 4. That's a lovely shot by Powell. That's a class shot.
Well, if this move was to bring Bonner to try and slow the rate down, it hasn't quite worked. The rate has shot up to 6.1. Hodge 57. Powell now has raced to 40 of 39 and getting more aggressive. That was a lovely shot. Got the right pad, hit it beautifully through the covers.
Waits for Powell, and he's clipping this one over Andrew McCarthy, looking to come back for a second one, and Kyron will be advised to, be a little bit more tighter. No need to get fancy. No need, you just basically just play the ball up in front of you. The end of over number 17. The Hurricanes are none for 110.
Yes, a loose shot you just referred to. He just went back and patted it. Luckily, he was able to clear the man on the inner circle, who ran back but couldn't get anywhere near it. Maybe just lost concentration a bit. There were so many areas he could have hit that and almost got himself in a little bit of trouble.
Almost got himself into a big trouble. The big O'Shane Thomas is down here on the boundary having a word with his teammate. And Jamie Merton will continue. Powell is 47. He's in strike. We're looking for his another list day half century at this level. He's back and cracking that, but he can't beat looks like Bonner at point. Powell has 15 list day 50s. We'll be looking for his 16th here today. If he gets it, it'll be a well-deserved nod. He comes quietly forward, a model of concentration. And he knows that with no Raheem Cornwall, that he has to be the player who has to step up here for the Leeward Islands. He was the captain last season. Merchant slides away, comes in now and bows to Powell. Powell is just turning it. Didn't try to undrive it. He just worked it, picked up his 48 run. I would like to see him still hit that down the ground, hit it down to Thomas. Don't need to turn anything. It's always nice to keep the biomechanics and keep it nice and straight. Got to find out from O'Shane his size of boots. Maybe about 13, Andrew. And O'Shane's boots size 13 and a half. So the big man Nelson comes up, none for 111. Merchant is in now to bowl to Hodge. Hodge comes quietly forward. Nice straight bat. The Leeward Islands would want to send a message early o'clock. We have the water cart right after this over. Leewards are scoring 6.47 runs per over. Hodge waits for Jamie Merchant. He's driving, can't score, good stride. Did lean into that one, so he would have remembered all of those drills by Coach Stuart Williams and William Cornwall.
Back-to-back dot balls.
Yeah, it's a hope that will be maintained. Merchant is into bowl to Hodge. Hodge is getting fancy, naughty. No need for that. So the end of over number 17. The Leeward Islands large and in control here at the Connery Cricket Centre. They are none for 111. The man himself, Monson Hodge from Anguilla, is 57 not out. Kyron Powell is on 48. It's been an excellent opening start here from the Leeward Islands Hurricane. More comments from you, Reds. What Jamaica will have to do?
Well, somehow or the other, find a way to break the sponsorship. If they can't break the sponsorship, I'm surprised that McCarthy has not been bowled. I mean, a man, what, he got 5 in the last game, 4 in the last game. Yet your wicket taking in the last game, you have not tried at all. I don't know what he can do. He can play with numbers. He can all of a sudden try and bring back Thomas and give him 2 and see if he can produce a couple of Yorkers. But there don't seem to be any pressure building up. And you only take wickets by building pressure. You only take wickets by being able to produce a couple of overs where you have slowed the opposition, where they have to take chances. Leewards just have to wait. The runs are coming. So whatever he's tried so far has not worked. Hodge 57 from 64. Powell 48 from 44. 18 overs, 111 without loss. 6.17. If you'd ask a Leeward playwright to write the script, he couldn't have wanted to write a better script.
Well, like I said to you, Reds, that the pass score here would be about 300. And certainly Jamaica maybe would be way behind the clock here. But really, the impressive batting display so far by Monson, 50 or 53 balls, 6 4s and 1 6. He's really been the highlight here of this partnership.
When you say going back to not so much the Fudadin innings, that maybe Bonner might have been guilty of not going on to get the 100 and then bat a little deeper?
Well, you did indicate that at a particular time during the innings that you thought Bonner should have maybe increased the pressure with his fluency. But he himself looked like he was struggling with fitness, as we saw on the back end there of his innings also, because he really was a hot day out here.
Yes, I think looking back, they may well have finished 20 runs short.
Maybe more than 20 runs short, but it's a game on still. It's not over by a long shot. The Leeward Islands Hurricane would need 152 more runs to win. And like I said, they just need to be able to find a bowler or a couple of bowlers to bowl in tandem, bowl in partnership. But like I said, I'm very, very, very much concerned about Jamaica's cricket and what we're seeing out here. And like I said, when I looked at them warming up, I didn't see that fire in the eye that this was a Jamaica team was going to go out to defend 262. And I was looking at the body language of Coach Andrew Coley and company in the warm-up, and I didn't see that.
Well, we have seen nothing from Jamaica bowling that seemed to suggest that they could build a little bit of pressure and slow this onslaught down. Certainly you look at Merchant. Merchant is very impressive at Warner Park. Not the same Merchant here tonight. The fast bowlers have not made the impact. They're being hit all over the place, and we haven't seen McCarthy.
So, Bonner still continuing. Merchant 3 not 16 not, and Bonner will come back for his second over. And it's almost like every over the Leeward and Hurricane batsmen are contented to be just picking up a boundary. And that is very serious in terms of the contention, in terms of what's happening. So we're back after over number 7, in fact over number 18, back after 18, none for 111, Nelson. Here's Bonner bowling a long hop and just being spanked down the ground. And a cardinal sin which happens is that after a water break or before a water break, you always tend to have an issue where you lose wickets. This time around, the Leewards were not in a position to lose any wicket there. None for 112. Powell goes to 49. Field just changing around because there's a left and right combination. And so that is going to be key and important. We break as Jamaica just trying to, as Red said, trying to find some formation, some formula to slow the score in here. Bonner is into bowl to Hodge. Hodge is getting fancy and just steering this past first slip down to the short third man, picking up an easy single. Score goes up to none for 113. Hodge goes to 58, and Powell was approaching his 16th list day half century. He's on 49.
Well, I think the Leeward's batsmen, when they saw Bonner coming in, didn't, had their eyes open and tried to hit him out of St. Kitts. They have played him well, wait for the bad ball, and if he was brought on to buy a wicket, it hasn't worked.
Here's Powell stroking. 52, Kyron Powell. He wears the number 33. His 16th list day 50. And he just acknowledges to his small fans here to just say, listen, it's not over yet.
He struck 4 fours, 1 6. He was
The rate 6.16. This is the 19th over.
This is just the 19th over. Bonner is into bowl to Hodge. Hodge picks up the line, leaves that alone. No need for him to even look that. Still want to see Hodge look up in front of him. No need to move his head and be thinking about looking to go down behind him. Want to see him be tight as possible. He's not over by a long shot yet. They need 149 more runs to win. Bonner is into bowl to Hodge. Hodge is back and cracking that down the ground, down to long on, picking up an easy single. It's almost a walk in the park here because Jamaica is going to give you every over a boundary. One has not come yet off of this over, but that's what's been happening for the last 5 overs. Bonner none for 12. This is his second over. Slides away into bowl to Powell. Powell back and turn this one to McCarthy and score. So the end of over number 19. The Leeward Islands none for 115. Powell 50, Hodge 59.
And now the Leewards needs less than 150 for victory. 149 left. They've got all their wickets in hand, and Jamaica doesn't seem to have any kind of plan or any indication that they can slow this attack down, slow this build-up of runs. And mentioned before, McCarthy has not been used, or I don't know if he's having trouble with his shoulder or his hands.
Reds is calling for McCarthy. Might need more than McCarthy today. Jamie Merchant is in now to bowl to Hodge. Flatter faster, he's just back and whipping that. And the man himself, Jermaine Blackwood, comes in and he just lobs it up to the captain. None for 116. Leeward's coasting here. Pretty easy job today for Shane Jeffers and the selection panel. They want to register 3-0. Here goes Jamie Merchant. He's into bowl to Powell, into bowl to Powell. Powell driving sweetly. That came off the bat. Lovely shot out to Blackwood. He just lobs it up. So Jamaica have to find a way, Reds. How do you stop this scoring? How do you stop this?
Well, I was suggesting that McCarthy is going to come and take a bundle of wickets. But based on the last game, is the common sense thing to do to have brought him into the attack.
Hodge waits as Merchant is on drive down the ground. Another single. So Leeward's just milking this bowling. There's nothing in it for them. They need something. They need something special. And like I said to you, either run out or catch something. Something has to give. None for 118. Jamie Merchant into his 4th over. He's in now to bowl to Powell. Powell is back and cracking that. Beats Minley down to the boundary for 4. So as I said to you, Reds, almost every over, the Leeward Island Hurricanes know that they're going to get a boundary. And that's just been the natural plan, the natural ploy here. It's worrying signs here for Jamaica.
Well, maybe he needs to go back to a wild card and bring back Thomas, who was expensive, 3 for 31. But he is someone, if he can find a Yorker, might just be able to break this partnership.
Merchant moves in nicely to bowl to Powell. Powell stands up and just spanks that down the ground. They're going to be looking for 2. But I think they've changed their mind because McCarthy is a good athlete. He wears the number 49. And the score goes up to none for 123. None for 123. Powell is 56 and Hodge is 61. The Leewards quietly going about their job in an inefficient way. Here comes Merchant. He's in now to bowl to Hodge. Hodge is back and punching that, looking for a single. It's not on. Punches it to Lamont, can't score. So the end of over number 20. And the Leeward Islands are none for 123 here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
And this is a Leeward Islands without Cornwall, which probably might have worried a couple of the Leeward's supporters, because he had contributed both with the bat and the ball, and it was a bit of a hole to fill. But we haven't gotten down to that at all, because this has been really the best start they've had for a very long time. I think Bonner will know what's the best start they've had in the white ball game. 123 and 20 overs gone.
20 overs gone, and they're still looking. I think they want to make sure that they send a message to all the other teams in the competition. Andrew McCarthy is warming up, so he certainly, the call for Andrew McCarthy is certainly on the card. Powell, in the meantime, is just taking his time, just making sure that he slows down and gets his act together. Bonner is into bowl to Powell. Powell is just turning this to McCarthy, sneaks a single, and that's all the Leewards have to do. Nothing rush. Walk in the park. You have at least easily 180 deliveries to get 140 more runs. No need to give it away here. None for 124. Powell is 57. Hodge, who started well, will want to convert today and get 100. Bonner into bowl to Hodge. Hodge stands up straight, spanks it. Can't beat Christopher Lamont at the short extra cover fielder. He gets a round of applause for making a big effort. I thought it was a pretty simple stop once he stayed on his feet. Bonner into bowl to Hodge. Hodge stands up straight and just again eases it out to Lamont at cover. Spectators have turned out in their numbers to support the Leeward Islands on their home game. Bonner into bowl to Hodge. Hodge is driving beautifully out to Jermaine Blackwood. Goes down in the long barrier position, lobs it up. So another single to Hodge. He goes to 62. And the score just trickling away every time, Reds.
Yes, and not losing the focus. They realize they're in a strong position and want to stay there without losing a wicket right now.
Bonner is into bowl to Powell, who drives straight, can't score. Score remains on 125 without loss. I want to say good afternoon to the folks in Antigua and Barbuda. Here Goa, Nigel Goa, Leswise Skeppel. Football time in Antigua, back and whipping this, but he can't beat at the Antigua Recreation Ground. As you know, Reds football is big around these parts. The local league has started. The end of over number 21. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes are none for 125.
Yeah, St. Kitts Nevis playing in the
Nations League?
Nation League?
Yes, I think they have a 3 o'clock game coming up sometime this week. When is that, Shane? On the 14th? Yeah, I think they have a game coming up against Grenada.
Yes, I read that. St. Lucia's got a game on the 17th against the Dumb Republic.
Well, I
And
can
then
say
the-
to you, Reds, Montserrat is performing very well in the Nations League.
Montserrat is coming to St. Lucia.
Change of bowling.
So it's been pretty impressive. Antigua's not been doing too well at all in the Nations League. But St. Kitts look like they could be out of the competition. So Reds, finally, your trump call has been answered.
No, not my trump call. I think the basic captaincy would have thought you would have used McCartney earlier.
So Andrew McCarthy, who's picked up a couple of wickets, 4 wickets in the last game, comes into contention. Hodge is 62, and he's been off to a flyer. He has to bat deep. Whipped away, and McCarthy is lucky to get away with that full toss.
He started with a dot ball.
Reds considers that to be a dot ball. McCarthy's into bowl to Hodge. Hodge is back on the cross.
Second dot ball.
They're both West Indies A team teammates. So he's going around the wicket. He's not over to Hodge. So pretty interesting. Around the wicket, bowl to Hodge, flighted, and he just whips that beautifully. Can get a couple of runs, but I think they're contented to just get one run, because the field out there's Jermaine Blackwood, and they have decided not to test his arm. And no hurry for him. And in fact, there's no need for them to take any risk at all either.
Now, should, in fact, the captain go bowl and bring back Thomas.
You want Thomas back. All right.
But he's got to try something to break this partnership.
He has to. He's going to come around the wicket now. Andrew McCarthy is in now to bowl to Powell. Powell, I think he overstride there. He didn't lean into it. He just needed his head and his shoulders to just go past his front knee and just stroke it again. It's a lovely player when he gets going. He comes quietly forward, pat and pat close together, and making sure that he plays the ball. Too many of our modern day batsmen, they hide the bat and they push the pads. ICC has changed that rule now. They're saying, no, we will give you out. The umpires will give you out. So you got to play the ball more. Rather fast, so that's a lovely shot. They're going to look to get 2 runs here. Blackwood is going to be tested here. He's an athlete. He comes around nicely and saves it. Only Blackwood could have done that. He's such a natural athlete. He's a sprinter. And Powell was able to sneak 2 runs there. So the end of over number 22, none for 126. Powell is 59 and Hodge is 63.
And McCarthy has been able to pull the rate down beyond from 6 point to now 5.77. Not a bad start. He, in the circumstances, was in fact containing, bowled a couple of dot balls, and I mean, good reason why he should have been used area.
So, none for 128 at the end of over number 22. I'll bet you, Reds, that this game will be over in about the 38th over. That's what I reckon. We're now 22 overs, so another 16 overs. We can have a very early afternoon where we can go to the strip, go to the docks this afternoon. Bonner is into bowl to Hodge. Hodge is driving beautifully and just caressed that. He just caressed it. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Played it late. Out to the sweeper. And Blackwood picked up an easy single. None for 129. Hodge is 64. And Powell is 59. Maybe approaching and deciding, listen, I'm going to give you a run for your money to get to 100. They need 135. Powell comes quietly forward, can't score. Where's the number 23? Just in case you're looking and you're wondering what's happening. Yes, it's West Indies cricket. West Indies cricket. It's the Colonial Super50 Championship. And the Leeward Islands are chasing 263 for victory. They are none for 129. In fact, none for 130 now. As Blackwood comes into contention, Powell goes up to 60. And Monson Hodge is on 64. He sort of slowed down, Reds.
Yes, I think that's good sense. You're well ahead of the game. You do not have to go helter-skelter.
Want to maybe send an early statement to everybody else. Make sure that you come out as the #1 team in this group. Barbados were ruffled by the defending champions last night at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium in the day-night encounter. A very good victory for the combined campuses and colleges without their captain, Carlos Brathwaite. So that'll be a pretty interesting tournament. He's opened up the tournament here. Bonner is into bowl to Hodge. Hodge is on drive in. That's a brilliant piece of work there by Bonner. We're in the number 19.
Must have been a goalkeeper at primary and secondary school.
Good save. Long time we haven't seen bowlers really get across and, again, they're trying to slow down and make Munson Hodge wait. Ring in the changes around here in the field. Merchant comes around. Bonner is maybe going to try something completely different. Wants to get him to drive. See now to bowl to Hodge is appeal for a leg before. It's out leg before. It's worked. So Hodge losing his concentration there. And finally, the trick has worked. Nkuma Bonner with a slider on. Hodge played around it, missed it completely, and was adjudged leg before. A magnificent knock from the manager Munson Hodge. 64 of 76 deliveries. Hodge goes. Leeward lose their first wicket at 130.
Well, Jamaica would have liked to see the back of Hodge over an hour ago. But Bonner eventually coming to break this partnership. Is it all too late? Is it all too late? The Leewards wouldn't want to throw away a start of 131 for one. They really need to see some cool heads, some sensible batting, and knock the remaining 132 without any further loss. But it's easy to say that. I think Powell has got to take the lead here, take the mantle, and to ensure that cool heads remain.
Certainly, Reds. The words of Red Pereira, the wise man, has been around for some time. He's a humanitarian to sport in the Caribbean. He's almost served all of his life in sport, and you don't find many administrators around like Reds these days. Amir Django, 22 years of age. He comes in. He's under a bit of a scrutiny also, and he would also need some runs under his belt because Casey Carty is looking around and looking to try to see if he can be able to try and see if he can get into this team. But Django looked good in his first game. He got 30, and then he played a rush shot in the second game. He's got a platform here, so he can be able to build on that. He's back and looking to punch that. Can't score. Sort of looked like a Narsing Dinnerine the way he played that shot there, Joseph Red Sparrow. The end of over number 23. 1 for 130.
Yes, just to look at the 8 other games to be played here, that square has got how many strips?
They have about 3.
3. So it's going to take a little bit of work by the ground staff to keep them fresh and ready.
Well, this staff here is efficient, led by gentleman Mr. Milk. In fact, the track today has played even better than Warner Park, based on the predictions what we've seen here so far.
Well, I mean, it's the first game. I mean, Warner Park has had, what, 4 or 5 in a stretch?
Well, they've been using 2 strips in Warner Park, so we got to be able to give them the test here. Here is Powell coming quietly forward. He's 60, and now he would now know that he has to be able to take the team over the hump. It's going to be an important encounter. McCarthy is in now to bowl to Powell. Powell is on driving, and Lamont needs to do a lot better than that, rather than just look at the delivery. Down to O'Shane Thomas. To long on, he gets an easy single. In fact, I would like to see Lamont come back and go to his right, really in the traditional short mid-wicket era, giving him moving on to his strong side. He's a left-hander. Andrew McCarthy. Ball to all left-handers. Powell comes down and just says to Django, he just maybe pick something up.
Well, I think he's saying, watch the drift, watch the arm ball.
Good, sensible batting from the young man himself. Here comes Andrew McCarthy. Is he now to bowl to Django? Drives it sweetly down the ground. He's off the mark. It's a good, confident shot. Good stride, good stride. He got out, had leaned into it. And he doesn't need to do anything here. All he has to do is just get a nice little 40-30 here and just allow Powell to, just take it across. Quietly forward, they're looking for a single, certainly not on. Django is the Leeward Island Hurricane franchise player. Age 22. He's played for the West Indies under 19. He was in the Trinbago Knight Riders CPL lineup. Django. Here's Powell driving beautifully, but can't beat Minley at cover. Hot and fiery. We'll have Andrew coming up after the break there. I think he went to try to see if he could get a ting on something. I won't tell you what he did. Just water. He's just getting slightly water. So the latest score here at the Colonial Cricket Centre, Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 1 for 132. Always comes a calm, and Jamaica trying to see if they can be able to just have a quiet calm here. But in the meantime, they would maybe have to dismiss Kyron Powell, who is on 61, and Django is coming. We'll certainly know that he's under the microscope and would also have to get some runs himself. Bonner is into bowl to Django, just turns this onto the onside, sneaks a single, and Powell responds very quickly. At the end of this over, we'll have a double change. Carlisle Powell and Andrew Mason. The Nevis Barbados connection.
Oh, good connection, boy.
Here comes Bonner. He's in out the ball to Powell. Powell driving straight down the ground. Looks so easy. There. He's batted 24 overs so far. I want him to bat 50. That's what I want him to do. I want him to get hungry. I want him to bat and just bat. Here we go. Bonner trying to buy a wicket here, but these two, I think, are up to his tricks. He's been able to get one, maybe wants to get two. And you know, normally in cricket terms, after one come two. He's into bowl to Django. Django driving beautifully to cover. That will have the legs away. And Fudadin can't stop that. That's a lovely cricket shot by Django. That is a good confident shot. Another boundary again, Joseph Red Sparrow. The score goes up to 1 for 138. Django goes to 6.
And I think Powell has really got to go for broke. He's got to bring in the long off and bring in the long on and say, okay, finish it if you want, go over the top. But at this rate, they will just keep picking off the runs. He just got to try something different. Bring in the long off, bring in the long on, stop the easy signals. They're milking it down there. That was a lovely shot through the covers. Well, you know, you got a cover field. You can try and reinforce it with a sweeper, which...
Here is Django just looking to just turn this onto the leg side. Gets no runs. Almost every over, the Leeward Island Hurricane can be assured that they're going to get a boundary ball. And this can't be good at this level at all. Bonner is in now to bowl to Django, comes quietly forward. He can't score. There's no run there. 1 for 138. Powell is 62. Django is 6. Lost the wicket of Monson Hodge. Bonner is in now to bowl to Django, is driving sweetly down the ground, picking up an easy single. And easily they just picked up 6 singles, 6 runs off of the over. So the end of over number 25. The Leeward Islands 1 for 139. More comments from you, Joseph Red Sparrow. Then we'll have a double change. It'll be Andrew Mason and Carlisle Powell.
Well, I don't know if Andrew or Carlisle will agree with what I was saying, but at this rate, the runs are just coming easily. It's taking candy from kids. 5.56, 138 for 1. They can't continue to allow the Leewards to pick up runs. And Andrew, I was suggesting a bold move. Do you bring in mid-on and mid-off?
Yeah, so I even looked to bring back Thomas to get a wicket. That would have been an option as well. I think he just heard you and he put his hand up and said, yes, I want to come and bowl. That's not good.
I did suggest that also.
Yeah, indeed. Here's the delivery from the man who bowled very well against Barbados, McCarthy, and that delivery is on the off stump. Coming forward is Django just playing the ball up towards cover. There's no run. McCarthy's in both him. He's forward and drives. Down to cover. Lovely flowing shot for 1 only. Cover comes off the boundary, sends a return in strong to the base of the stumps. The batsman will get a single. But from here, 140 for 1, chasing 263 for victory. You would think that the Leewards are in a very good position to win, but cricket is a funny old game. Here's McCarthy's again. He comes between the umpire and the stumps. On the wicket, bowls fast. A delivery, almost a medium pace delivery. And Paul looking very solid. Comes across and strokes it down towards long on for 1. The big man Thomas, who's in front of us, hearing every word that we're saying, comes forward to collect it. There is a run to carry the score to 141 for loss of 1. This is over number 26 being bowled. Here's a delivery from McCarthy round the wicket, given Samir, and Jan goes forward and pushes up towards mid-on. There's no run. I shall endeavour to just look back at what happened earlier. Jamaica from that position of 81 for 3 reached 262 for 9. McCarthy's in, bowls outside the off stump, chopped away down to backward point by the left-hand batsman. Can't pierce the offside fielder. Ball goes away to be picked up by, it looks like Bonner coming across to make the stop at point to end the over. At the end of it, it's 141 for the loss of 1. That's the latest score here at Connery.
And the Leewards are well placed at 141 for 1 after 26 overs, Andrew. Excellent start of 130 in pursuit of 263 to win by the Leewards. Hodge got a very well played 64, and now all the Leewards have to do is to continue on this good work.
Well,
Jamaica need wickets though.
They do, there's no doubt about that. A start of 130. Here is Bonner that continues. He comes up now, he's in and bowls one, which is on the off stump. Coming forward is the left-handed batsman just pushing the ball away into the offside. Down towards cover, there's no run. That's the left-handed Powell. Here is Bonner. He starts again, comes into Paul, and Paul is going back and just turning the ball away down towards the position of mid-wicket. There's no run. He's looked very solid here. He's on 63 visions of making 100, and he's about to settle in. Bonner, the wicket taker, he got the wicket of Hodge when he had him leg before. His contribution was 64. This is over number 26, and here is Bonner as he comes in with his leg breaks. He's in and bowls to Paul short, and Paul is back and forces the ball away down to long on for a single. No difficulty there, just on the back foot, stroking the ball away for 1. All it requires now is to bat with common sense and win the game. But you never know, a wicket or two could put the cat among the pigeons, and then all of a sudden there's panic. I'm sure the Leewards wouldn't want that. They wouldn't want a hurricane, I would imagine. As Bonner's in and bowls, the ball pitched up, and there's Janko coming forward. That was given lots of the leg stump and stroked away down towards that long on area for 1. So he's up now to 9. It's 143 for loss of 1. And it's Powell, who's got 64 coming back in the strike. 2 left-handers at the crease. And there's no slip. There's a short third man being pulled away now to wide third man. There's a backward point on the boundary. There's an extra cover, long off, long on. There's a man with the 45 there for that lap at the short fine leg area. A mid-wicket on the boundary. There's also a fielder in at forward square as well. Here's Bonner, comes in, and this delivery is on the line of the middle stump, and on the back foot goes Paul and just forces the ball down to mid-on. The bowler picks it up. There's no run. Bonner would want to try to finish strongly here. 143 for loss of 1 as he comes up now. This is Bonner to bowl to Paul, and Paul is looking to reverse sweep. Will get runs there. No, he won't actually. The fielder coming across to make the stop. I thought it might have gone past the fielder, and the fielder inside the circle is Thomas makes the stop. There's no run. Bonner to continue again. Comes in to bowl to the left-handed Paul, doesn't 64 into this delivery. He's onto the front foot, runs the ball down to backward point for a single. The big man Thomas comes across but can't prevent the single. Good, intelligent cricket, just playing with soft hands and running the ball down to backward point. Takes off for the run to keep the strike. So we've now completed over number 26 with that single. Paul goes up now to try and make him 65. It's 144 for loss of 1. That's the latest score at Connery. So it's going to be McCarthy to take it up, operating from round the wicket, ball into the left-handed Paul. He's got 65. We start over number 28. He comes up now, is in and bowls the delivery, which is given to Samir. There's a ball pushed out towards cover. Good, intelligent cricket for a single. There's a fielder in at cover, the captain. And of course, that's the other Paul, Rodman Paul. He's very quick, but the ball was played to his right, and he had to move in. And they got the single comfortably. Very good cricket indeed to carry Paul to 66. It brings Django into strike. Django is on 9. Here is McCarthy looking for another wicket for Jamaica. He's up and bowls, and this ball is turned away from the leg stump. down towards square leg for 1. We'll contemplate the second, won't come for it. As the man who made 100 comes across to make the stop. That's Fudadin. Imagine what's going to be like for him later on. He's a bit of a chatter, really. When you see him, he'll talk all day, he'll talk all night as well. And he was extremely good today with his 100. Bonner made 97. Here's McCarthy. He comes up now on his way again. He's up, and to this delivery, which is driven up towards extra cover ball that's given lots of on the off stump. There's Paul driving to extra cover. And the other Paul, Rodman, picks it up. There's no run. Here again is McCarthy comes up in bowls. Some air, beautifully bowled. That was slower and thrown up, inviting the drive. And there's Paul pushing the ball away into the offside. Liat leaves us, the Caribbean airline. Maybe it's on its way to Barbados. As we pick it up there, wonderful work again by our cameraman. Liat, the Caribbean airline. Here's a ball short of a length. And bowled by that's McCarthy, who would know about Air Jamaica. No Air Jamaica anymore. And the ball is on the line of the off stump, and he goes back and just strokes the ball. That's Paul up towards mid-off. There's no run to end the over. We've now completed over number 28. At the end of it, it's Paul on 66. With him is Django, the confirmed mid-pitch. He's got tennis 1, 46 for loss of 1. That's the latest score here at Connery.
Not a great deal of turn from McCarthy. And so he has to rely on variation of length and line and the subtlety of change of pace to get these batsmen to think. We haven't seen a great deal of that. Flat and fast, containment is not going to win it for Jamaica.
Right. Well, it's going to be, this is Powell. No, this is Bonner to continue. And well captured there, beautiful. Lovely in the skies there. And of course, we'll capture every moment for you. Our Cameron is on the ball now. He's done a good job. First ball is on the off stump, being bowled by Bonner. The leg spinner pushed away by Django to cover. There's no run. Here is Bonner, comes in and bowls to Django to this delivery. He's onto the front foot, drives up towards mid-off. The bowler slides across, can't stop it. It goes down to long off. Coming off the boundary is that's footed in, and they get a single for that. Ball that was pitched up and a lovely flowing drive for 1 to carry the score to 147 for 1. With that single, Django goes up to 11 now, brings Paul to strike. He's on 66. Here's Bonner, the leg spinner. Tosses the ball from Mantan, now grips it and comes in and bowls. This delivery short and swung away up towards the mid-wicket area. Didn't hit it very well. It was a ball that was short, and I think it must have just hit the toe of the bat. And the ball goes away out towards that mid-wicket area for 1. Score goes up to 148 for loss of 1. And the man who's hosting Red Spur has just joined us. He's Trinidadian to the bone, has been here for quite a long time, they tell me. I spoke to him last, and he still got his Trini accent. Here's a sweep, lovely shot, a ball at the next stop. This is going to go out towards the boundary, and we'll get there as well. It's badly lined, the leg break, and that's the batsman Django sweeping down to backward square. That's a poor delivery and dealt with in the appropriate manner. Django sweeping quite nicely. The sweep shot is always good to see, especially when it's well executed. And we know there's a great West Indian batsman. Rasper will tell you Johan Kanai was a very good sweeper, and that was swept beautifully down towards the backward square area for 4. So 15 to Django now.
150 up for
152 for loss of 1. They're over number 29. They're going well. They're 263. Here's Bonner, comes in and bowls to Django. He's forward and drives. Lovely flowing shot. Batting so well here. Lovely off drive. Good to see. Down to long off. The Jamaicans need something here to happen for them. This is not good for them. They've not been able to stem the flow. They've not picked up wickets. Double trouble. Here is the delivery, which is on the line of the middle stump as the bowler continues. And that's given lots of air by Bonner. And there's Paul coming forward and driving up towards mid-off to end the over at the end of over number 28. It's 153 for the loss of 1. That's the latest score here at Connery.
Hey parents, are you looking for an academy in Queens and Long Island for your boys and girls? Whether you're a beginner or an advanced player, Queens United Cricket Academy is the place to be. Registrations for spring and summer sessions are now open. For more information, visit our website at cuca.org.
It's 153 for 1. Okay, I think our scorer, who's all the way from England, who interesting gentleman. He's very much in Barbados, and he goes all around scoring. and he never wears a shirt. Here's a ball which is on the line of the off stump as the action continues. It's McCarthy ball into that's Django driving down to long off. Merchant comes off the boundary to pick it up. They get a single. Hello to all of our friends in Jamaica, to all of our friends all across the Caribbean. Maybe young Thomas should come back into the attack. I think he's hearing us, and he's going to put his hand up and say, I want a ball again, a drive, as that's ball given lots of other the off stump ball by McCarthy. And a lovely flowing shot by Powell down to cover for one. So easy for this man. 153 for loss of one. The action, of course, will be continued tomorrow as well. We look forward to the action. Here at Connery again, Barbados up against Canada. Barbados losing to the CCC, not for the first time. In fact, they've played 7 times and they've won 3 times. Down to backward point. In hot pursuit, very fast indeed. Almost at the pace of Alto Bolden. And they get to outside the off stump for the second to carry the score to 157 for the loss of one. Ground we welcome it as McCarthy's in and bowls. Ball in the off stump, thrown up again. There's the stroking it up to cover. There's no run. Over McCarthy's in and most Django short. He's covering up. Quick a bit flatter. And there was a bat from going back and playing down to cut. Django was 19 first in the score here at Connery.
And the Leewards now just need 106. Who are in have to stay in. Powell is on 68, and if he stays in, Django has come in and looked very
drives. He's always around. He goes from Barbados right through his St. Kitts. He's asking for the itinerary for the regional competition which stands in January. And he loves something to Barbados and Kitts all over the Caribbean. And all he does is he scores the old time way with his book. Now here is who's back in it. It looks like Lamont back in the attack now. And there's a delivery on the line of the leg stump turned away to mid-wicket by Paul. There's no run. 157 for one. We're into over number 31. Here is Lamont. Comes up now in bows to Paul. Paul is back to a short ball. Plays the ball easily up towards the long on area for a single. A bit surprised that they have not gone back to Thomas, particularly after the dismissal of Hodge, to try and get a wicket, to make it 157 for 3 and exert some pressure. And he has to be the short bowler to come in and bowl 3 or 4 overs and try to keep things quiet. Here's a delivery which is short of a length, bowled by Lamont. Off the back foot goes Django and forces the ball down towards long on for one to carry the score now up to 159 for one. This is over number 31. With that single, Django goes to 20, brings Paul into strike. He's on 69. Lamont is in and bows to him. He's driving sweetly to cover. 4 runs. What a shot. Given Samir, the left-hander, powerfully built, and driving the ball sweetly to extra cover. That's a wonderful shot. That goes across the upfield very quickly. The timing was impeccable. That's 4 runs as well. To carry him to 73, it's 163 for loss of 1. Well played.
extremely good shot. Good position, got in position early too and just caressed it.
Here is Lamont, comes up now, bowls to Paul. Paul is forward and drives again, and again it goes for 4. Driven through cover, given some air, and he was onto the front foot and driving the ball through cover. That was thrown up at the off stump invitedly, and he said, "Thank you very much indeed for the dessert." And he stroked it beautifully through cover. Well played indeed for 4. He now goes up to 77, and this has been a very expensive over by Lamont.
An even better shot than the first one. Hit it with even more power, and that would have been satisfying for him. He's on 77 now, and would be looking towards getting 100.
One would think so as well. Here is Lamont to bowl to Paul, who's on 77. This if he's back and turns it up to mid-wicket. Can't score on this occasion. The bowler pulled it down and bowled a different length, a different line of the leg stump, worked up to mid-wicket to end the over. So the Jamaicans really not doing well. They look flat as the pancakes that they produce in Jamaica. The Johnny Cakes, of course. They're lovely up there, the ackee and the saltfish. I love to go to Jamaica. 167 for loss of 1 is the latest score at Connery.
And the Leeward's requiring under 100 to win this game.
Yep.
The run rate is at 5.42. 31 overs completed. And the ball's not a pressure game for the Leewards at all. They just have to keep batting sensibly.
I would agree with that. Still no Thomas back into the attack. He's done it fine leg. No, he's done it long on because the bowler will continue the attack now from this end. Here's a ball short of a length as it's bowled by McCarthy. And coming forward is Jangu. Look very solid and strokes the ball all the way down towards mid wicket. Wide mid-on really for a single to carry the score to 168 for loss of 1. There's a very strong breeze coming across the ground, and our screen here is in trouble, so I've got to hold it for a bit. Outside the off stump, bowled by McCarthy and played away down to backward point for 1. They look for the second run. The return comes in, and there's Paul getting home. It was outside the off stump, played away square in the offside. I think he recognises now this is his opportunity to really cash in and try and get to the 100. We've seen already 100 made by Fudadin. We also got a batsman making 97. McCarthy again comes in to bowl to Paul into this delivery. Paul is driving back to the bowler. Well, it was given lots of air and just pushed it up towards mid off. The bowler made the save. That was thrown up invitingly for the drive. McCarthy again between the umpire and the stumps comes in to bowl to Paul Hughes on 79 to this delivery. He's got a single as he goes back and forces the ball away down towards long on for our friend O'Shane Thomas to come in front of us to make the stop. He's listened to every word we're saying here. He's so close, very close indeed. A single to carry the score to 171 for 1, and Paul now goes into the 80s. Here's McCarthy's in and bowls, and Jangu, batting so easily. Just comes onto the front foot and strokes the ball away down towards that mid-off area. A single. The action will continue at Connery tomorrow. Barbados will play against Canada, and watch rebound after the loss to the CCC. Here is the spin of McCarthy. As he comes up now, he's in and bowls to Paul, and Paul is forward and drives. This is so easy. This is almost like an exhibition, almost as if you were playing with your son, really, in the garage, if one cares to describe it. It's so easy as the ball is pushed away down towards the long off area. No buzz, no fizz from the Jamaicans here. They've got to get something going, otherwise they're going to be in trouble. So, at the end of over number 31, and the Leewards are cooking good looking in their own backyard. They're 173 for 1. That's the latest score, Connery. So, it's 173 for 1, and what a game it has been so far. The sights and scenes, of course, we pick it up. Up in the hills there, we've got a couple of goats as well, enjoying themselves. So that's part of it. And of course, we see some more there. They're certainly enjoying themselves up there, and also trying to increase the species as well, looking very amorous. 173 for loss of 1. Oh yes, right up the hills on the far side. My cameraman picked them up. I'm sure he's going to focus on those goats again. Of course, in Jamaica you get a good curry goat as well. They love their curry goat in Jamaica. Some white rice and some curried goat you get in Jamaica there. Outside on the off stump, and Merchant must know about curry goat. He's in and bowled short ball, and on the back foot goes Paul and strokes the ball the way down towards the cover area for a single to go to 82. Of course, the national dish is the ackee and the saltfish. Is there a national dish in St. Kitts and in Nevis? What would you say is the national dish? 174 for loss of 1. We're going to get that from Carlisle in a minute. Having been a minister in the government some time ago, he must know about the national dish. As this delivery is on the landed leg stump, bowled by Merchant, who's back and turned away down towards the square leg area for single by Jangu to go up to 23 knots. 174 for loss of 1. What's the national dish of this country?
I tell you something, Andrew. I've had so many messages saying that Andrew wants to make our national dish goat water.
Yes, I love your goat water. I had it again last night. I went down. There's a lovely lady down. I think she knew I was coming, so she left the last bit, and then when she was giving it to me, she just put a bit more goat in it, and I enjoyed it. Red Spur had pudding yesterday.
Black pudding?
Yes, the president brought Red Spur. He brought him a lot, enough that he can take to St. Lucia. Here is Merchant comes up, he's in bowls. A ball which is on the left stump and driven away down towards the long off here by Django for single. He's got 23, it's 176 for loss of 1. We're into over number 32. Okay, in fact, Reds is saying his host had it for breakfast this morning. Of course, they make the black pudding with rice. In Barbados is a different setup altogether. Of course, you've got the black pudding and you've also got the sauce as well. Some people use the pig's head. What do you use here? Do you use the pig's head as well?
For the sauce?
Yeah.
Along with the feet.
Along with the feet. So the head and the feet. All right. And of course, some people also use the tongue as well. Oh my golly, 178 for loss. I'm sure you know that, Trent. Sounds funny, doesn't it? Why would you want to eat a tongue?
I get my black pudding on a Saturday from a lady named Mrs. Vernerine Isaac.
Okay.
She has to be the best in the world.
She's best in the world. All right, so that's wonderful. So it's 177 for loss of 1. Make that 178 for 1. And of course, in Jamaica, you get your ackee and your saltfish and your liver and your badan, your manish water. You go to Port Royal, to go to Portmore, and there's a place up there called Glorious. It's been there for a long time. It's glorious there. Of course, they may want to charge me and send me a bill for the commercial. But across the Caribbean, I mean, it's so lovely. Barbados, you go to Oystons. You've been to Oystons in Barbados.
Several times.
Wonderful. You got some wonderful fish. Reds Pereira always goes to Oystons when he's in Barbados. And, of course, in St. Lucia's, Gros-Islet. Where can you go in Guyana, Reds? You know, any particular place in Guyana? There's Germans there in Guyana for that lovely soup. This has been there for a long time. And it's interesting in Guyana, on a Sunday morning, you simply, you can't get there in a place called Germans, which sells the best soup anywhere in the world. So it's 179 for 1. Yes, Reds? Okay, and Reds is saying some wonderful Chinese restaurants in Georgetown as well.
Some of the best in the Caribbean.
Yes, they've got beautiful food there in Guyana, of course. Here's a delivery, which is on the line of the off stump as McCarthy continues. It is played away by that Django down towards backward point. There's no run. 179 for loss of 1. As McCarthy's in balls, a quick delivery, played away down towards the cover. A lovely drive square in the offside for 1. So they're making it look so simple. This is a simple assignment, really. It's over number 34. It's 180 for the loss of 1. Django's up to 25. And Paul Iron 100. He's on 85 now. He's batted very well. 263 is the target. And they're making it very easy. It seems to be a very simple assignment for the Leewards. They're doing an extremely good job. Had a good victory, of course, against the CCC in the first round. After a spot above against Canada at 126 for a loss of 6, they were able to recover thanks to the hurricane knock from Cornwall. And now it's very easy against the Jamaicans. And here's a delivery which is on the line of the leg stump. It's bowled by McCarthy, worked away by Paul down to mid-wicket. The fielder doesn't pick it up cleanly, goes behind him. And you get a single to go to 86, 181 for 1. Nice little gathering here as well. The president of the Cricket West Indies is here as well. Having a long chat with Woody. They've been talking for quite a long time. What were they talking about? Good old Woody Richards, the communications man, has been with the board for a long time now. See President Ricky Scarrett here enjoying the sunshine of Connery. Here's a ball on the line of the off stump. Bowled by, that's McCarthy. Coming forward is Django. Looking very solid, drives to cover for 1. To go to 27, it's 182 for loss of 1, way into over number 34.
And it's down to 82 runs to win now. This is a solid response by the Leeward Islands.
It is indeed.
If they had been patchy in the earlier games in the way that they lost wickets and the fact that Devon Summers had to come in and hold the inning together, and then we had in that final game, the last game that was won by them, then you had the big man had to come in and hold the inning together. Well, this is totally different. The openers, they batted beautifully, they placed the ball beautifully, they ran extremely good between the wicket. And this has continued with the introduction of Django.
Yeah, and you would think really that 263 would be a bit of a difficult assignment, really.
But I'm told by Shane Jeffers and Vernon Springer and the people who should know that the pass score on this pitch is 300.
Oh, really? Okay.
They say you regularly get past 200 in 2020 games.
It's a pretty good pitch here. There's no doubt about that. The Merchant are coming to the attack now. Jamaica will need some help here. They really need to get among the wickets. The Merchant is in. and bowls outside the off stump off the back foot, forced away by Django down towards long off for a single. And I see as the score goes to 182 for loss of 1 in over number 33, I see O'Shane Thomas finally warming up now.
Belatedly.
Yeah, indeed. You had to bowl him in short bursts,
3
over
overs.
spells to try to get wickets, really. But that has not been the case. And there's a gentleman to our left saying, "We want O'Shane." Here's a delivery, which is on the line of the off stump as Merchant continues. And the ball goes into the offside, down to cover. I'm sure in Jamaica they're saying, "We want wickets." We shall see what happens. There's a gentleman. Oh, there. He's the pride and joy of St. Kitts. Here's the delivery, which is bowled by Merchant. And Paul is coming forward and just stroking the ball up towards the cover area. Even the goats up in the mountains are enjoying this knot. We were able to pick them up. I wonder where they've gone. Maybe they've gone home early. Oh, they're still up there. And we shall see. It was really lovely to see the goats up in the hills there. To make a good curry goat this evening in celebration, I'd imagine. Here's a ball on the line of the off stump as Merchant continues. Stroked away down to cover. There's a very boisterous gentleman who is actually having a drink as well. Hello to you, my friend. He's saying he's enjoying the commentaries as well. Here is Merchant. Comes up now. He's in and bowls to Django. And Django is coming forward and drives up towards the mid-off area. Long off comes across to pick it up and to get a single. This is really like a walk in the park now. One would have expected some more from the Jamaicans. They're flat as their own pancake, really. They need to do something. They need to get some energy. And let's see what happens as Merchant to continue. Over number 35, 185 for loss of 1. He's going to bowl to Paulo's 87, and Paul is coming forward, turns the ball away for a single as the return comes in. And down to that short square leg here. Had it hit the stumps, it might have been tight, but the keeper didn't hit the stumps. He was pretty close to the target. Had to throw from side on to end over number 34. And this has been a very positive response from the Leeward Hurricanes in pursuit of 262 for victory. They're very well positioned. They won 85 for 1, which is the latest score here at Connery.
And there is no threat of rain, Andrew. But when you look at the Duckworth-Lewis past scores, just in case rain were to come, the Leewards would have needed to be at 133. So you see that they're so far ahead of the rate.
Yep, indeed.
They have batted beautifully in response here.
Right, indeed. Well, you know, you said that I want to make goat water your national dish. I mean, I know Reg would tell you that in Guyana, I mean, some of the ethnic groups, you know, I don't know if there's actually a national dish in Guyana. Is there a fine fish and cuckoo in Barbados? Although it's an interesting thing, really, because in Barbados, I mean, very few people really would have flying fish and cuckoo as a staple diet. I think there's more like, I suppose, throughout the Caribbean, a lot of people eat chicken and rice, and you tend to have your flying fish and cuckoo sometime on Saturday. Of course, across the Caribbean, Saturday is a very special day. Lots of specific foods are eaten. I know you got your pudding and sauce and that kind of thing, and a lot of grilled stuff across the region. What's your? Do you have a national dish?
We love to have our saltfish and dumplings.
So it's saltfish and dumplings.
And,
okay.
and in Nevis, you toss in the breadfruit.
Okay, and you put some breadfruit in there, of course. It's always good to go to a place like St. Vincent and get some good breadfruit down there. And of course, in I think in St. Lucia, it's saltfish and fig. Is it the national dish of St. Lucia? What's that? Saltfish and fig as well. Is that right, Reds?
Well, there are many dishes.
There is many dishes, Red says. Okay, and Reds is trying to. In fact, when he comes on, I'm sure he'll tell you. But for sure, we know that there's flying fish and cuckoo in Bob. It's Aki and saltfish in Jamaica. Here's Thomas back into the attack, and he knows about Aki and saltfish. And in fact, first ball is a no ball called by the umpire, overstepping the front crease, so it's a free hit. Of course, you know, it's interesting though that when the Jamaicans come to Barbados, and of course in the 60s when there was a lot of movement of people across the region, they actually ensured that they planted Aki trees. And you know, a lot of Jamaicans, I know lots of Jamaicans who live in Barbados who actually have the Aki trees, and they love to have the Aki and saltfish.
I have a couple in my yard.
Oh, yeah, okay. Is it popular in the business?
Very, because of big homes where they have ackee trees and they don't harvest them.
Yeah, it is true. In fact, of course, if you use the fruit, if it's too young, it can give you some trouble. Free hit is on offer. Here's the ball outside the off stump. Another no ball. Again. Oh my golly! So another free hit, full outside the off stump, and Django was not able to put it away. And Thomas looks bewildered as he's called no ball again by the mayor. The mayor of Georgetown, of course, umpire Nigel Duguid, who's been around for quite a long time, a very quiet, very pleasant personality. He's got umpire Ramdani with him, so that West Indian connection is very much in evidence. Of course, Reds is Guyanese. You're
Nivision.
So you're not from St. Kitts?
I'm Nivision.
Okay.
I'm from the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Indeed, of course. Where's Trent from? Is he in Nivision?
He's Kittition.
Oh, he's Kittition, of course. Wonderful. Here we go. So another free hit is an offer. Here's the big man. Thomas comes up. He's in and bowls. Ball pitched him and driven up towards the cover area, making sure that he didn't go over the line on that occasion, and that the batsman is driving that Paul down to cover for one. It's 189 for loss of one. We're into over number 36 now. So it's St. Kitts and Nevis. And in terms of the language, I mean, if you are from, say, St. Kitts, I mean, and of course Nevis, I mean, is there a difference in the way they speak? Or it's just
There definitely is.
Okay, I'll be interested to hear that, really, the difference in this the speaking. It's interesting that you say that, because across the Caribbean, they say that sometimes the Antiguans sound like Jamaicans. Here's a delivery which is outside on the off stump, bowled by Thomas, and that's steered away down towards the third man area for single to carry the score to 190 for one. Just before you come in, of course, in Barbados, if you're from, say, a parish like St. Lucie, the way you pronounce your words is so different from if you're up in St. Philip, where I was born. Is that the same thing in Nevis?
Yeah, but the distinction is not so great
It's
now
not that
because
great,
of the influx of Caribbean people who are moving around and so on.
Okay, here's Thomas as he comes up now. He's in and to this delivery, which is short. The batsman is on the back foot, looking to push the ball into the onside. That looks like Powell, and the ball is on the pitch. And we'll go back to Thomas. We're into over number 35, 190 for loss of one. Of course, a lot of movement across the Caribbean. I mean, lots of. Do you have a lot of Jamaicans in St. Kitts?
We have them all over.
All over. Of course, lots of Dominicans are in Antigua, and of course, lots of Guyanese are in Barbados. And you know, it's a wonderful concoction, really, if one case to describe it like that. Here's a delivery which is on the line of the middle stump as Thomas continues, and that ball leaves him the outswing, and it leaves him, just runs it down towards the area of third man for single. That's Powell to go up to, what's he now, 90. So he's got visions of making 100. There's a gentleman who's very, very boisterous. He's sitting next to Victor Eddy. Is that Victor Eddy's brother? They look like brothers. Is Victor Eddy your brother? 191 for one. So here we go. Powell is a 90 now, and it's Thomas to continue the attack. A big, strong man comes up now. He's in and bowls to Django. To this to be short. Ooh, he didn't like that. That was a ball he was ducking and he was hooking. And he looked awkward. The ball came from, where did it come from? In fact, it looked as if it came from the top of the bat, but it was very awkward as that ball was into the pitch, and it went down towards the square leg area for a single. 192 for loss of one. Django goes to 30. Let me remind you that the partnership is now worth 62. Last week I felt 130, a wonderful partnership. And that score is getting smaller and smaller. The Jamaicans are really in big trouble here. Here is Thomas, comes up now. He's in and both short, outside the line, the legs up, hit in the air, down towards the position of mid-wicket. Played away by, that's Paul for single. I think he expected that short delivery. Banged in by the big man, and the ball goes out towards the square leg area. More mid-wicket for single to end over at number 35 at the end of it. The score is 191 for loss of one, which is the latest score here at Connery.
Actually, 193 for the loss of one wicket.
193 for one, yeah.
Leeward now only needs 71 runs to win. The partnerships have been very good here, Andrew. 64 for the first wicket, and then they are now up to 193. No, so 130, sorry, for the first wicket, and we're now up to 193. So they have done well.
All right. Our gentleman is getting even louder, and of course you may hear him all across the world. So I'm sure that someone would tell him just ease, just seize and settle. 193 for one is the score. It's going to be is that McCarthy's going to come from the far? Looks as if he's going to come into the attack now. Very interesting cricketer. Scores runs and of course is a useful bowler. But this is a very difficult assignment for the Jamaicans here. And it's going to be McCarthy who's going to continue the attack. We start over number 38 now as he comes in now on his way to bowl to Paul, and Paul is coming across and just working the ball from that leg stump. There's 100 here for him. Just has to just work the ball around, gets a single. There's an aeroplane which is just about to land. The airport is just across the road, so to speak. You can actually walk from here to the airport and from the hotel. Just a 5-minute drive. Lovely roads from that hotel. This plane just landed. He's trying to work out the plane there, but of course we normally get Leeward, the Caribbean airline, very much here as well. We've seen about 10 or 12 landing today. 194 for the loss of 1. And I want to thank all those who have been very helpful. When you're away for about 20 days, it can get a bit lonely sometimes. Here's the delivery, which is on the land of the off stump. Bowled by McCarthy. Off the back foot goes Paul and strokes it down to extra cover. More wide men off for singles to go to 93. It's 196 for loss of 1.
Looks like a private jet. It might actually be yours,
Oh,
Andrew.
it's a private. Yes, it's coming in wonderful again. The private jet, and well. Good work again by our cameraman. Here's a delivery which is on the line of the off stump, bowled by McCarthy, driven by Django down to cover for a single. What's the name of the cameraman up there? Can someone tell me his name? His name is Craig. Okay, not Craig McDermott, the fast bowler from Australia. Not at all. Maybe it could be Craig Sargent. What's his last name? Oh, he's McDowell. Hello to our friends there. And he's from Nevis, or is he from St Kitts? He's from St Kitts. This is what Trent. He's from here. Making a statement. He's from here. Here we go. 197 for loss of 1, and this is looking to be very easy for the Leewards here. It's a very lovely, very pleasant afternoon as we watch the cricket here. Continues tomorrow at 9 o'clock. So you've got to be up very early. Go to your early morning jog and make sure you come in and support the game. Canada versus Barbados, the Barbados Pride. McCarthy's in, bowls the ball, pitch up and driven down to the backward point area, opening his shoulders there. The ball was given some air, and I suppose Paul reckoned he could have gotten a boundary there. Got to be careful, don't want to give it away now. He's on 94, it's 198 for loss of 1, so closing on 200, and then of course the countdown will start. Over number 37 in progress. Here's a delivery which beats the batsman outside the off stump as McCarthy's bowling. The keeper didn't take it, and you just get the feeling that based on the fact that the keeper didn't take it, that might have been a drop catch. Based on the reaction of the bowler, no, as he came forward, so he was just genuinely
beaten.
No, just beaten. So,
but you see, not too many balls have beaten the batsman, so maybe that have provided the excitement.
But the excitement there from the bowler, you might have, sometimes bowlers can mislead you. So what do we have? 198 for loss of 1. Where's Vernon Springer? Has he gone? Where is he? Okay, I'm seeing him downstairs. He's talking to Miles Bascom, who actually came on the flight with me. And a lovely man from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Has grown to be very close to Red Spur as well. I see they've been whispering in each other's ears. Reds, what are you telling Miles Bascom every time you see him? You're a naughty man, Reds. Don't tell him that you should select any particular individual. Vernon Springer's just about to come to take over with a smile in his brow as Connery here. He must be a happy man. I don't think there are many smiles in Jamaica, the land of wood and water. They need wickets. Here's a big man. Thomas comes up and bowls a ball which is wrapping the batsman the pad on the peel for leg before. He was beaten by pace, but might have been headed down the leg side. It comes off the pad and runs down towards the position of third man for what was there a signal leg by there?
No, it's actually a run.
Okay, inside edge onto the pad. But I think the extra pace was generated there. Vernon Springer and his brand name shades that he brought in Bridgetown. He's just about to come a calling. Vernon, did you buy those shares in Bridgetown? No, he says no, he didn't. He said he bought them at Port Zante. Wonderful place to go duty-free shopping. I like Port Zante. No, and Heritage Key. And that's of course in Antigua. Hello to all of our friends in Antigua. Wonderful country. How many beaches they say they've got in Antigua, Reds? 365. But you know when I go there, I only see 364. That maybe is a private beach. Of course, it's now the land of the Browns, outside the land of the off stump, as the ball is fast, bowled by Thomas. Of course, it used to be the land of the Birds, and it was the land of the Spencers, and now the land of the Browns. And we want to say hello to Colin James, who sent me a note earlier. He says he's listening to the commentaries on ABS, and he's enjoying the commentaries. A man who tried twice to win a seat, not successful. Colin, you need Red Spur to come down and be your campaign manager. Of course, Imran Khan, who's now the Prime Minister of Pakistan, when he first went to be Prime Minister, he just got 2% of the vote. Short delivery, banged into the pitch. Thereby, that's Thomas, and there's the batsman, Django, looking to pull the ball. It was looking to go through the wicket, but the ball ends up down at mid-on, and there's no run. It's 199 for one. Imran Khan, the great Imran Khan, one of the great wranglers of the world, now is very much in charge of Pakistan. And I would imagine he's got his challenges like most prime ministers in the world. 199 for loss of one. He's going to bowl to Django's got 32. Paul is on 95. Short ball and pulled away. That's going to go for 4. It was a bad ball, short, and pulled away wide of mid-on. Hit that with tremendous power, actually with a watch span of distance. And what a way to bring up the 200 here, acknowledged by this lovely crowd here. It was short, and Django treating the fast bowler with some scant respect, really, and pulling the ball over mid-on, wide mid-on for 4. 203 for loss of one. Django goes to 36. I'm going to be interested, Vernon Springer, to find out what he's going to produce with a short delivery. I think he's going to go with a short delivery. Fast bowlers don't like to be hit like that, but we'll see what happens here. I suspect he's stung by that, and will maybe go with a short ball. Here he comes, Thomas, on his way to bowl to Django. He's up in bowl, short, outside the off stump. Didn't get up, didn't have the fizz, didn't have any challenges really. And the batsman went back and just steered the ball away down towards the backward point area. Over number 38, and almost time for the refreshment cart. Well, not a refreshment cart. Of course, in the old time days, Carla, when you played, all you got was public juice. Is that true?
Sky juice.
Oh, Sky juice.
Sky juice.
Oh, my golly. Nowadays, they get all these various drinks, energy drinks, of course. Powerade, and sometimes some people sneak some nuts as well. I've seen that. Here is a delivery which is on the land of the leg stump, bowled by Thomas, the big man, worked away by Django down towards the square leg area. This has been a very awesome performance. As the players will refresh themselves, I shall endeavour to run through what has happened so far, reflect on what has happened. Jamaica, land we love. Still response to duty's call must be the call for them now, because as we look at it, the Leeward's inspired by the thought that if you feed your faith, doubt will starve to death, and if it's for success, then keep on scratching. They must know that they can go over the finish line. It's been a performance that is worthy of commendation. There's no doubt about it. They're 204 for the loss of one. They've batted very well indeed with energy and persistence. And it's been led by one who's led them before. Of course, Paul, he's at 95. His first officer in this little cricket crime was Hodge, who got 64. They gave them the platform on which to build. They added 130. As we hear the lovely music in the background, they must know that they've got an excellent opportunity to go on to win this and really look towards that flight to Trinidad and Tobago for the semi-finals and the finals. But of course, a lot of cricket to be played, but on the evidence of what we've seen so far, 1 or 2 stumbles against Canada, but so far they will be happy about the fact that they've been able to win and win big. Firstly against the CCC, and against Canada, and it looks as if this is going to be a big victory against the Jamaicans, who have struggled in this competition so far. They came up against the pride of Barbados, and the Scorpions were stung by the boys from Barbados, and now they're at Connery, just outside the airport in the outskirts of the nation's capital. They've found themselves in all kinds of contortions, and they must feel now that they've got a mountain to climb. Okay, I shall endeavour to run through what has happened so far, and then I'll allow our good friend Joseph Red Spur, the veteran of commentators, to come in and offer his thoughts. And he's going to be joined, of course, by our very good friend Vernon Springer. But Vernon, he's asking me if I'm ready. I'm just about ready. Not like Freddie, but I shall endeavour to just tell you what happened earlier. Of course, the old-time commentators always tell you. Reds has said this to me on several occasions. And you've got to recap. People are always listening to the broadcast. It is so vitally important that you do the basics. And that is something that I've always learned. So Reds, 292 for the loss of 9. We got here early this morning. I was here just around 8 o'clock. And we saw beautiful weather, absolutely, after some early morning rain. And the situation was that the home team, the Leeward Hurricanes. They won the toss, so they chose to send the Jamaicans in to bat. And at one stage, Jamaica won a spot of bother on 81 for 3. They recovered thanks to some very good work from Bonner, whose 97 was brilliant. And the man who did it all was Fudadin, and he made 103. And they were able to recover as the two carried the score to 214 before another wicket went. In fact, the performance of Fudadin, 107, he faced 133 balls, struck 2 sixes and 12 fours. His first off of Bonner was brilliant, silky, elegant. 97 before his unfortunate run out as he was about to make 181 balls, 4 fours and 2 sixes. And that was really the kind of support that was given, because Thomas made 11, Blackwood got 7, McCarthy made 9, and the tail didn't wag at all. In terms of the bowling, Louis 2 for 58 from 10, Barish 2 for 59 from 10 as well. Then we had Boatswain, the big fast bowler, 10 overs, no batters done for 62. And in terms of Campbell, 10 overs, no batters done for 37. When the Leewards batted, they had an excellent start. Hodge under the microscope, some saying that had he not made a good score, he might have lost his place, but he responded to the challenge, and in adversity he responded beautifully. He made 64, he got together, certainly with Paul, who's still firmly entrenched on board. His contribution is 95. They added 130 for the first wicket, and that is the kind of foundation that is so vitally necessary, and one would imagine that the Leeward should go on to win this comfortably. 38 overs gone, 204 for losses of 1. Here's Red Pereira.
Yeah, before Vernon comes in and before you go, you did reference it. I was chatting with the new selector, Miles Bascom. Miles Bascom is the chairman of the Sports Council in St. Vincent and Grenadines, and we were sharing ideas along those lines.
Okay.
Nothing to do with selection.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. Well, while you were speaking, Rez, the wicket went, and it was a goal that was given to where the batsman Django drove it to cover, and the catch was taken. Is there life for Jamaica? We don't know, but a lovely, 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 lovely atmosphere here. I'm enjoying it to the max, and it's always good to go. They tell me this is not the country area. It's not the country area really, but it's always good to go to the country. I mean, when you go to a place like North Stars in Barbados, you know, Albion, of course, very much there in Guyana. You really love the country cricket. I know there was a stand that you had to play at the top venues, but people in the country areas, they want to come and see the cricket, and we've got a reasonable turnout here. So 204 for loss of 2. Django departs. Of course, Vernon Springer will give you all the information. I'm going to take a break. We'll invite the thoughts of Reg Pereira, and he's going to be joined by the mayor of Bastille. Of course, we're talking about Vernon Springer.
Well, it's not exactly all over bar the shouting, but I don't believe we're very, very far away from that. 204 for 1. And then, of course, the second wicket falling of Django for 37. 204 with Powell on a bit of a landmark, 95. When you look around, Vernon, the amount of, when you look around at the scarcity of opening batsmen in the region. I mean, you think of Raffet, you think of John Campbell. The cupboard is a bit bare in terms of opening batsmen. Powell still keeping maybe his hopes alive.
2 for 204. Jamaica just looking to sneak back a little bit into this game. The Leewards would just want to just dismiss this. After the water break, you always tend to lose your concentration, and Django did lose his concentration there. Thomas is driving. He's in good touch. A class player. He just comes in, two of the most senior players. And when the Leeward Hurricanes get to this victory, this would be a serious statement being sent. A victory without Cornwall is also very important. They need 59 more runs. And Reds have been calling for McCarthy all day. He's into his 9th over. He's been able to pick up 1 wicket. And he's switched from end to end.
1 for 28, not bad.
Not bad at all. 2 for 205. Powell is 95, approaching his 4th list A century. We look into that. He comes quietly forward. He knows that he has to bat deep, bat the entire period. He's looking to approach about 40 overs. But he has to bat more than 40 overs. He's got to make sure that he sees his team across the line. And he would have maybe been given that role to bat all 50 overs. Kyron Powell. Here is Powell. Powell driving. It's going to be a chance. He's dropped him. Oh! Asad Fudadin has put it down. And the Jamaicans can't believe it.
too much time.
You can't ask for anything else better than that. Oh, and no communication there because they nearly really needed to get 2 runs there. Devon Thomas and Kyron, the ball was in the air for a long time. And everybody was saying Kyron Powell is out for 95 and Asad Fudadin has put down, in fact, maybe that's the match.
Maybe that's the easiest catch he's ever attempted and not, in fact, had success. It went straight to him.
Very straight to him. But that's life. That's cricket. That's what happens. And any given day, when it's going, it's going. But I don't think there was a need for Kyron Powell to be looking to play that. He's supposed to just walk 100 right here. No need for him to try to give away his hand. Here is Thomas stroking it out to Blackwood and picking up an easy single. Leeward will have to kind of consolidate and quickly. The end of over number 39. 2 for 207. Thomas is 2 and Powell is 96. Given a life on 95, like Raheem Cornwall was given a life on 90. No need for him. There was no need for that shot. You want to clinically close this game out.
Well, I think Jamaica really would have loved to see the back of Powell. There's very little maybe hope for them now, but maybe another wicket falling straight after back-to-back would have just brought a leaf of life and a little bit of hope in the end of the actual tunnel.
Well, like I said to you, Reds, they would have themselves to blame. Bonner first off of Monsnodge, off Thomas, down the onside, and Thomas is going to look to come back quickly for 2. He's not interested. Kyron Powell says no, just wait 1. I think these 2 senior players would have to know now that you can't allow Jamaica even to get a window back into the game. Powell just needs to get to 100, and when he gets there, you got to make sure that you just dismiss that and get this game over with and finish. Get an early night, get a ice bath, and get ready for the next game against Barbados. 2 for 208. Powell is 96, and O'Shane Thomas bongs away from the Kim Collins highway to bowl to Kyron Powell. Gets a short delivery, just glides this down to third man, gets an easy single, goes to 97. All he has to do is walk 100. Don't need to try anything, don't need to do anything out of the way. Been given a life, got to make sure you cash in.
He handled that very well. Short, lifting into the chest, got on his toes and just was able to run it down towards third man with the face of the bat.
A little bit kind of concerned about O'Shane Thomas, and in terms of the length that he's bowling, he's got to be able to put the ball into the right areas. He's a big man, he's got good pace. He's on his way now to bowl to Devon Thomas. Thomas is back and steering this down to third man. And the man who's been guilty of dropping one of the easiest catches that you've seen for a long time, Asad Fudadin, lobs the ball up to Thomas. He's maybe still thinking about that drop catch.
Yes, he's probably thinking about the no balls he bowled on his return. He seemed to be very upset, but if the umpire saw you overstep, well, he's got to call it.
Thomas coming back gingerly here. He's dropped the ball here. He's got to refocus Jamaica. If they lose this game, they got to go back to the drawing board. I can't understand why Dennis Bully is not playing in this lineup. A little bit strange selection panel. Here goes Thomas. He's into bowl to Powell. Powell is back and cracking that. Down to third man. Minley goes down into the long barrier position. Powell goes up to 98. 98 to Kyron Powell off 109 deliveries. And if he gets to this 100, it will be a well-deserved 100. One of the West Indies selectors here looking at this game is Miles Bascom. He's just joined the new selection panel. Shane, remind me to have a conversation with you before you leave, Shane. Thomas is 4. Waits for O'Shane Thomas. He's into bowl to him. He's just whipping that beautifully out to Jermaine Blackwood. Gets his 5th run. Looks so easy, Devon Thomas. This will be a good little outing for him. Leeward's just coasting along here. 2 for 212. And just for a moment, the fans maybe started to get a little worried when they saw the ball went up in the air off of Kyron Powell. But I think everything is cooled down now. He is 99, Kyron Powell. And that's, in fact, he should be 98 according to the scoreboard. You got to just make sure and back check. Thomas is in now to bowl to Powell. Powell is having a go at this one down the leg side. Missed it completely and is considered a wide. And had he maybe got into that earlier clock, that could have rocketed down to the deep backward square boundary. He'd be looking for his fourth list A 100. and it will be a good one. If he can get 135 not out here, that would certainly boost his confidence. He certainly looked good. He's put in the yards, he's put in the hard work. And he was working out very hard in England with John Maynard in the net. Into both to him, he comes back and steers this down to the short third man fielder, can't score. So the end of over number 40, the Leeward Islands are large and in control here. They are 2 for 213. Powell is 98. Devon Thomas is 5.
I was raising the position of the opening batsman situation. As I said, you think of the Test arena, you think, of course, of John Campbell and Braffett. There are other young people around, maybe the white ball game, you think of John King, you think of maybe Hemraj, but you think the door is still slightly ajar for Powell?
Well, I think that John Campbell is pretty lucky to be going in fact, to be in India playing the Afghanistan Test. Somebody can't be highest scoring Test cricket is 44 and the opening for the West Indies. I have a real serious concern with that. But barring that, we'll have another discussion on that, Reds. Thomas just strokes his one pass cover, picks up his 6th run. Score goes up to 214, 2 for 214. And the man of the moment, Powell, comes in to strike. This is McCarthy's 10th over, and he is bowled. As Red Sprayer was calling for him all the time. He's into bowl to Powell. Powell is back and cracks that. Dropped like one bounce in front of the fielder there. Is that Lamont?
Yes, it didn't carry. Well
didn't
called.
Carry to him. Powell just pulling away rather than getting closer to it and just punching it. No need for him to take any risks at all. Maybe he's a little anxious, a little nervous. He's maybe not got to 100 in a little while. That always plays with your mind. He's 99, Kyron Powell. Thomas is 6. Waits for McCarthy. He's back and just eases it up to the short mid-wicket fielder in Lamont, who tries to hurdle one to Thomas. 2 for 215. We're into over number 41. McCarthy is into his 10th over. Here's Thomas back and cracking that out to Jermaine Blackwood. McCarthy has bowled well so far, Reds, and Reds was calling for McCarthy a lot earlier. He's been the standout bowler.
Yes, I thought it was a huge mistake that Powell didn't bring him in much earlier. Powell, 51 balls, 99 years now.
Kyron Powell, slow hand clap goes up around the ground. McCarthy's into bowl to Powell. Powell is back and punching that. 100 to Powell. A big one. He wears the number 23. He salutes the fans here at the Colonial Cricket Centre. He comes down. This one is for his grandmother, as he says. And a big 100 here for Kyron. His 4th list day 100. And this is a big one here. He deserves that. He looks at the Leeward's helmet and he says, thank you very much. 7 fours, 112 balls for a lovely 100 from the young man. Thomas back on this late cut. Jamie Merchant will have a lot of work to do. I don't think he will get there. He goes into the boundary for 4. That's class. Just played it late and spoiled the figures of Andrew McCarthy. 1 for 38 off his 10 Reds.
They are closing on the 263 required very quickly. The rate is 5.31, and Jamaica will now need just about a miracle. McCarthy has done his job, well bowled, and I don't know what Powell will do, who he will turn to at this time.
So Powell, a big 100 and 100. The fans here would be warming the task to be able to enjoy that 100. And Kuna Bonner coming in front of our commentary booth here. Lovely to see Bonner weighing the number 19. 221, 2 for 221. Lovely score here. And Kuna Bonner. There's a little break here because the standby umpire Bernard Joseph is coming out with, I think, a box of balls. Leeward Islands need 42 more runs to win. 42 more runs to win. And there could maybe be a change in the ball, Reds.
And a word on Powell. I mean, it was Hodge who started like a house on fire. And Powell simply rotated his strike and gave him his head. But slowly but surely he started to play shots. We talked about the 50. 51 balls as he picked up his own momentum, and he really never lost the plot. He never lost the plot, and excellent 100 here under his belt. And this should set him up well for the rest of the tournament. And you know, he's got to look towards the Leewards going on to the final, and once they get there, to be making runs at that level. So still the hole up here. Powell just taking the towel and mopping the inside of the helmet. He took it off, mopped his brow, might have had a little quiet tear coming down because it's a long time he's been gone so far, but he is still in very, very good shape, and I think it'd be wrong for people to simply wipe him off.
Well, if he has a successful season, an MVP season like the one in 2017, he's certainly on his way back into the West Indies team. And the Leeward Islands, they are making some strides and getting some players right into the team. You have already Cornwall, Joseph, Walsh. And you still got Thomas waiting on the bench. Kyron Powell looking to make a statement. Hamilton. And so if they can be able to get to the semi-final, the objective would be to get to the semi-final. And once they can achieve that, anything is possible. They're certainly making a statement here. Mr. Bonner, please go and field. Go on the field, please. Oh, okay. Bonner, right here in front of commentary booth as O'Shane Thomas bungs away now. He's into bow to Powell, and Powell flashing hard. Down to third man for 4. So I guess he's decided now that he's going to get this over with in a quick hurry. Go get an ice bath and come back for the next game.
Well, an hour ago we would have had a second slip. Now he's all defense and throwing the bat here, peeled off the outside edge and down to the boundary for 4. Not the best boundary was hit, but with the field so widespread, you can really take your chances.
2 for 225. Powell is 104, waits for Thomas, into bow to him, he's back and looking to steer that. A naughty shot. He'd be advised to just leave that alone. No need for him to play that. He wants to put a knot out behind his name. And you see what she should be thinking about that. They need 38 more runs. And if he gets 25 out of that, it would look nicer on the scoreboard. ESPN quick info, and he looks around and you see Powell 130, 129 not out.
And all the radio stations in the Caribbean in the morning.
Surely. You know, Woody Richards will have a quick interview with him very early o'clock as soon as he's finished. Thomas is into bowl to Powell. Powell is gone. That's gone. That's magnificent. That's out the ground. For somebody who's in for a long time, you can't bowl that. He's in good nick. And O'Shane Thomas is quick. And Powell just helped that. And that's gone for the maximum. 2 for 231. Bernard Joseph is going to have a busy time here. I think he will lose a couple of pounds by the time they finish with him here today. He's back out with a box of balls or bag of balls. 2 for 231. Powell races to 110.
It was short outside the leg stump, just around that shoulder. He wasn't trying to pull it from outside the off stump. It was nicely there. And he also used 2 things. He probably used the pace of Thomas and the wind to help him to take it totally outside of the surrounding fence.
Yes. So the Leeward's pushing on. They need 38. 38 more runs to win. 38, no, yeah, I think it'll be 32. 32 more runs to win. Thomas has been expensive, Reds. He's none for 60.
Yes, he isn't going to be too happy when he go back and look at those figures. It did have a drop catch early in the piece, and you know, he might argue that had Hodge caught, it could have changed the entire innings. But you know, catches do go down. No one deliberately goes out to drop a catch, but a fast bowler need a little bit of support and a little bit of luck at the start.
Here goes Kyron Powell. He waits for O'Shane Thomas, who bungs away again. He's in now to bowl to Thomas, to Powell. Powell back and just steers it. Opens the face of the bat, steers it down to third man. Minley comes off the boundary. Powell goes up to 111. 111 to Kyron Powell. And it is always so beauty to get 100. 11 to Devon Thomas. I think this one, when he looked up to the heavens, that century, I'll ask him quietly, but it would have been for his grandmother, who just passed away a couple of weeks ago. They need 31 to win. Here comes Thomas into bowl to Devon Thomas, who is back and just opening the face of just using the pace, sliding it down to the third man.
You know, ironically, the mid-off and mid-on has now been brought in, which I thought should have happened a long time ago, and force the Leewards to go over the top, create a little bit of opportunity for you.
This is not a good start for Coach Andrew Coley. A lot of young coaches around. Andrew Richardson has gone to the Windward Islands. He didn't start off too well. Here is the Powell driving beautifully down to Merchant. Can't score. That came off the bat sweetly. The end of over number 42. 2 for 233. It's a long time, Shane. I haven't seen a Leeward scoreboard look like this. 2 for 233.
One
Reds.
of 9 matches to be played here. Whilst we are getting towards the end, Bernie, you might just like to talk about the rest of the matches here.
Yeah, I'll have to pull up my fixture in a little while, Reds.
Well, there's a back-to-back match. We are back here tomorrow.
We're supposed to be back tomorrow. Well, the important thing is that I've been given a lifeline by Andrew, because I have to carry out some other duties, so I won't be working that game tomorrow. Carla is leaving in a little while to catch the ferry to get up. Carla, you're back down tomorrow? Carla is back down tomorrow. We look as if I have to get sponsorship and get Carla an apartment. Can't have Carla just going backward and forward all the time. But he will tell me that he has to look after his dogs. He's got some big fellas.
Yeah, surely I admire that of him. Thinking
so you can't get close to Carla's fence.
Thinking of his dogs while he's here.
O'Shane Thomas 7 knots, 62 knot. It's been expensive. Yeah, Powell 111, 118 deliveries. Devon Thomas has looked quietly so easy. He's 12 from 11. Derval Green comes back into the attack. Here comes Derval Green. He bungs away now. He's into bowl to Thomas. Thomas is back and late caught in. Jamie Merchant will have some work to get around there. He'll get around and they'll come back easily for 2. The score goes up to 235. And Thomas goes to 14.
Yes, not a great day for Jamaica. There was some success with the actual bat with Fudadin and of course Bonner. But except of that, it's been a real miserable day in terms of the bowlers and maybe to a certain extent the fielding.
Derval Green into bowl to Devon Thomas. Is back now. He's going to give Jamie Merchant some more problems here. That's good work. Jamie Merchant down in the third man boundary. He came around. Had to get around about 10 meters. And he's going to have some work to do because Thomas has some deft touches. He just used the pace there. It was to his right first, the delivery before. And the next one was to his left. And he's wondering, well, Derval Green, what is happening? You can't get him to drive the ball up in front of you. You're running me around too hard there.
Well, there's too much wit Green is giving the batsman.
16 to Devon Thomas. Derval Green sort of up and down all over the shop. Bongs away, he's into bowl to Thomas. Thomas is on driving, easy single. Fudadin comes in. Sure, he would want, even though he's made 100 today, he'd certainly want to forget that catch.
Yes, I think he would, have mixed feelings about his day. Certainly, he can think about the wonderful 100 he scored, but he couldn't be happy with his feeling.
111 to Kyron Powell. He remarks his guard again. And not out of against his name. He's got to send an early message. Bravo has already got 100, and so he's registered one. Solanzo has got 100. Devon Thomas has got 100. And so the hundreds are coming fast and few here in the Colonial Super 50 competition. Good for cricket. Asad Fudadin got 100 today. But you know that the teammates are going to be looking at him later and saying, but you dropped Kyron Powell. Green is into bowl to Powell. Powell's back and just steering this onto the leg side into the short mid-wicket area. Ravman Powell, the captain of Jamaica team, comes around. Reds, I know Powell is coming back from an injury, but he himself could have thought about coming in and bowling a couple.
I don't think that he's fit enough, maybe. You really have to get that kind of assurance. But back to Fudadin, if you drop someone at 2, you really feel it. At 99, that's bad enough, but it's better to have dropped at 99 than at 2.
So, British Airways, American flying out in a little while. No ball called there by the umpire. And Derval Green guilty again of overstepping. He's come down now to ask the umpire, can you please show me or just tell me what I have done. Trent, can you pull up that one there so that Devil Green can see Trent?
Hans Akimbo, he's inquiring.
Okay, so I think he's contented now. Got American Airlines flight just gliding around at the Robert Llewellyn Bratcher International Airport. Another busy day. Some folks may be coming to see Kyron Powell maybe just wrap this one up or leaving.
They'll have to hurry.
Devil Green, it's a free hit. Let's see what Devon Thomas is going to come up with. In out the ball to him, Yorker length. That was a good delivery. Green did find that one. 2 for 242.
So we've had 4 outstanding innings. We had Thomas, and of course we had Cornwall, and we have now 2 today from the Leeward's point of view.
Yes, and I did indicate that to you, Reds, that every game somebody needs to step up. Today was Powell's day. Tomorrow, it could be Jefferson's day. You never know. And next day it could be a Hamilton's day. So the Leeward's in more or less a team building. Here is Thomas just undriving down the road. And Fudadin comes off the boundary. The end of over number 43 in the Leeward Islands are 2 for 243. 2 for 243. Thomas is 20. Powell is 112. And they meet in mid-pitch.
Yes, and maybe just saying, well, let's not do anything stupid. Let's just simply wrap this up as soon as we could without, losing our shape or, getting too carried away. It's a horrible period for our losing side. It's a no-hope situation. You have to simply try and stick to the fact that you are now professional cricketers, and you have to behave like that and try like that until the end.
Well, the American Airlines flight touching down here at Robert Llewellyn International Airport. They won't have enough time to see the Leewards win by the time they clear customs there. But they will get an opportunity to maybe travel on the Scenic Railway. I think it's Scenic Railway. And they've got a couple of days. They're going to be here for a week and come and look at some cricket. The run to Thomas goes up to 21 and 2 for 244.
Is there a St. Kitts Hotel Association?
Yes, there is.
Well, I think an email from your president to sensitize all the hotels to tell their guests.
We have done that. The Leeward Islands Cricket Board, along with the St. Kitts Cricket Association, we've got some flyers around in some of the hotels. So we making sure that we get everything out in the mood there. Powell 112, waits for Thomas. He just clips this one. Fudadin has had a lot of running to do today. I think he's going to need more than an ice bath by the time they finish with him here today. Because he batted for almost 40 odd overs, and he's in the field here, and he's had to be throwing, and he's not one of the strongest throwers, so he's having a rough time.
The ice bath facility is available for all teams?
Yes, all the teams make their own arrangements. They get the ice, and so they set themselves up. I know certainly at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium there's also a temporary bath that is being brought from the Kim Collins Athletic Stadium, so the athletes can get themselves cool down, because it's been pretty hot and it's a very intense tournament. 21 to Devon Thomas. O'Shane Thomas is into bowl to Devon Thomas, into bowl to him. He just clips that beautifully. Can't beat the captain. Powell at short mid-wicket. Again, coming back to Jamaican selection. Joseph Red Sparrow. I can't understand why Bully is not playing. Dennis Bully.
Well,
and he did come on the scene a couple of years ago. You never know. He's got to be somewhere close to be getting a game.
Well, after a performance like this, you can expect a couple of changes in the next game Jamaica plays.
Stranger things have happened, Reds. Thomas is stroking that beautifully out to the fielder. Looks like Devil Green. Can't score. But this is the length there from O'Shane Thomas in the spell has been a lot different. He's not banging in it short, but it's just about in that three-quarter area length, making Thomas come forward.
Just back to the ice bath, maybe for our listeners throughout the Caribbean listening, how long the process?
Well, some trainers are different. Sometimes it's 10 minutes, sometimes it's 15 minutes, and it's not a pretty sight, Reds. Sometimes you feel for the athletes.
Must have a bit of a shock to the system.
It's not a pretty sight. You hear stars and you hear all sorts of stories when those guys are going in. But I think it's in good team spirit because if some setup where you have 3 and 4 players going in, so it's not too bad. If you have to do it on your own, then it's worrying.
I would suppose cricket borrowed that from maybe
athletics,
yeah.
mainly, yes. O'Shane Thomas wearing the number 10 is into bowl to Kyron Powell is back and steering this, can't score out a point, and there's no run. They need 18 to win. 18, 2 for 246. This is a serious statement here, Reds, by the Leeward Islands Hurricane.
Yes, and the crowd is still maybe waiting to celebrate the win, the Leeward's victory. You know, it's a long competition, and therefore, if you lose a game, you don't have to maybe be in total panic. But I think the Leewards will be a happy side, have 3 wins out of 3, which maybe you play Canada again in this competition.
Oh yes, because everybody plays everybody twice.
Yeah, so you have an opportunity for your selectors maybe to use a couple of people who have not played.
Well, I think the next game certainly they'll seriously have to look at getting somebody in after the Dover Green delivery. I'm particularly concerned about the seamers, and I would certainly look to rest Jeremiah Louis and get Kezron Archibald a run-in for the next game. But I guess the selectors maybe might have a different option. Sheena Berridge also is bowling well, but how well they manage is also going to be key. Dover Green to bowl to Thomas, who is 22. Little slippery guys into bowl to Thomas. Thomas is driving, put some pressure on Milne. They get an easy single. Score goes up to 247. Just trying to look through some stats, Reds, to tell you the Leeward's best start in this competition would have been 2017. Just where they played some 9 matches under Kyron Powell as captain, won 6, lost 3. And in fact, it would have been this would equal their best start. In 2017, they defeated Kent by 7 wickets. They defeated West Indies under 19 by 89 runs. And I'll get back to that. Green is into bowl to Powell. Good Yorker delivery. Powell slides this one along there. Direct hit by Bonner. And Thomas would have been short of his ground right there. But in the end, he got the single. 2 for 249.
Those scores are coming from the Najaco and Antigua, if I recall.
This would have been originally from, yes. Hold on, but let me just come back to you, Reds. In 2017, they would have won against Kent by 7 wickets, 88 runs against the West Indies under 19, and the Windward Islands by 184, and then they lost to Trinidad by 11 runs. So this would equal their best start in the List A competition. Thomas is just whipping this one up down to long on. They put some pressure on Fudadin, who's got a weak arm, and they've come back for 2 runs. So they've treated Fudadin just like Mons and Hodge in the field, that once they hit the ball in the deep down to Fudadin, they know he's got a weak arm. They're going to get 2 runs, Reds.
Yes, and that pushed him to the right. He did make an effort to get it back. He actually found the bowler at the non-striker's end, but by that time the second run was all over.
Slower ball. Thomas is having a go at this one. Lamont dropped that one there, and it goes down into the boundary for 4. Lamont is wringing his hand away. There. So the 250 comes up for the Leeward Islands.
It's only a matter of time before we start to pack up to leave here.
Yes, I did predict that this would be over in the 45th over. It now looks like the 46th over. They would need 13 more runs. 13 more runs to win. Just want to go through some stats again for you, Reds. In 2018, well, Carla has told me 9. Yes, I was just following from the screen. Sorry, Carla. 9, thank you. Dover Green comes up to bowl to Thomas, into bowl to Thomas. Thomas whips that beautifully down to Fudadin. They're going to come back for 2 runs easily. Indeed, they're going to put more pressure on Fudadin. And so the end of over number 45, the Leeward Islands 2 for 256. Hope I got it right. 256? Yes, Trent tell me I've got it right. Thomas is 31. Powell is 114. The Leewards would need 7 runs to win. Now, like I said, just before you come in 2018, we almost had 2 Super 50 competitions. So the Leeward Islands Hurricanes would have played some 16 matches. They won 4, lost 10, and there were 2 no results. So you would see the contrast there, that this is really indeed an impressive start for them in the 2019 campaign.
Yes, good start. It's not just about winning this, it's about going to Trinidad. If you do qualify, you want to do well there. And that has got, of course, less pressure to play back-to-back. You'll have time to travel, first of all, and time to prepare. Different conditions. Ball seems to be low in Trinidad and maybe spinning more, but that's all in the distance. I think we can have leg spin of Bonner back.
Yeah, Bonner is trying something back. Again, we can also examine Jamaica's performance in 2018, where they would have won 9 games during that campaign and the period of time. So it's been a progression rate when you look in terms of it. Powell steers one down to short third man and gets a single. 115 and needs 6 to win. And Devil Green, 5 overs, no maidens, 43 runs, no wicket. Jamaica have to search for some bowlers and search very quickly. They need somebody to match up alongside O'Shane Thomas and company. Maybe Dennis Bully could be another option for them to get into the team. Carla, you want to get your scorecard and everything out, Carla, so that you can do the honors with Reds, because this looks like O'Cala is gliding away. Here is Thomas back and pulling that one down to Merchant. They'll get one. They could have come for a second there, but I think they decided to change their mind. Just continue to get a couple of balls, get some hits.
And talking about Merchant, he could not be happy, as many of the Jamaicans, with the performance today.
Not at all. Thomas is 32. Kyron Powell waits for Bonner. Bonner into his 8th over, one for 37. Bonner is into bowl to Powell. Powell is back and just clipping that. He almost stopped on him. He wants to get fancy. He just want to get out now. He's done all the hard work. And he wants to make sure that he registers this one, get a not out. It's always so important. Bonner into bowl to Kyron Powell. Short, and Powell hits that. Game over. Leeward's at 3-0. That's a massive hit. Long hop from Nkrumah Bonner. And Powell disdained it out of here. He ends on 121 not out. The Leeward Islands have won this game by 8 wickets, 2 for 264. Devon Thomas not out 32. Kyron Powell is back. A serious statement. 121 not out. Joseph Redswell.
Yes, a comprehensive win. They weren't chasing a small score. Fudadin and of course Fudadin and his Jamaica batting did in fact put together a pretty good total of 262, with Fudadin getting 100 and Bonner falling just short. So they had in fact a target which they had to work towards to get, but I think they were blessed and given a flying start thanks to some very aggressive batting, not just wild hitting from Hogg, some calculating attacking play by Hogg, who took Thomas for 31 off 3. He eventually got 61. The first wicket fell at 131. Django came in for a little cameo at 37. 204 for 2, and then Thomas and Powell saw them home. So a very, very comprehensive win, and the Leewards could be pretty happy with their performance today.
Well, a massive statement, and when you're at home, this is the sort of form, this is the sort of statement that you want to send to all the teams. And I think the Leeward Islands Cricket Board will salute their major sponsors in Caribbean Alliance who've come on board to really support them. And Caribbean Alliance has really been our friend. They've been with us and given us this massive support. And so this is also a big one. Cool and smooth, Mr. Amir. This one is for you too. And all of the other sponsors who have come on board. The government of St. Kitts and Nevis, the government of Antigua and Barbuda. Those have been really our major friends. The Leeward Islands are 3-0 under manager Wilden Cornwall and head coach Stuart Williams, trainer Hans Richards. The guys are going to go through their paces and their stretches where they close out now. Massive statement. Kyron Powell, 121 not out, 125 balls with some 8 boundaries and 3 maximums. Devon Thomas, 32 not out, 27 balls, 2 fours. And the Leewards emphatically just dismissing Jamaica and making a serious statement here.
Right, well, as you heard, commentator Powell will be in with all the details. Andrew Mason may join him to wrap up day 1 from Connery, and of course the commentary panel will be back tomorrow with another match from here. So Vernon, off you go with your duties that you have, and allow maybe Carlisle to come in. No, Carlisle.
I think we've got along. The Carlisle is going to get ready where he'll be able to head out. I think we maybe just wait just to see who will be the man of the match. It certainly will have to be Kyron Powell for his knock of 121, and I think that made the difference between Asad Fudadin's 100. Powell just easily took that one away, 121 not out. I'm waiting on Andrew, who is maybe just going to give me a cue here in terms of what's going to be happening. Sure, okay. Andrew Reds maybe muster around. He's going to try and see if he can get the captain to come. So, folks, if you're wondering what's happening here, you just tuned in. The Leeward Islands Hurricane have defeated Jamaica by 8 wickets. 2 for 264. The man of the moment, Kyron Powell from the island of Nevis. 121 not out, 125 deliveries and not out. I mean, I said he majestically displayed some real class innings here today and set the victory up. But I think the real start just before he go Reds would have been the opening partnership of 130 from Hodge and Powell.
Yes, Hodge laid the plank down. I think Hodge was really responsible for the good start, the flying start. Powell was his usual cool self, rotating the strike slowly but surely, building his own score. But I think the attack and the assault by Hodge on the Jamaican attack, especially, in fact, the dismissal, knocking Thomas out of the attack, three of us for 31 runs. I think that really shook up all plans of Jamaica. They just did not have an answer all day. Maybe except McCarthy, who were able to come in maybe too late, and maybe some negative captaincy by or the Jamaican captain.
So let's look at the Jamaican team, Reds. On the bench today was Dennis Smith wearing the number 77, Nicholas Gordon, and Dennis Bully. I personally feel that they have to find a spot for Dennis Bully in this bowling lineup.
Yes, well, I think when you got beaten so badly, you really have to say, okay, now what can we do to improve this team? Very few of the Jamaicans put their hands up today, and I will think that it's a fairly open opportunity for us to see changes.
Well, the presentation is going to take place. Former West Indies Test player, manager of the Len Harris Cricket Academy, godson of Kyron Powell, will make the presentation to Kyron on his man of the match performance. They just shook hands. Keith Lloyd Thomas Atherton, and the folks are trying. The wind is blowing so strong here that they're having a torrid time here in getting the banners sorted out. Andrew, in the meantime, is trying to get the Leeward's captain, Jamal Hamilton, to journey to a booth. I think he'll be a better option trying to get head coach Stuart Williams, because the Leeward Hurricanes are warming down. So let's wait and see in terms of is he successful with that. But the presentation will be made by former Test player from Nevis, Keith Atherton, to Kyron Powell. And this is a good gesture. In the meantime, the groundsmen are getting the big hose out to try and see if they can go through the preparation for the next game, which will take place here at Connery. The wind has just picked up here. And indeed, we see Jamal Hamilton, who is coming across to the booth. Andrew Mason has captured him, so that's a good sign. Reds Ferreira is making way for the young man, former Test player. Keith Atherton will now be receiving the award there. The wind is blowing so strong that I think it might be better for them maybe to try and change the angle, because I don't think the Velcro is keeping it stick there. So we are waiting 2 for 264 in terms of what's going to be happening. So we have Jama Hamilton, who will be stepping into the hot seat. Jama, good afternoon. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, I'm good, and you?
Put on your headphones, man. You can hear me loud and clear?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, let me congratulate you on a 3-0 victory. But before I congratulate you on the victory today, I need to congratulate you on being Anguilla's second test player. And when you got the call up, what the news was like?
Well, you know, you get that message saying that you're on the team, and you're also going to play today. One of the best feelings ever. Just enjoy the moment.
All right. You've now been tasked with the opportunity of leading the Leeward Islands Hurricane for the first time in this Super 50 tournament going forward. You're 3-0. Talk to me. Missing Raheem Jimbo Cornwall, the team really made a serious statement today against Jamaica.
Yes, you know, we miss Cornwall whenever he departs to do West Indies duties. But we here in the Leewards is one family. It's all about enjoying the game, enjoying each other's success. So that is something we do as a team, and also even not on the field, also off the field. We do that. So coming today, proving ourselves right today without Jimbo is a great feeling. I know he's enjoying it right about now. I know he's happy for us. And we also are happy just coming out here to Canary. The atmosphere was great today here at the Canary Cricket Ground. And I think we should have more cricket over here.
So Jama Hamilton is endorsing the Canary Cricket Centre to have more games. Debut game today was also a big major game. But let's talk about the change. There were some concerns in some quarters. Quinton Boatwin replacing Raheem Jimbo Cornwall. Talk me through the process.
Yeah, well, you know, Boatwin been bowling good in the net, so it's just about taking that extra firepower and bringing it into this tournament. He bowled good today. Can't really fault that. So he looked the best out of everyone, so we went with him.
So let's look at the game plan today, starting first, where you decided that you were going to chase. Is this the Leeward strength, chasing?
Well, I know what day any strength could be your strength, but today here at the Canary Cricket Ground, you know, we've played here a number of years, and also seeing the pitch is also the first game here. We decided to have a look and a feel and see what the pitch will do.
Okay, and were you satisfied? What areas can the Leeward Islands Hurricane improve on going into your next game?
Well, we just need to be more consistent in the field. You know, we had a few chances today that went down, so we just need to tighten up on those stuff and just keep enjoying the cricket.
What about you? What about your own form? Your own batting form?
My form is good. Just need a little bit more time at the crease and just take it one ball at a time.
All right. So you're 3-0. What's the objective?
Keep winning.
Keep winning.
Keep winning.
We want to thank you very much, Jama Hamilton, and we want to pass on congratulations to the head coach, Stuart Williams, manager Wilden Cornwall, trainer Hans Richards, and we want to wish the team all the best as you go through this serious campaign. And again, once again, Jama Hamilton has saluted all of the fans who came out to support the Leeward Islands Hurricane. And if you're viewing the broadcast, we also salute you and say thank you very much.
Thank you.
All the best to you, my brother. So the Leewards off to 3-0. A very, 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 very big victory. A serious statement. 2 for 264. And you can't ask for anything else more major than that. I think Kyron Powell is coming to the booth. Let me see if I can get him into the hot seat and see what's going to be happening. We once again been joined by Kyron Powell. Kyron, Susan, he gets his bearing on and gets himself going. Congratulations, my brother, your 4th list 800. When you look back at all of them, was this one a special one today?
Every 100's a special 100. Honestly, thanks to God, obviously, to begin with, to my wife for supporting me through the last couple of months. You know, I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do with cricket anymore, and obviously she played a big part in helping me to gather my bearings. And to the team, to John Maynard, he did a lot of work with me up in England in preparation for me coming down to the Caribbean. Still gathering my bearings in terms of not at 100% where I want to be batting off physical-wise, but you know, I'd say thanks to everyone, Stuart Williams, the captain, the entire team for supporting me through the early parts of this season.
No, I know when you looked up to the Almighty God today, was this 100 also for Granny?
Yeah, obviously, you know, my great-grandmother passed 2 weeks ago, 107 years. A really tough time for me, so just, you know, a very special moment. You know, obviously the last time my grandmother passed, I played a game at this ground and made 100 as well. So it seems to be a special ground for me in terms of losing family members.
What was the plan today from the Leeward Islands Hurricane? 130 without loss. What was the game plan? What was the mission?
I don't know if that was the plan. These things just happen, you know. Obviously Munson got off to a great start, so my job was to just support him, just continue feeding him the strike and keeping him in rhythm. Obviously, you know, 260 on this pitch, I think it got better for batting as the day went on. The pitch dried out, allowed us to hit through the ball a bit easier than what the Jamaicans had in the morning, you know, so everything sort of worked out in our favor.
What's next now for the team? You're 3-0. What improvements you think that the Leeward Islands Hurricane can improve on going forward?
Every facet of the game, you know. We still need to improve on the batting, the bowling. Obviously, we're in a bit of a problem there with Jamaica. 200 and plenty for only 2 with Bonner and Fudadin batting, you know. So we need to be able to create pressure and create breakthroughs throughout the innings, you know, not just with the new ball and in the depth. In the fielding, I think that we could still be a lot sharper in cutting down twos and all that sort of stuff. So lots of improvement for the team, but 3-0 will take that, and obviously we try and improve on that in the next game.
The last time you started like this was in 2017 when you had a major season. Is this your objective going into this season?
Yeah, well, there are lots of different driving forces for me being here at the moment. Whatever reason, Leeward Islands board decided to strip me of captaincy. The West Indies board, or the West Indies selectors, dropped me from the team when I was probably the 3rd leading run scorer for the year. So there's lots of different motivational factors for me to be here and not be satisfied with this. This is just a start, hopefully for a big tournament to come.
Karen, I want to wish you all the best. It was really an entertaining 100, and the fans who turned out here today and the folks who looked online really certainly enjoyed it, and we hope that you can be able to go from strength to strength during this tournament. Thank you very much. All the best, my brother. So we heard it there from Kyron Powell. He's motivated. A number of factors behind him to get himself going. He's slighted that he was dropped from Cricket West Indies, and we got Asad Fudadin, who is coming into the mix now so that we can get a chat with him. Asad Fudadin, 2 for 264. The Leeward Islands Hurricane emphatically making a serious statement. And this will be our final interview for the day. And Colonial Bonner. It is not Bonner, it's Asad Fudadin, who is joining the airways right here. Put on your headphone, Asad, and good afternoon to you, my brother. How are you?
Hi, good afternoon.
Congratulations on your century today, even though you won the losing end. Talk to me about your 100 today.
First of all, I must say thanks for, as I said earlier to a reporter, it wasn't an easy 100. Starting today, we batted first here. The wicket, I think it was a bit tacky, a bit slow. And I think the Leeward Island bowlers, they utilized it very well. You know, they hit areas and they were swinging and seaming the ball. So I think I'm pretty happy with it because I had to work for it, you know.
Right. This is your second list A 100. Was this one of the better ones? Was this the best one?
Yeah, I think this was both. and both is in St. Kitts. So St. Kitts has been a very good hunting ground for me.
St. Kitts has been a hunting ground for you?
Yeah.
Now talk to me about the spilled catch off of Powell. I know you'll be very upset with yourself on that one. What happened? You were just a little bit too confident.
On 97.
Yes.
As a fielder, you don't want to remember those things. But yeah, it was pretty much very easy catch. I spilled it, but I think I don't know what to say about that catch.
Well, let's move on from that. You've been a franchise player for the Jamaica Scorpions. How have you been enjoying that role?
I'm there for 3 years now.
Yes.
They have, you know, they have welcomed me, and I'm grateful for it. I must say, it has been different from playing all my years in Guyana, yes, and then have to move. You know, it was a decision made by me.
Yes.
And It was challenging at first, but I'm getting used to it now, you know. So I'm.
What's the culture shock like? And I know for you eating, that
no,
would be some challenge.
No, in Jamaica they have a lot of Muslims,
Okay.
so I know the areas for, and then they have a lot of Rastafarian and all these things. So I would eat fish,
Okay.
and these things. So and food is not a problem.
Food is not a problem.
No.
Okay.
But the culture, I've been going to Jamaica at a very young age and stuff like that. But to live there, now understand the whole thing, you know. Nice people and everything. Yeah.
So you think the franchise cricket is good for West Indies cricket?
Very, very, very good.
Very
Because it presents opportunity for players that probably would miss out in their territory, and you know, and they could be an asset for a next franchise.
Next
so
franchise.
I think it's, you know, it's good.
And you're enjoying your role in bringing to some of the young Jamaican batsmen?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I'm more experienced and all of these things,
Yes.
and I'm trying to lend most of my service and, you know, my experience to them. You know, any given opportunity I have.
You still have hopes of playing for West Indies again?
Definitely.
So
But I'm enjoying my cricket.
You're enjoying your cricket right
day,
now?
day by day. I don't want to.
Put no pressure on.
No, I don't want to think so far. I just want to think every match by match, day by day. You know.
Well, I want to congratulate you, as I said, for the day. You know, you've been one of my fans for a long time. And today, like you say, was a special 100. In fact, Sinkers is a special place for you. So to get your second this day 100 must be a good one. Wish you all the best for the remainder of the tournament.
Yeah, thank you very much.
God bless you.
Yeah.
So you heard it there from Asad Fudadin on next century maker here today. And Trent, it looks as if we could be thinking about wrapping up until the next game tomorrow when we get ourselves organized. So Andrew Mason is working me overtime here. He's now bringing the president of the St. Kitts Cricket Association. How much time we have, Trent? Because Andrew is certainly working me, and I know I'm not working tomorrow, so he decided that he's going to work me overtime here. Craig, don't worry. I know you need to come down off of the height. Don't worry. Dennis' interview will be the quickest interview that I've ever done in my career, because I need to get you down off of the heights. Mr. President, Andrew is working me overtime, but you can just sit down here. And I want to go and see if I can be able to have a scotch on the rocks. Put on your headphone, Mr. President. Don't worry, Craig, we're coming down now. Mr. President, congratulations. Debut game here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Let's give some high praise to the St. Kitts Cricket Association. Lots of work have gone in here. In fact, you told me to come to Connery. I've just come back, but I didn't go in the dressing room until this morning. And I must say that I was pretty impressed with all of the work that has gone into the aspect of the dressing room area. How has this project gone for the St. Kitts Cricket Association?
Well, it has been a lot of work, and based on the last minute call, it has been just hard work, and we've had that plan for quite a while. And when we got the call, we just figured that it was time to now put that into play, and so we are really happy to be host to these games. And Connery in itself, like you said, is a first for us here, and I'm sure it won't be the last, because we certainly we're going to build on this. It has also taught us a couple of things as in terms of things that we need to put in place, and we are working on that already. In fact, we had a conversation with the Minister of Sport this morning in assisting us to get to the next stage. So trust me, you'll be seeing a lot more Connery as far as regional cricket once Cricket West Indies is on board with us.
Now, let's look at the ground, Dennis. How much more can happen here? Because first of all, I'm a media man, so I would want to know if the government is going to give you support so that we could be able to build a little media area so that we could be comfortable, because that is going to be critical. And if so, where would you place that media section?
Well, obviously we have restrictions in a small venue like this, but what we're going to do, our first stage right now, is to put a blueprint in place in terms of a development plan, a program. We have been somewhat just bouncing ideas around. We want to put something on paper and have a blueprint, so that even if there's a succession to myself and the group, that we somebody would want to continue based on that plan.
in that plan?
In that plan, yes.
Is there room for nets? No, I've moved away from that because I know you have some restrictions. We're looking to develop to put another net or two.
What we're doing, what we have in place and should be here within the next couple of days. In fact, sometime this week. This is the start of a new week. We have 2 roll-on cages. We have some bowling machines, etc. So you can go out there and place it around one of the strips. The plans for January, we are adding 2 extra strips as practice strips, so we would end up with 5 strips in Connery. The outer ones would obviously be for practice, so you really won't affect the 3 main pitches that you have in terms of any tournament that you might be having at the same time or earmarked.
Now, what's the challenge? What's the restrictions? I know you get support from the government, but at the same time,
I think
it's not fast and furious, so you'd really like.
Right.
The time frame in terms of getting things done. You know, politicians are
resources are, as you know, financial resources are usually the key, because while we're trying to develop the whole facility, you still have to find funds to develop. Let's say youth cricket as an example and so forth. So you have to be careful in how you're spending. And when you look at Connery, based on what the Cricket Association's goal and focus is on right now, it's Connery Cricket Center. And the center, in our opinion, would be a development center. It's not that you're trying to move away from the cricket academy at Warner Park, but you're trying also to have some autonomy where you have Connery and anybody can come in and not have to do with the hopes and the and so forth. In addition to that, I want to say that one of our thrusts is to eventually have some lights over here. We're knocking on some doors right now, and we're just hoping that something will pan out. That in itself will really lift the whole thing.
Well, Dennis, on behalf of the tournament team, I really want to applaud the St. Kitts Cricket Association management led by you in your first execution of a first-class game. It's something different. You would know in the Leeward Islands tournament that was just held in Antigua and Barbuda, we went to the rural areas, we went to All Saints, we went to Bethesda. Now, we don't want to say that Connery is in a rural area, but it's something different to Warner Park. And the crowds came out here today, and there are folks, just around the corner. Connery has produced some outstanding sports people, men and women, and to have this cricket setting here, I think it was a nice setting. We got good feedback, and as you said, you only can go from strength to strength. So I really want to applaud the St. Kitts Cricket Association, and by extension, the Leeward Islands Cricket Board and Cricket West Indies for the vision of being able to center this game and a leg of these games here.
All right, thank you very much, and we look forward to hosting many more games.
So thank you very much, Dennis. Philip, don't disappear yet after this, Dennis. On behalf of Andrew Mason, I also want to thank Joseph Red Sparrow, Carlisle Powell, all of the other commentators, Victor and everyone there. So we are signing off here today. Trent Sargent and his entire crew. Please let's go by the St. Kitts Cricket Association bar and quietly.
It's called Players.
It's called Players. So let's go by the Players bar. We're not by Balang tonight in Warner Park. We're going by the Players bar.
Players. Past players,
former players. Anybody who wants to play?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So let's go have a drink at the Players bar. Thank you very much, Dennis.
You're welcome. All right. Enjoy the evening.